the unmuting works. I think people should be able to hear us now. We are apparently starting Sue.
Can people hear? Can people hear both of us? Two people. How many people can be heard?
Let's see if this is working. I think. Now, can people hear us? So we migrated to new software. So you can hear me and isidafo. And how are we on volume?
That's amazing that we've done that on the first try. Actually,
Okay, I'm softer, you said? I think I can change that somehow. Let me figure out how. I think I can figure out how. So the software that I've been using basically is going away, and so I've been.
oh wow, look, you can even see
How about
the
this?
fancy.
Is this better, or am I too loud now? Is this better? That'd actually be pretty good if this managed to work on like close to the first try.
Oh, nice. Both
Wow,
similar. Okay,
that is
that
not
was
bad considering.
unexpected.
Wow. I was expecting we were going to spend the first half hour like debugging audio. I mean, what do we?
What do we do now?
I don't know. We may have nothing to say on the stream today.
All
All
right,
right,
let's
good.
just call it then, right? Yeah, that's
Well,
it.
it sounds
Nothing more.
like the migration to new software worked well then. To be fair, Kidney's been telling me to make this switch for pretty much since we've been streaming. So
Yes. I guess
um,
I guess for once, Kid News was right. I mean, really, it's the first time ever, but
it is, but don't let him hear that we said that, right?
yeah.
As long as he doesn't hear that we said that, we're
Yeah, no
doing
one tell
fine.
him. No one tell him.
It's all right. It's 50-50. No one can hear us anyway.
Yeah, that's true.
Um, Good. So, I don't know. Where do we want to begin then this week? I know we said we'd talk a bit about combinators, and I think it's worth, actually going through a bit in depth and kind of working out, you know, everything from the basics of like what's going on to how would you play with them and how would you play against them. Um, we've mostly been talking about all of the reasons that combinators are bad for the game. I still think they're bad for the game, but I think it's also very clear that they're not going away, right?
It does seem that way.
In fact, there was a change there are two big changes announced this week that relate to combinators, as I understand them. Um, One of
Yes.
them is the one that's not going to come out till tomorrow. But the other is the announcement. So I guess it's three that if you include both announcements before, right? Um,
Um.
but the other are sorry,
Oh no,
kidneys.
Kidneys is here! Run away! Run away! We didn't
Okay, but
say
kidneys. You,
anything.
you you didn't hear anything that I said about OBS, right? Good, good. Then I didn't say anything about OBS.
There was no discussion of
There was
anything to
no
do with
discussion of OBS whatsoever. No discussion of how I wish I had done this like a year and a half ago, like a certain, person may have suggested at the time. None of that was said.
none of that was
Got
mentioned
it?
at any point. Yeah.
Although you're welcome to join us on stream if you want. Well, it turns
Well,
out literally nobody uses Twitch Studio. So if you read the documentation, they had a pop-up that effectively said, we've discovered that we've been supporting this piece of software that nobody uses, and so as of the end of May, we've decided to stop supporting it. So
I
actually,
mean,
it turns out nobody uses Twitch Studio. Like, really nobody uses it. Not
it
just,
does seem reasonable to me to not support a piece of software that no one is using.
I was using it.
Okay, that one person was using.
Exactly. Yeah, no, but that literally was their explanation. It was like, nobody uses this anyway, so...
Yeah.
But anyway, you're welcome to join us on stream if you want. But yeah, so But the other changes made to combinators this week that have been announced, like I said, I think there's one coming tomorrow in the revised Spotlight packs as
I
well.
think yeah, there's Spotlight packs tomorrow, and then on Monday, I guess there's the Negro League changes and the minimum price changes.
Right. Well, there's Spotlight packs with a twist. Let's not talk about things in Kidney Software. Uh, there are Spotlight packs, with a twist tomorrow. We've been told. Um, But yeah, the two changes that were announced to combinators this week. One is that Negro League combinators are both going to give more chemistry in general, but also going to be easier to boost. And the second is that combinators are going to be a little bit cheaper to acquire. For the bad
Well,
ones, that is. Sorry.
the
The
bad
bad
ones,
ones are going
yeah,
to be cheaper to acquire. The ones that you should be buying, presumably, are not the ones going for the minimum. Although
right,
I'm not 100% certain about that, and I've been playing around a bit
yeah.
with combinators. We can talk about that a little bit. Uh,
I mean, my suspicion is for the most part, this minimum price change will have little to no impact. Um, but
no, but I think the point that I'm taking away from this rather is, obviously there's been a big outcry about combinators. The game designers have listened to whatever feedback sources they want to listen to, and the response has been to make combinators strictly stronger. Not a lot stronger, but both of the changes act in the direction of making combinators simply better than they were before, right? The Negro League combinator changes make Negro League combinators stronger, and the change to the minimum price means that you have more options to do things with a combinator than you did before.
yeah, I mean, I do think that there was some change needed to the Negro League cards because having a state of affairs where basically boosting Negro League cards was never a good idea. Was really not a like it doesn't seem like that's ever a good approach to just can't print Negro League cards then, which kind of
I,
is,
I,
is
I
a
agree,
bad
but
state of
I think
affairs.
there's a big set of cards they can't print, and we're going to talk about a bunch of them today. Uh, you know, I think there's a big set of cards that actually you're not going to be able to print with the current setup. But the point
That may
is,
be the case, yeah.
they've chosen to double down. Yes, the point is that we've chosen to double down on and yes, exactly, Ludwig. We are positive about everything that we say on this stream. Uh, no room for doubt. Um,
Maybe a little, maybe small amount of room for doubt sometimes.
yeah. No, no. Be positive. Be positive in your opinions.
Yeah.
Um, So I did go over to the dark side this week, and I decided to take some of the resources that I had been carefully building up and go Combinator. And I'm happy to show the results of the little experiment that I've done. Like, I think that should be part of the discussion for how you might use combinators if you decide to go that route, right?
Yeah.
Um, so you know, but I think maybe, I mean, do we want to start with that, or should we maybe, I know we tend to kind of get an audience that's a little bit more on the experienced side. Um, but, maybe like it might make sense to show a couple of the basics as well of just like what our I mean, I think people have seen what combinators are, but a little bit of the mechanics of how it works as well. Do you think we should do that, or should we mostly be talking about
Um,
the more advanced stuff?
yeah, I mean, I think it's definitely there's some of the stuff like sort of discussed a little bit before, but like you did some sort of calculation of sort of how frequently a particular combinator will be pulled, which I think is a really useful data point. Which at least if we're not going to sort of show how we got the answer, at least we should discuss, I guess.
Sure, yeah.
Um,
I think maybe it's a good idea to summarize that. So
yeah.
so what's a good order to take this? And I think we'll also just open a bunch of questions. It's a relatively small set of cards this week, so even at our usual, snail man like pace, I think we're probably going to be okay time wise. Um,
Yeah.
so where should we begin?
Mm, I don't know. Um, I mean, I guess we mentioned it before, but probably it's worth mentioning sort of our sort of uh, belief on sort of the magnitude of the benefit you get from a combinator.
Well, sure. Let's start with that then. So I have decided to do the experiment this week of building a partial combinator team. Um, at this point, I'm going to show you my gold cap team as an example because I happen to have it loaded up here. Um, so I actually haven't counted. Let me actually try to count.
Looks like about 15.
It's around 15, but I could give you an exact number if it helps. 16, there are 16 combinators in total on this team, but you'll notice that only some of them are strongly boosted.
Yes.
So I think from the 16 combinators, I have something like 40 to 45 total levels of boost.
And very
Plus the
importantly, you
fact
have
that at
two.
level 0 you get a free boost as well. Well, not
Yes,
free.
and very
You've paid your 5K to 20K for it, but
you know, it's also very important to have two dually Womax. That's a really critical part of any combinator build.
yes. Well, there's actually a reason that I have those dually Womax. In fact, I want another one. And we will talk about the reason that I want dually Womack a little bit later, perhaps.
Yes.
Um, yes, I do have two dually Womax because, they're good at cheerleading. Speaking of cheerleading, we had talked a bit about the effects in chemistry. And I think it's worth pointing out that you really need to hit a critical mass to get that. So even with, I think there's 16 combinators, so 16 cards that are all getting a minimum of like 150 points of chemistry just from combinators, you see I'm still at 3,300 points and 30%.
Yeah.
So it's only around this point that I even kind of am hitting the green, but it starts to scale very rapidly, right? So, for example, if I were to take one of these off the roster, which can't do mid-tournament, but if I were to take one of these off the roster, right? Let's say on average they're showing, I don't know, 200 points. Remember, it's really double that. I'm losing the
Right.
200 points that player gets and the distributed 200 points everyone else gets. So I'd actually be losing about 15% of my chemistry points, dropping one. And of course, it works the other way when you add.
Right.
So basically, by adding another 10 combinators, this number goes from 30% to like 75 to 80%, and it goes from 3,300 points to something like 12,000 points.
Right. It does. It
Um,
does at some point slow down very much. The last few, getting from 99 to 100% is a lot of points.
right.
Um,
Yes. But
so
the point is that it is true that combinators give you a significant boost. But as an example, oh, actually, I just played you, it looks like. So you're running a team where it looks to me like you've selectively made decisions to start buying combinators of cards you really like, but not to go full combinator, right? And you
yes.
actually have 8 combinators on this team, which is half as
Yeah.
many as I'm running,
Most of them
right?
are sort of
And
the
the, and,
low
and the
cap.
levels don't matter for chemistry. But the point is, you notice you're actually getting sort of this more limited chemistry. In fact, your biggest chemistry is still not coming from combinators. It's coming from this Rivera, Hughes, I guess CC. No, Swindell's the combinator. Yeah. So
Yeah.
your big chemistry is actually not coming from the combinators yet. It's actually coming from this Yankee trio, where if you weren't
Yeah.
running them, even with 8 combinators, you'd probably be at like 11% chemistry.
Yeah. And Matt Maurer is also getting some from Hughes, but it's not as much.
Yeah, Machia Pet, the curve for the chemistry boost is, I think it's public somewhere. It's not so far from square root n, actually, like as a first
Yeah.
guess.
It's definitely solvable.
It's not
It's not.
exactly square root n, but it's solvable.
Yeah.
But again, that's the number that's shown here. And the more interesting part is, what does 15.55 mean in terms of the effect on, your players. Okay. Now, what both Isidafo and I have done is we're not throwing random combinators on. These are generally combinators of cards that we already were interested in, so we're being a lot more selective. And even though Isidafo and I have a different model, so for example, this Bill Campbell is a card that he's talked a lot about on stream, where his model loves Campbell and my model doesn't hate him, but doesn't like him nearly as much as Isidafo's, right?
Yeah.
But I assume you're running the Campbell combinator because you like Campbell anyway. And so the combinator version is just a more efficient version of Campbell, not because you sort of happen to have a combinator sitting there and said, I'll throw a combinator on the team.
No, I mean, if I didn't have the combinator Campbell, I probably would have tried to find 3 points for Evaldi. Oh, I actually did put Evaldi in.
No, you found both, yeah.
Found both. Okay.
But the point is Campbell. You consider Campbell an efficient 57 to begin with.
Yes. Probably the only card which I wouldn't otherwise be running is Pedro Garcia.
That makes sense. Yeah, or York, again, is a similar shape to Campbell. So one that Isidafo's model likes a little better than mine, but if my model, like this shape as much as Isidafo's, I also would be looking for... The point is it's a card you like, right?
Yes. Yeah, I would have the York on my roster anyway.
And it's the same thing here. There is only one card on this roster that I wouldn't really be interested in running except for the combinator version. And I can talk about that one a little bit as far as sort of how to build them. But it's this J Bell, and there is another reason that I'm running J Bell, which I'll come to in a little bit. But I would not have run the non-combinator Bell, and I'm going to guess there are very few Bells in this tournament, but we can see.
Probably that's the only one, I would think.
Two of them, apparently. Okay. The Kansas City Picklebirds. Oh, but no, they're actually... He's on their... he's on their reserve roster. Yeah, so I'm running the only J Bell in the tournament. And I'll explain why I chose to do that in a little bit. Okay? Sure. So I have been running a version of this roster now... in this gold cap for 3 straight days. Okay? In fact, and I can show you. 1 second. I will go back and show you results of how that's been going. Do I have a slot? Oh, right. I have a slot because of the other thing that I can do. And we can sign up for a draft. Good. Let me sign up for a draft just to get the sign-ups. There's nothing wrong with a draft being available in 8 hours, right? There's no concerns there.
No, we'll be done by then, definitely.
No. I mean that, you can sign up for...
yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Let me look at daily golds. Here you go. So I've started running the daily gold with this daily gold cap. I basically started running with this combinator roster just in the last few days. And here are the results. So for this gold cap, we won it 2 days ago. We won it yesterday. We're currently in the finals. Mm-hmm. I also entered the 1968 gold today with a similar roster, except 1 or 2 fewer combinators because since it's not a cap, some of the low-level combinators, got replaced by normal gold cards. Also won that. And the 1922 era gold, we've also got a win and a 7.
Yeah, it turns out if you have a lot of combinators, your team does well.
It does. And I didn't actually expect to do quite this well. So I do think part of it's always luck, right? Even if you have a stronger team, there's some amount of luck involved.
Sure. Yeah, you should even with a full combinator meta everything, you should expect to win 2 out of 3 probably.
Um, but part of it also is it turns out that it's been possible to pretty quickly build something that is beating other even 26 combinator builds in these tournaments. And I think that's one of the things that's sort of worth showing is kind of how that ends up happening, basically. I'm realizing I should sign up for something while we're at it. In fact, what I probably should do is sign up for another gold cap because that seems to be going decently well. Right?
Yep.
Hey, the casual Friday cap might actually fire on Friday. We got another 2 hours.
Yeah, for anyone here who hasn't signed up for it, just like you might as well throw a team in.
Anyway, yeah. So I think the first point is, yeah, you can do quite a bit with combinators to very, very quickly pull a competitive team. And to give you an idea, looking at the previous tournament rankings before I kind of was going combinator, that's Mark at the top. Well done. So I was 59th last week, including getting a win, but the win was in was it the live or whatever the one is that's not combinator heavy.
Yeah, probably live then.
Or maybe I should do it for the period instead. Yeah, here you go. So for the period in total, this is more reasonable. Yeah. So I was 90th, coming in. We'll do a bit better than that this week.
Yeah, I mean this 33 points in 7 tournaments looks like a pretty standard kind of success rate.
Yeah, sort of a standard for I'm building something reasonable and taking advantage of the early eras. But even that, again, there was one win in there in the friendliest format.
Right.
And without that, it wouldn't have been that easy to qualify. Whereas now obviously throwing all the combinators in, it becomes easy to qualify. So, so first off, I think that's about how much of a difference it makes, just to kind of give you an idea of where that leaves us, right? Now, what is that actually worth? Obviously this win rate is, I think, unsustainable even with a bigger combinator team, right?
Yeah, I mean, 2 out of 3 or 3 out of 4 if you win the finals is not. It shouldn't ever happen in theory, but.
Well, remember that there are other full combinator builds as well.
Yeah. No, I mean, the problem is basically that. I guess there's 2 things. Is that there are some full combinator builds that aren't better than the no combinator builds because the cards that have been chosen are terrible.
Yeah, and we can give some examples of those as well. So that's part of the problem. So I do want to stress I haven't randomly picked combinators. But what I'm actually doing is sort of trying to prove a point here too. The teams that have gone all combinator so far, I think generally have not really done it all that well. And I think they're still winning because they have a big edge in terms of the roster. But I don't think they've made the best choices about what cards to pick.
I don't think that's true. Yeah, I mean, that's certainly not true of every kind of full combinator roster I've seen. There are some that are that are built well.
I think there's some that are built well. I haven't seen any that look like within, say, 25 wins of optimal to me.
Some of that is probably, I think, actually getting to optimal is probably very, very difficult in anything above bronze because you just won't be able to find the card.
Yeah, that's been part of it. I've got a list of cards that I've been looking for that I haven't found as well. I've done okay at finding the ones I most wanted, but I'd say there are two or three which I probably shouldn't mention on stream because, but until I get them. But I think one of the things I've found is actually the cards that I'm going for seem not to be the combinators that are at the highest prices.
Well, the other thing I think is that the L10 is causing a lot of issues with combinator pricing. Like
Yeah,
really a lot.
let's look at a combinator. Let's look a little bit at what the card shop looks like in that regard. So we can see what's actually in there. So combinator card shop, right? So first off, as you point out, if you look on the high end, a lot of the perfect combinators have no sale because they've probably just essentially never been pulled, right?
Yeah.
And in fact, if I limit it to cards with sell orders, there are 5 perfect combinators in total, one copy of each of them that you could buy right now.
And none of those really are cards that you want to play anywhere.
I think I could make an argument
Maybe
for a
Collins.
boosted Collins.
Maybe.
But
I mean, you're paying like.
Well,
what is that?
you're paying $500,000 to get in the door, plus
Yeah, but
whatever
even
you're
if you
paying.
buy it at some more reasonable price, you're going to be paying, let's say, $200K for a card that's equivalent or slightly better than a $20K card.
Probably, yeah.
So it's just silly.
So
Probably.
there are definitely some I like better. Like this
But
Bregman,
the-
I think would be an excellent card boosted. It's just I don't think it's correct for me to buy him even going combinator because I don't think I'm going to get the value back unless I were to have more diamond combinators to pair with him in the right way.
yeah.
I think he's not bad value at that price.
No,
But
probably not.
a lot of these are just
Terrible.
cards that shouldn't sell.
So I think we should go back to the Collins for a second.
Which one?
Because I think
The
Collins, because the price actually I think is sort of interesting there. The reason I believe I have actually seen I mean, we know there's another Commodore Collins because he has an L10. And what happened, I think, from at least I'm pretty sure I saw this in the tournament, is that there's someone who runs a dead ball theme team. And they play a lot of dead ball tournaments and things. And okay, if you're playing a dead ball theme team, Eddie Collins is really Eddie Collins is a really great card.
Right, and here's what it looks like. So I think there's a nice quality of life feature that you can see what he looks like while boosted. With one big difference, and we're going to come back to that difference when we talk about a couple examples of how combinators work. But the fact that the defensive component ratings are not updated is actually a big deal, I think, and we'll come back to that.
So I mean, I think the thing with this Collins is that like this 500K price is probably reasonable to that single team who has an extremely limited card pool, and where Collins is one of the strongest cards they can acquire. And it is not worth that to anyone else, but because that's the only sale, it's now what everyone assumes kind of the quote unquote correct price is.
Right.
And it just very much isn't.
That's fair. But yeah, so most of what's out here are just, a lot of examples of a card that has been pulled frequently and there's no market for, right? Like if I look at a lot of these iron combinators, a lot of these are cards that just no one's ever going to give you 5,000 for. And there probably are more copies that exist, but of course the way the card shop works, once there's one listing for 5,001, you can't undercut. You just get at the end of the line, but you're tying up one of your order slots for a card that's probably never going to sell.
This Dave Hostetler has 6 sell orders, all at 5,001.
Yes, and he is never going to sell 6 times.
He's never going to sell one time. Well, I guess he did sell one time, but he probably shouldn't have.
He did, but he probably shouldn't have. But whoever's 6th in line is basically tying up a slot.
Yes, and there's zero hope to sell the card.
And I will say at 2,000, there also, I think, should be zero hope to sell that card.
I agree.
I mean, he probably makes a very narrow theme team or something like that, but it would have to be very narrow, and there aren't 6 of those.
Yeah, there's at most one, but probably zero.
Um, yeah, so Tucker, there's a reason they don't want you to quick sell combinators, I think. Actually, I found a few reasons, but a lot of this has to do with how the back end is coded. So I think at the moment, if you were to quick sell a combinator, so I already discovered that aspects of the roster builder break when you upgrade a card to a combinator, but I think those interactions would become much worse if you were able to quick sell them.
Also, had some weird interactions where I've tried to sell a combinator from the card shop, and it lists a non-combinator version for sale.
Yeah, and that's part of the roster builder. Okay, so Burner Guy asks, is buying a Iron Combinator at 2K worth it for boosting other combinators? No, and I'm going to show you an example of what boosting one
However,
looks like.
High diamonds will sell, I think, at minimum always, because they're basically the only way to boost for future legends.
Right.
So I think there's a market for
So the
high
card
diamonds.
shop actually now has a
another
nice quality of life feature where I can pick one of these. Okay. Let me, now this only lists combinators that are not already at level 5.
right.
And so this doesn't let me either list a combinator I have at level 5 or list like a hypothetical one to see. I still have to do my own research before buying a combinator to see if it's pumpable.
Yes, but this is at least useful. I mean,
but this is really, yeah. So let's pick an example. Let's pick an example of Frank Shugart. Okay, and the reason I'm picking Frank Shugart is actually it's probably worth giving people like the baseball savant link. Let me pull up.
Yeah.
Just to give you an idea, if you want to sort of see who has teammates.
Okay. There's a baseball cube one also, but it's a bit wonky. And put that in also for that one.
So this is a link to Frank Shugart's teammates, and you notice he doesn't have any teammates that he played with for more than one season. Okay. It's a little bit surprising actually, because
this is the baseball cube mobile, but yes, as Andy says, it does minor league teams. This is the baseball cube one, but as Andy said, it does also include minor league teams, which is pretty annoying.
Yeah. But I had that problem when I scraped a version of mine as well.
Yeah.
But the problem is that Shugart's weird, because like Shugart actually played 8 different seasons in the majors, including 3 with Pittsburgh in a row. So it's a little bit surprising that he doesn't have more teammates that he overlaps with, according to Baseball Savant. But apparently he doesn't. No, he must. Okay, I think Baseball Savant is actually wrong on that, because I was going to say, I think, yeah, so here's what this looks like. Yeah, Jake Stenzel, he would have played the 3 seasons with. That's what you're getting. So some of these perfects are quite valuable, right? But notice, like for Stenzel, if you wanted 3,400 combinator points, so actually maybe I should start out, let's say I went to try to boost Mr. Shugart, okay?
Yep.
To boost him to level 1 as a bronze card, you see it costs about 2,000 points for a 100% chance. Now, it's actually not correct to do that at level 1. So at level 1 and level 2, the first 500 points are more efficient, and then it gets less efficient. And so it's correct to try to boost them at 500 and, take your chances. So actually, the best way to boost him, I'm not going to do it because this card's not worth boosting. But what I should be doing is getting to about 500 points and taking my 40% chance. And if it fails, just continuing to do it, and I'm likely to spend under 2,000 points to boost him. Okay.
I have now started for some combinators to do 100% from 1 to 2 because
it's just frustrating. You're 15% more efficient or something to boost at 500 points over and over again, and so I keep getting myself to do it, and it's frustrating every time because it's you're like paying 13% of the points to have a 15% chance to boost or something like that, and it's frustrating and it's painful, but a lot of this process is, and I will say to their credit, this quality of life feature at least helps because it makes it easier to find what we want. So good pet, I think it's fine if combinators are lockable, especially because of the other weird interaction, which is that you can feed a locked card to a combinator.
Yeah, I actually
uh,
I have locked Commander on purpose.
yeah.
So it
But
is not completely ridiculous to do it all the time.
admittedly, I lock things on purpose to get around other. Anyway, the point is,
Oh no,
though.
I locked this one on purpose because I was gonna have an easier time selling the regular version that I happened to pull one when I
Oh,
wanted to
I
do a
see. You did
mission.
it for that reason. Okay. No,
I
I
had like it
just
was
I
like
just do it because I don't want to accidentally be able to sell a card.
no,
Um,
what it was like it was a 10K gold and a 20K Combinator. I was like, okay, I can sell 10K gold, but selling 20K Combinator is just not going to happen. So I'll just keep it, and then if the
okay.
PTCS comes up for it, then I'll have it.
So illustrating what's happening here, then. Let's say you want 2,000 points at level 1, and by level 5, it's going to be around 6,000 points for him. Um, how much is it going to cost you for those 2,000 points? Well, if you did it with Jake Stenzel, right, you're paying over 10 pp per point, right? 3,400 points for, let's say you could get him for 40,000, right?
Yeah,
You're paying
it's not,
about 12 perfect points per combinator point,
which is a really bad rate.
which is about, well, we'll get an example of what some of the rates are, because that's also part of how I'm making a decision about what combinators are efficient. Okay, so here, right, Steve wrote, or Pop Cork Hill's great, because as a mission card, there are a lot of, well, I was going to say he should be cheap. Apparently did he just end up in a mission? Is that what happened? Yes,
Probably.
okay, he just ended up in a mission. Um, but yeah, so Steve Brody, it's for 40 combinator points, you're paying about 4 perfect points per point, right? Um, you know, here, right, Dad Clarkson, I'm only paying about 2 combinator points per point, but of course I'm going to run into a problem, which is I can only have 10 copies of him, so I can only ever get to 240 points that way. So at some point, in order to get to 6,000 points, I'm going to have to find some of these cards up here, and whatever's least efficient,
Right. Yeah,
least inefficient.
like Phil Nell is probably your best chance for this guy.
Um,
Oh no, he's not. What I'm talking about, I can't do.
no, because he's expensive still.
It's
Well, this is just a bad combinator. I
just a
mean,
bad
it's
combinator.
also a bad card, so it's not something I've worried about. But this is one that would have been a mistake to start boosting, because you can't really boost too far, and you're already investing resources you can't get back. Like if I boost him a level and then say, whoops, I don't want him, he gets sold as a regular combinator. Actually, that's a good question, which I have not worked up the courage to ever check. If you list like a level 1 combinator, and then you take him off the market,
I can try
I
it.
hope he stays level 1.
Let me try it now. I have a silly level 1 that I don't mind losing. So
Um,
uh,
Obviously, if
um,
he gets bought as level 0. But I hope that if you take him down, he stays level 1,
okay, where is
because
he?
that would be another reason to lock it otherwise. And I'll give you an example of a combinator that I made a mistake with. So for reasons I'm going to show you in a little bit, I really liked the idea of Dontrell Willis at a high level. I don't like the card so much at a low level, but I really like this card at a high level if you get him there. But look at what it's costing me to boost him, right? I can be getting 1,000 points by paying, quite a bit. So this Josh Johnson at about 5 points per combinator point is about the best I can do. And if you're really boosting him just with like packable diamonds, you're going to be there a while to collect all the ones you need, right?
Yeah, low diamonds, particular. High diamonds are much better.
Yeah, I don't think like a packable low diamond, you're going to be there forever.
Well, like for example, I mean, I did I have a level 5 Bob Musil, who I did pretty much exclusively with 97 weight point because he's worth like 3,000 points, and I was getting him
Yeah,
for
I'm doing
5K.
something similar with Pinch Thomas. Uh, and then like this Jason Vargas, well, this is actually really efficient. In fact, I'm slowly collecting him. I'll put in another offer for 150. So if I get him for 150, it's only a little over 1 perfect point per combinator point, and he's a silver, so there are a lot of copies. But even so, I'm only ever going to get 10 of them, right? So that's 1250. So I need to really boost this Dontrell. I need some of these higher end cards, and he's going to be expensive to boost, and I'm going to be waiting a while, right?
Okay,
So let me
quick
contrast
update.
that. Go ahead.
Quick update. I listed my level 1 and then canceled it, and it's still level 1.
Okay, that's good to hear. Obviously, you'd like it to work that way, but that's good to hear.
Yeah.
Another example of one that I think was a mistake was this Dick Hyde, who just is really hard to boost.
Oh, but you can buy Elite Killebrew. That's good.
Ellie Killebrew is yes, I can.
Look, he's under L10. It's a good deal.
Yes, he is. Okay. On the other hand, and actually the ones that are easiest to boost are actually cards which, well, I've generally boosted, right? And they're already at level 5. But here, I'll give you an example of one that's relatively easy to boost that I haven't boosted just because I don't love the card that much. But this Tom Tresh, so at the high end, 2,100 points of an Elston Howard that's still under 3 perfect points per. But he's also got a bunch of silvers in the 150 point range. They're cheap. And look, he's got these 3 bronzes that are giving you like 80 to 100 points per, right? So this is like 1 perfect point per, and they're bronzes, so they come out, all the time.
Yeah, it's
So
really
Tom
annoying to
Tresh,
constantly
yeah.
relist buy orders for them, but
So
yeah.
the fact that Tom Tresh is really easy to boost is the reason that actually I did give him a level, and I'm eventually going to get him to level 5. Because he's just so cheap to boost. I didn't buy him. I just happened to have pulled him, and he wasn't sellable because he wasn't that interesting. But the fact that he's so cheap to boost, at level 5, he actually is going to help my bronze team, compared with the alternatives.
Sure.
Like he's just barely interesting enough of a card because, well, I can show you, right?
Yeah, he was getting some play pre like Jake Stevens and whatnot.
Yeah,
But now
I mean, it's a weird shape. Sorry, that's not the right trash. This is the right trash. It's sort of like the Adam Dunn shape, except, way behind Adam Dunn in bat quality, but eligible to play shortstop. And at level 5, then Tom Tresh versus left is actually close to Adam Dunn playing shortstop. But if he's really cheap to get to level 5, and I'm going to get a little chemistry bonus, I'll probably slowly boost this one. As you can see, I guess I could sell. Maybe I should sell him for the 10K instead. But yeah.
Yeah, I mean, for me, like the Musa was the best example I had of one like this, where I bought I think 4 weight Hoyts at a combined cost of 25K, and that basically boosted him to 5.
Yeah. And
now,
then there's another one where I love the card, but despite loving the card, I think I made a mistake. Is this Phil Hughes? Because Hughes actually has a lot of cards. Like, here's a gold that gives you 500. Here are 2 golds that give you 300. He's got, if I even just look at the silvers, right? He's got a ton of silvers that give you 100 plus. So you could be boosting him entirely just by buying silvers relatively cheaply, except basically every one of these silvers right now is a mission card and relatively expensive.
Yep.
And if not for that, Phil Hughes would be a really good one. I like the card. I really like the shape of the card boosted again. So I am eventually going to hit 5 with him. But he's not as efficient, as he kind of would have been. So, like I said, there's some it works out really well. And then there's some where it just, is really efficient. And so this Jay Bell, I mentioned that there were a few reasons I picked Bell. One is, again, that I like the shape, but the other is notice that Bell has. So this Matt Williams is cheap, Swindell is cheap, King is cheap. But then if I just go at the higher end, there's this Mission Doug Drabeck, where as a mission card that doesn't really play, you're going to be able to get him, 5K pretty easily. There are 2 goals that are currently missionless and cheap that are, 500 points a pop. So that's really efficient. Smiley, at least as a mission edition card, so get a bunch. So the fact that Bell's really easy to boost made him a better choice than some of the alternatives I had for kind of the same role on my roster.
Sure.
Okay, so that's one thing. Okay, then I think there's a second thing to consider in combinators, which, well, we should maybe have that Andrew Jones discussion in here as well, because I think Andrew Jones is an example maybe of how not to do this.
Yeah, I would say I think Jones is an example of a card that is very easy to boost.
Yes.
Right. There's a number of cards which will make him.
Yeah. Sorry. I forgot. The reason we were on this was someone was asking, well, what if you just use these iron combinators as a way of boosting your card? So go back to Sugar, who has like nobody good. So you notice if I just pick a perfect combinator, it's 10,000 points. That's a level, right? Pick a high diamond combinator, it's 7,500 plus points. So it's not efficient, but that simply is a level for someone I'm really desperate to boost and can't boost any other way. Okay.
Which is right. Future Legends basically it's the only way to do them. There's no other choice.
If you go down to the iron combinators, you notice the iron combinators are giving me 100 points. And it's 100 points plus whatever team boost you get, not multiplied by it. So you'll see the best iron combinator available here. It's not like it's 500. It's 122.
Yeah.
Is the best, right? So the problem is, even if you drop this from 5,000 to 2,000, you're still paying 15 to 20x, and it's just more efficient. Even if you were going to boost somebody by buying a combinator, instead of paying 15 to 20x to do that, you should be paying like 7x to do it with a high diamond.
Yeah, I mean, you might occasionally throw in one that you pulled and just it's impossible to sell it. I mean, that's an option.
I guess, but it's a really inefficient thing to do, is the point.
You could still attempt to do this kind of corner of the market business that we discussed at the start of the cycle, and then you probably are doing it, but that's just so you don't hit the limit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How do you get the card shop to start? Okay, so Hawk Moon, this is in the latest patch, and for reasons I'm going to show you in a moment, by the way, I recommend being really careful with the latest patch. I'm going to show you that in a second, some of the bugs that got introduced. But with the latest patch, what you do is if you have combinators, then in the card shop, here under combinator points, you can pick one of the combinators that you have, which is not yet at level 5. Then sort by, I can sort by combinator. Notice I can also sort by chemistry if I want to, right?
I believe
so. I can see, for example, with my current roster now, who would give me the most chemistry.
I haven't checked that. I believe that's chemistry for whichever roster you currently have. So, like, if you go in from a tournament, I think it will show you for the tournament.
Yeah. So this, yes, I believe that's right. So this is chemistry with my current league team. Garrett Anderson would give me 270 points of chemistry. But if I go back into a tournament, when this loads, go back into a tournament, and if I now go to the card shop, you see the chemistry is completely different, and I'm now getting chemistry with this roster instead. And it makes sense that Bill Wamsgans has a ton of chemistry, because he actually overlapped a bunch with both of my catchers.
Sure.
So again, this is in only the latest patch, but there are issues with the latest patch. So, for example, and actually I should probably go into the roster builder to make this easier. But see this Burt Daniels, 41 overall. I've been running him in a bunch of tournaments, even before the Combinator, because of the big eye. It's a Warbot shape. He has eye, he has defense. What else do you need at 41, right? Plays left, center, and right. And it's important that he plays all three because the 41 overall, with 87 range, like his job is to be the backup at three positions essentially, right? The second backup, hopefully, if you have enough room on the roster. But it's important that he play all three positions, okay? Now, let me... okay, here we go. So this is what my current roster looks like, right? And this manage card screen, this is the one I think we're pretty much all using to help build rosters, right? I've just restricted it to active for illustration, okay? And often what I'll do is, okay, who can play catcher? All right, these are the catchers, right? And I would pick from, presumably this longer list to decide which catcher I want to run. I assume that's the way everyone builds rosters. Maybe people have a different favorite view.
Yeah, I mean, that's the way I certainly put the cards in the roster. I usually don't actually, scroll through that list looking for a card. I know the card I want.
No, me too. I know the card I want and I find it. So usually what I've actually got this is sorted by either overall because that's, easiest to do less scrolling or,
Yeah, or sometimes I just filter by name because it's easier.
But okay, here are all my right fielders, okay? Here are all my center fielders. You notice Burt Daniels is not on this list. Here are my left fielders. No Burt Daniels.
Yeah, which is weird because
Geyer, again, he plays left, center, and right, and it's important that he plays left, center, and right.
But it's very strange because Geyer also plays all three, and he's getting listed at all three. It's very weird, right?
Correct. Yeah, so this is something that seems to have been introduced with this patch, but you want to be really careful with it when building rosters now. Yeah, so Geyer, left, center, and right, again, is listed as all three. Another one that's a big deal, and this one I'm going to be really careful with because I will entirely break my roster if I'm not careful. Okay, Anthony Rizzo. I really want him to be a DH. He's not much of a pitcher, but he's a pretty good DH for 43, and because I have the Combinator version, I'm getting the chemistry boost as well. And there's actually an additional thing I'm doing with the chemistry, which I'll show you in a moment. That's another consideration with Combinators. Because I want to talk about a few ways they've been misused. So Rizzo, I want to be a DH, right? Well, see how I can set his position to DH here? And now he says DH. It turns out that under some circumstances you can no longer do that. So Burt Daniels, the funny thing is, pre-tournament I could not set him to center field. Now I can set him to center field. And you notice that if I now look for center fielders, he appears in the list.
But he probably won't appear for right field.
No, he does appear in the right field list as well.
He won't appear for left field. He won't appear for left field, though.
No, he'll appear for left field.
Oh, really? That's
bizarre.
So
because what's happening is, and if I set him back to right field,
but he's listed right field, yeah.
But now when I set him back to right field, he appears everywhere. See, he appears everywhere now.
Oh, that's okay.
Like I said,
weird bug.
There's a weird bug in here, but I'm kind of showing you because if you pull this patch, generally the answer is when they put out a beta, you just always take it because the new features are cool. And in this case, the quality of life features around the card shop are excellent. All this stuff with chemistry and with the Combinator points, this is stuff that I had written a lot of code because I was motivated to have available, and this is much, much easier than everything that I was doing. Plus, I don't have to constantly update, my database and everything.
Right. I guess the thing, everyone's going to have to update on Monday anyway, so you're kind of maybe they probably won't be fixed by then. These bugs.
Well, I hope this one will be because this is one that like actually is game. If it turns out that you haven't been told about this bug and you just stop being able to find multi-position players and put them at the positions they should be, this will actually be a game-breaking bug.
I would be shocked if anything other than the current beta patch is the one that gets released on Monday. Like beyond shocked.
Well, I will say I tried to reach out to, developers to tell them about this, and obviously that didn't work great. But someone should feel free to kind of clip this little demo we did and send it to one of the developers, because the fact that I can sort of fix it by changing the position after the tournament fires but not before the tournament fires, I think will actually be a pretty good clue when they're trying to chase it down.
Yeah, if you have the code sitting in front of you, that should make it very easy to solve, I would think.
That's what I'm hoping. So I'm hoping I've given enough for them to do that if someone kind of reaches out. But at the moment, this is something you want to be really careful with when building rosters. So Tactonex is asking about Chew. And so first off, in general, I think the answer is if you're going to level a Diamond Combinator, the experience I've had kind of matches what we've been finding. One Combinator is going to give you like a 2.5 win or so boost. A bunch of Combinators give you a bunch of 2.5 win boosts plus chemistry, which starts to build up really significantly. If you are planning on boosting a bunch of Diamond Combinators, or a bunch of Gold Combinators that are going to become good enough to run in Diamond tournaments, then Chew is a card I would think about boosting. If he's going to be your only Diamond Combinator, you're probably going to be paying another, 50,000 or so to boost him to level 5. I don't know how easy Chew is to boost, actually. He played a bunch of seasons, right? So
yeah, looking through it, it looks maybe the best card is the gold Johnny Cueto.
Because I guess he played a bunch with Cleveland and a bunch with Texas, so he should have some cards that make him pretty boostable from one of those, maybe or even both.
Yeah, but the problem is that like many of the Cleveland cards seem like they're late 2000s instead of early 2000s. And there's no like good Votto in that would help him a lot. Well, there's a Silver Votto. Okay, Silver Votto is probably decent. I didn't see this one at first. Okay.
Well, I guess actually Tactonex, if you own the card, you can just look and you can do exactly what I'm showing here, right? I can't pull up Chew because I don't have a copy, but you can just pull up Chew here and look, and you can see exactly how.
Okay, if this is if I did not realize that Roberto Hernandez would have that, but if Roberto Hernandez has 7 years with him, then he's going to be cheap.
Then he's going to be pretty boostable, yeah. So, but even if he's relatively cheap to boost, the point is Combinators really are valuable in bulk, much more than individually, especially if you're trying to compete against rosters that have a lot of Combinators. So even if Chew is otherwise kind of a decent choice to boost, I don't think I'd go for it unless you're planning on boosting a bunch, right? There's a reason that I kind of picked a specific set and didn't just say, let me find whatever good cards I want to boost. Now I want to make 2 other points about choosing and building combinators and things that you should be careful of if you go down this road. Okay, so the first is team chemistry. And we've all looked at this screen probably, but I'm curious how many people have actually carefully read all of the text on it. See what chat says. Actually, yeah, that's right. I bet I can put up a really quick poll.
What could you get for selling True Tactonex? I don't know. He has it's probably one sale at 117, which seems a bit pricey. I don't know. I'd probably list him for like 150 or 200.
Yeah, I mean
I guess.
the other problem is that I think Chu even versus right is being surpassed a bit. Um,
Well, he's still like good, but he's not like overwhelmingly good.
yeah, so I think his biggest value is that he is exactly 90, right? Except that there isn't currently a diamond only cap. So if
Yes.
that cap came out, Chu would become a lot more valuable really quickly. And
Yeah, but the
we
problem
do
is,
expect to see some updates to tournament formats usually after the next PTCS.
I mean, the thing is, for that cap, you're gonna prefer to run Cool Papa Bell. I mean, maybe you're running both, but Cool Papa Bell is a much more useful card for that kind of use.
Well, they're usually going to run multiple 90s, so I think
Yeah,
it's
you'll probably
okay.
run both. Yeah.
But if you're going to make one a combinator, it's got to be Chu right now.
Actually, Rafaela is also a 90, right?
Okay, yeah. So they're
So maybe you don't always run him.
I still think you just run both. If you have two good useful 90
Probably.
outfielders, they're free. You run both, even if they're backups. Um, but
Probably. Yeah, it seems
yeah,
like, yeah. If you can't get all three, like I think a lot of the time in that kind of format, I'm going to end up wanting cards like Raphael and Bell more than a card like Chu. Even if Chu's probably an objectively slightly better card than Rafaela.
could be. But that's the other. So I want to show you. I want to show you something about shape in a second because that's a consideration. But I'll make the chemistry point first. Okay. So there's an important line in here which has no further explanation, and in all the Q&A stuff that's been done has not had any more discussion. It's this line that says, in the simulation engine, the team chemistry boost positively affects all players. However, players making greater contributions will receive proportionately greater benefits. I don't know how
Yeah.
much people have thought about that, but I
One
wanted
question
to make a point.
I've
Go
been,
ahead.
no, one question I've been very curious about that line, and I don't know it's the case. Was positive chosen intentionally, or did they really mean not negative and they just said positive? Because it's a very important distinction, I think.
I've interpreted it as non-negative based on the way
That's how
I'm
I'd
modeling
interpreted
it.
it too.
And
But
in
I
my
but it
case, given that every player has greater than zero chemistry, I think every player is getting a boost.
yes, but I think it's important to mention that like if it does actually mean positively, like it really means positively, that is a very different thing from what I've been assuming at least.
Me too. So the point I was going to make is, notice that not only am I accumulating chemistry, but the chemistry is basically entirely in my combinator cards. So one of the things about having a team that's, about 60% combinator is that the players that are getting the chemistry boost are also my best players. So one of the things that I think is therefore has been a mistake in general when people are doing chemistry builds is there's been this idea of maybe I should go to a roster builder and kind of illustrate this. Is maybe the way to do it? Oh, here, why don't I enter? Let's enter some gold quicks because we got gold cards now. Okay, so let me just pull up. Uh, like a random stream. Let's create roster. Apparently create roster doesn't open the screen. It just makes it here.
Correct. It just
Okay.
makes it. It doesn't actually, yeah.
No, it's because I don't make rosters this way, right? I do make it in the
No, I
thing
don't.
and I export. So okay.
Yeah, there's also that new like export to that button is really useful.
So the point is, what I could do. Let me start from some roster. Here, let's say I take my current league roster. Okay. But let's say it were like, some kind of cap, and I'm not worrying about positions. I'm just going to toss, I'm going to toss these, and I now need some low overall cards, let's pretend to fill this roster. Okay? So I can show you the way that I've seen some people try it on stream. And I don't fault them for it because I did the same thing before I read that line. So what I could do, hold on, what I want is show all cards. Let's say I just had to put some 40 overall cards on, and I don't care which, but I'm going to just like maximize my roster essentially, right? So what you could do, no, that is not the one I want. I want to activate them, not quick sell them. Quick sell would be a mistake. Okay. So what I've seen people try, because it makes sense with the interface, is you can go to reserve roster, and you can just ask what players on the reserve roster have the most chemistry. All right, well, this looks like the 40 that has the most chemistry. Let's put them on the roster. Oh, good. Here's a 41 that has a lot of chemistry. Let's put him on the roster. Okay. Oh, here. Okay. Now he's at 48.
You were the first person to ever put Johan Ramirez on a roster.
You know, we're just going chemistry here. All right. So I'd start to do this and kind of put these players on a roster, right?
Sure.
Here you go, Hunt. Now he's got some real chemistry. That's good. See, now it's getting a little bit easier, right? Because more of these are going green as there are more cards to get chemistry with.
Yep.
And I'll show you what this is going to produce when we're done. Right? So you see I'm maximizing my chemistry points, right? I'm very quickly building up as many chemistry points as I can doing this, right?
Yeah, and you'll get to 20% or something probably.
I think apparently I started out with a roster that had horrible chemistry. So, all right. But if I look at my team overview, what I want to show you is I've actually, in maximizing my chemistry, you notice that the players that have gotten all the chemistry are actually these bench cards, and they have the chemistry sort of with each other. So although I've increased the overall chemistry, if the idea is that really it's the cards that are getting chemistry that are getting the boost, what I've actually kind of done has been to boost the wrong cards.
Yeah, I mean, you are still improving. Well, okay, most of the time, under my sort of estimate of chemistry, you're still improving the chemistry of your good cards very, very slightly.
Probably very slightly, but you know,
most
what I actually would have done a lot better to do, I think, in terms of making this an effective chemistry roster, would have been to look for the cards that are going to boost the players that are getting all my playing time, not the ones that are boosting the players that aren't getting much playing time.
Yeah.
And so one of the things that says is that actually, if you're going to try to get a chemistry boost just by like throwing 5 bad iron combinators on your roster that you hope never play because it bumps your chemistry number, it's not clear that it's helping you that much. Because what they're really doing is helping each other go from atrocious to slightly less atrocious.
That sort of thing is rarely a good idea. I think, with maybe some small exceptions.
Yeah.
But yeah, there are some situations where you can find those sorts of cards which actually do help your good cards a lot.
Yeah, there are some that will, but the point is that that's what you're trying to find, is what I'm trying to say.
Yes. Ideally. I mean, it's still, you're still getting almost always some small positive benefit to your good cards, but you're better off just playing stronger.
Okay.
Like bullpen.
And then there's a second thing I want to show, and this is the other thing that I think people have missed about combinators. Um, so what you get from a combinator, and again, the combinator card shop helps us show this very nicely. Okay, so pick a random card. You can see what happens is the ratings go up, right?
Certainly.
Ratings go up when you have a higher level version of the card. And so there's been this idea that what happens is if you take the best cards and you make level 5 combinator versions of everything, those are the best ones to bump because they start out the best. You give everybody a bump, they're the best, right? And what I want to show you is a little more complicated. So Burner Guy's asking, would you rather a scrub 40 who helps your ace or a good 40?
I think it depends a lot on the build and the format.
If it's a scrub 40 that's going to see real playing time, I'd always rather the better player. If it's, a 1922 gold and I have 4 or 5
Yeah,
spots at the end of my bench where they may never see the light of day, then it might be worth sort of playing a chemistry game.
especially in 1922 because if it's a pitcher, that pitcher's going to pitch a huge percentage of your innings. Right? I mean,
Yeah.
each start will basically pitch a third of your innings. Yeah.
Um,
No, 1550 OTP is
yeah,
not a
anything
good
with a
format.
yeah, because the problem is that
It's,
kind of cap, your 12th pitcher is actually throwing pretty important innings because a lot of
yeah,
people
this
end
is
up in the
also
back end of the bullpen.
this is a pretty tight cap. This one, 1550
Um,
OTP. Like you will need your 40s to play substantial time.
yeah.
Like you'll have some of them starting probably in your lineup. It's definitely not a good idea in that format.
So here's the point I wanted to make. If you look at the boost that you get, you notice that the ratings which, why don't I just pull up an actual combinator just to, okay. So you notice that Burt Daniels at level 5, all of his ratings are getting a boost, okay?
That's the space running.
The ratings that start out the highest get the biggest boost.
Usually. There's an
Yeah.
exception for PBAB sometimes.
Yeah, because it's an inferred rating and all that. But
That's PBAB is busted
right. But
for different reasons now
the
than
point
last
I
year.
was
But
going to make is it's not proportional. So the way this boost works, again, I'm going to say approximately, you can always work it out for a specific card, but roughly speaking, the boost that you're getting in each of these categories is 1 point plus 0.5%. Excuse me, plus 1%. 1 point plus 1% per level.
yeah, I mean that
Where,
seems to
where a
be
level 5 combinator is really 6 levels.
yeah. So that does not function for PBAB, of course, because PBAB doesn't work.
Because you're really getting a movement boost and then you're recalculating PBAB
Yeah,
from the other stuff. And
and also doesn't work for defense. It seems.
right, and we can show that as well. Because I think we should talk about Andrew Jones in a few ways for kind of what he means, part of like a guide to combinators. But the point I wanted to make here is it's not just 1%, it's 1% plus 1 point. And so what that means is one of the effects of any combinator card is that when you boost them, the shape becomes flatter.
Not a huge amount, but yeah, a little bit flatter,
A
certainly.
little bit flatter, right?
Yeah.
So you see Burt Daniels here started out at level 0. He was 115i, 25 power. And when you boost him, it's 128i, 33 power. So he's become a little bit flatter.
Yep.
Right? The ratings that are lower are getting more of a fractional boost than the ratings that are higher. Okay.
Yes.
And now this is important because it interacts with all of the other things in the game that are nonlinear. So one of the other things that means, if you have a card which is splitty, here, give me an example of a splitty card. I'll pull one up. Pick your favorite really splitty card.
Owen Wilson.
Owen Wilson. So if we look at a combinator, Owen Wilson, not for sale, but, you know, at level 0, right, very, very, very splitty card. But notice that at level 5, obviously still a splitty card. If you started out a splitty card. But the splits have actually gotten a bit smaller.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, I will say again with PBABIP is another issue that sometimes it doesn't go up equally both VL and VR.
Yes.
Because again,
so like for example, look at the eye here, right? Right. You notice that like boosting from level 0 to level 5, he's gone up 8 points VL and 9 points VR and I.
Yep.
Okay. So one of the things that means is, you know, you should take into account that actually part of boosting a card is not just making the ratings better, but doing so in a way that actually changes the shape a little bit. And one of the things that this can mean is that there are some cards which essentially become a lot better when boosted compared with others. Right? So if you take 2 cards, you can very much find pairs of cards where the level -1 version, you know, the base version, non-combinator, X might be better than Y, and at level 5, Y might be better than X for exactly the same role. And this is one of the other things I think people need to sort of think through if you're deciding what combinators to invest in. So some of the cards that I've gone, you know, as I start to put a combinator build together are ones where I don't think I would play the base version necessarily as a fully meta card. You know, it's probably close enough to the meta. If it weren't even close to the meta, probably it would never become playable. But it actually ends up working a bit better. Yeah, so Beckdog, so where a card has a flaw, exactly. So you mentioned Russ Branyan, right? Branyan,
yeah, I think, you know,
yeah, Branyan starts out 18 avoid K, but at level 5, it's up to 25. So it's a bigger boost to the avoid K, you know, than other stuff, right? And the other thing that you have to take into account here is for anyone that's been starting to model, they've sort of seen this. A lot of things aren't really linear in the game this year. So a lot of things, sort of the value of going from 10 points to 20 points of a rating is very, very different than the value of going from 70 to 80. And then very, very different again from the value of going from 160 to 170. So you need to take all of these things into account essentially when trying to figure out which are the cards that are going to scale the best as level 5 combinators, and therefore which are the ones that you should invest in.
Yeah, so max LP, I think, well, for one thing, Honeycut is, I think, too far from the meta to really even, as L5, to get anywhere close. But I think actually...
3 for 3, by the way.
Nice.
You have another 30 packs.
The shape that I'd rather boost for pitchers is the low control shape, and not the low stuff shape. So a card like, I guess maybe a card like Phil Nell, right? Phil Nell would be a pretty strong.
I think Nell would do very well as a combinator with the control shape. I'll give you another card of an example that is Geyer the one I'm. No, although Geyer works fine for this as well. And I did boost Geyer because the reason I boosted my Geyer was not just the shape, it was because it turns out he's very easy to boost.
Yeah.
But who's the card I'm thinking of?
I
found it. So this card, if he had a combinator, the level 5 Nicky Lopez would be incredible because the things that make him tough to play against lefties would be really significantly improved. And those are the things that stops the card from being a lot more valuable even than it is. It's already a good card.
I guess the thing with Lopez, we have we do have to talk about is what happens with the defense, because the defense is not clear.
Yes. Yeah. Or Skip Schumacher. Well, so Skip. It certainly is the case that you'll notice if you boost Skip, the biggest thing that's going to happen when you boost Skip is that this gap comes down a bit. So you're still not going to want to play Skip Schumacher versus lefties, but it's less of a disaster to play him versus lefties than it was before. So in a cap where you're kind of only running one left fielder, you can get away with it a lot more easily than you could before, right? You know, there's some of these really splitty, again, the obvious ones everyone's familiar with are the mission ones where there's no combinator. But like a combinator version of this Berkman where you make him less disastrous versus lefties, or like like the Cliff Floyd, right? Make this card just a little bit less disastrous versus lefties so that you could really make him a two-way card. And this would go from a great VR bat to you can just plain make him your DH in caps. Whereas right now in a low enough cap, I'm afraid to play this card because as long as enough lefties exist, I have to use two cards.
Another probably interesting example. So Carl Crawford, you might think would be such a card because he is very splitty and he's a card you want to play VR. The problem is that he doesn't get any boost to his base running, which is really where you're getting a huge amount of his value from.
Yeah, that's right. So I still would be happy enough to grab a level 5 Crawford combinator just because I love that 104 range. But so if this card were easily boostable, I don't think I hate the idea of grabbing one.
He's probably pretty easy to boost because there's the Mission David Price, who I imagine has a lot of chemistry.
Oh yeah, Granderson. That's the card I was thinking of before. Yeah, that's another one. Great. Where Granderson basically has one big flaw that stops you from like trying to play him two-way, which is this 69I versus left, which isn't as nice as it sounds.
I've been doing it anyway, but yeah.
But at level 5, the bat versus left is just fine. And of course, he gets all that power.
Yep. And you can even play him in the field much more reasonably, which is nice.
I will say the one thing with this is the same as the Phil Hughes I have, where there are a lot of cards that boost him, but for some reason every single one seems to be an emission, so you're still going to be paying a bunch, even though there are a ton of options.
Granderson will get some Tiger stuff too. Is there like a good? I guess the JV and the Cabrera are also expensive.
I don't think he overlapped enough with David Price, for example, to.
No, but Verlander and Cabrera are also expensive because they're in the same set.
That's what I'm saying. I think the problem is all of his boosting cards are expensive, but but there are a lot of them. So if you were to have a card like this, when we're able to get this in 2 weeks, I think it'll be fine.
Iron Posada is probably decent.
Yeah, but as an iron, he just doesn't. It's going to be like the one I was showing you. I think this Burley where. Burley has a lot of cards he overlaps with, but they're all silvers. You're collecting like 80 of them before you can do a boost.
Yeah. He's on Nova. Yeah, it's a bunch of players would never have thought of. But yeah, those guys make sense. Nova and Bonderman.
But anyway, that was the other point I wanted to make, is that the shape changes. Okay, so that's a little bit of a discussion for sort of if you thought about playing combinators, what would you do? One last discussion there, and then we can talk about, should you actually do it and how should you play against it? Because I think those are pretty relevant too. One more I think we've got to talk about Andrew Jones in this regard for two important reasons. The first is, points. So the first is that Andrew Jones, obviously there's been a pretty high-profile person who bought it for $250, tried to kind of speculate on it, and we'll find out whether they're able to kind of get value back, right? I think signs are currently pointing toward no, because a second one got pulled in the meantime, but still to be determined, I guess, right? If someone pays this $300,000, anything over $278K, and they will have made a little profit. So Andrew Jones, at first glance, actually looks like exactly the kind of card we're talking about, because he's not so good versus right, but at level 5, you're actually pretty happy with him versus right. So I don't think it's a disastrous thing to do other than the price. But the interesting thing I wanted to show you is these position ratings and kind of what's happening.
I mean, I think a lot of the question on Jones is really how much extra range is he getting?
Right, and my belief is it's not as much as it looks. So I've been trying to model this a little bit. I don't think I'm fully confident yet. I think I'd be able to prove it. Maybe we should talk about this off stream, not because there's anything to hide, because like I said, I think the Combinator boost is something that should just be public for all these ratings.
I agree. I very
So
much
if
agree.
I work it out, I'm happy to just share code with everyone.
Yeah, I mean, I will say I have meant to try, but have not had a chance to replicate what a Combinator boost would look like in the base game, in the base game editor. It was doable in 24 to exactly replicate cards. It is a lot harder in 25 to do it.
Yeah. But I can tell you what I think is happening, and I think there's actually something that hurts this card as a Combinator. So what I think it's doing is it's not boosting the position ratings. I think it's boosting the individual defensive components. It's just not showing it and then recalculating the position ratings.
I agree.
But now it turns out, I think this creates a bit of a problem. So you notice that it does it in a way where so Andrew Jones isn't a good example. I can find another one that's a better example. But it doesn't, strictly speaking, just boost the higher position ratings more. And it also doesn't seem to do it in a way that's consistent with flattening the shape, right? As in you'd be boosting outfield air more than range or arm. In fact, the defensive boost is a little bit smaller, I think, than the boost in the other ratings. So as best I can tell...
I mean, I guess the first thing, the most obvious thing to try is just to boost the range, error, arm, whatever, by the whole 1% thing, but that doesn't seem to work. It seems like that's too much.
No, it doesn't. So here's what does seem to work for me. Again, I try to distinguish when I'm doing this on stream between stuff that I'm pretty sure about and stuff I'm guessing on. This is stuff that I've played around with a little bit, but is much closer to I have a guess that this is the way it works than it is to anything I can substantiate right now. And I'd love to get some other views on it if people have played with it. But what I think is happening... here's what I think is happening. I think what it's doing is it's actually saying, okay, Andrew Jones is a right fielder. A right fielder has position ratings that come from some weighting of the individual defensive components. And so therefore it's boosting those components with a right field shape, meaning in this case that he's getting more of an arm boost than he is a range boost. And I think if this card were printed as a card that said center field, right? Because remember, historically, Andrew Jones was a right fielder in 1997, right? We sort of worked out that somehow they had the best center fielder in baseball playing right field because the second best center fielder in baseball was playing center and, was a veteran. Right.
Well, we can try. I mean, the Booth today is probably the closest card in terms of defense, right? So let's look at him.
All right. That's true. He is very similar defensively. Yeah. So again, it doesn't show the components.
Okay, Day is 103, 64, 109, and Jones was what? 103, 70 something, 115?
Yeah, but the big thing I want to show you is, see how the left field is 33/133?
Yeah, because he doesn't have full experience.
Yeah, so he's really actually getting a boost of 11 points in left. And what that's telling you is, so he's getting 11 points in left.
He's getting 9 points, right? It's 135.
No, he's getting 11. No, that's the level 0. He's 133 at level -1.
Oh, it's level 0. Yep. You're right.
Yeah, right. No. It's confusing because when you click on it, it shows the level 0 version, which I do think is the right thing to show in the card shop because it is what you're buying. You're buying the level 0 version, so you should show the level 0 as the base. But if you're calculating the boost, you want to think about it that way. Yeah, so he's getting 11 points in left, right?
He's getting 9 in center, was
which
it?
is the same as Andrew Jones is getting. Yeah.
There's also, I mean, there's also rounding to contend with here, which is a big
Yes, it
issue.
is. But Andrew Jones coming in with more is sort of getting things similar. Sorry, Skyline Slugger. So this is what I'm working with now is the latest beta build 66. So if you have that build, we showed a couple of bugs you're going to have to work around earlier, so I'd be careful with this build if you're also building rosters. But the build has this feature. What should we sign up for here? Any suggestions? I should sign up for something. I think the live goal is the one I was telling you about before. But yeah. Yeah, Doc's got a fun tournament. Why don't I do his?
What is each yoga? That's a good question. That's interesting.
Anyway, yeah. So Skyline Sluggers, I will say the quality of life stuff they've added here is great. So there are a couple of bugs we showed on stream that you have to be careful of, but as soon as they debug that, I think you're going to find the quality of life stuff they add is a really big upgrade.
I mean, okay, you're
So
going to have to get it on
it's
Monday.
big enough that I'm using this patch and finding ways to work around the bugs rather than anything else, just
Yeah,
because I think it's a big enough upgrade to make it worth
You're
it.
going to have to download on Monday anyway, so otherwise you won't be able to. They at least they claim that this is sort of a breaking patch, I guess. So whatever that's worth.
But yeah, the shape matters as well. Okay, so
maybe Ender and Ciarte is even better than Boots Day. He's maybe even closer to the Jones shape. Enlisted center field.
I'll pull it back up. And I will say, I do think even just explaining the basics are good. If for no other reason than that we did have on the mothership, we had a streamer that pulled a Nick Johnson combinator and debated out loud whether it was fair for him to undercut the 15,001 bid when there were already two of them, and kind of decided he wasn't comfortable doing it on stream and might do it off stream later. So I think we want to get good information out there. And by the way, I really hope that the people that are developing stuff relating to combinators and balancing the game are playing with them.
Generally helpful.
Actually, that's a good question. Does anyone know? I mean, I know Spore plays competitively. Does anyone know if Spore is running combinator heavy teams?
No idea. My assumption was boosting the component ratings at a rate half of the hitting ratings gave. Okay, that doesn't seem unreasonable. I haven't tried it either, but that seems like the scale should be about right.
I got a little bit higher than half. I was getting like 1%. I was getting 1 plus half a percent instead of 1 plus 1% was my estimate.
Yeah, that would actually there's a really interesting thing. If anyone remembers back to the beta, there was a sort of funny bug.
Here's Insignarte, by the way. Yeah, so Insignarte, you notice... Oh, okay, well, actually, that's a really good point. So look at Ender here. So he's listed as a center fielder, right? And look at his left field rating. It's 136. Wait, hold on. 136 to 147. Oh, no, I was confused by the plus 10 instead of plus 11.
Yeah, he's getting the same 11, 10, 11, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but again, there's rounding. We don't know for sure, but this is, I think, the closest to the Jones shape.
Right.
At least it looks to me. Defensively, obviously, this card's a lot worse than Andrew Jones, but defensively.
And 83. If this card were 66, I'd actually be pretty interested in it.
I would too.
Okay. So I think there now is another idea. So I think I've sort of made the case, hopefully, that you can do quite well with a combinator build, right? Yeah, I think so. Ezra Denny, I will say I think that's actually realistic. This idea that players have center field or shortstop as the primary, right? It's the same thing with prospects, that kind of like most prospects come up as a shortstop or center fielder. right? And then the ones that are best defensively stick, right? So most outfielders really, like were the most athletic kid on their team as a kid, so they played center. And then at some point, when like the really top-notch defensive center fielders, were competing with them, they got pushed to a corner, right?
Oh,
Um,
hold on. I found a good example. Uh, go to Ichiro. This is actually a really good example of the flattening. So if you
yeah.
just scroll through his levels,
Yep.
like if you just scroll through starting from level 0 to level 1 or level 5, you can
Yeah.
see he's plus. At first, center field is gaining more, and then suddenly right field starts going up because I think his arm starts leveling off with his range,
Yeah.
and
I
that's
think
boosting
that's
his range
yeah. I think
more than
that's
center
right.
field.
And I think, but I think the reason for that is because he's listed in right. I think if he were listed in center, my hypothesis is that if you were listed in center, you wouldn't quite see that. But
Can
it
I
might
find one?
be
I
Beckdog's
guess
answer instead.
Pete Crow Armstrong is the answer. Okay, Pete Crow Armstrong. Yes, Pete Crow Armstrong also. Well, it's a little less strong the leveling, but he does do it a little bit. The sort of flattening, I guess, not leveling.
Yeah.
It's a little bit less strong than
I mean,
Ichiro's,
the,
but
the real answer is just like,
the
darn
rounding
it,
makes it
darn it,
very tough.
show us the ratings on the card.
Yeah, the rounding makes it really, really tough.
Yeah, just show us the ratings on the
Yeah.
card, and then we don't have to guess.
Yes, that would
Uh,
be nice.
you know. Um, okay. Anyway, so I think the other question is, what do you have to do to compete with sort of these combinator teams? And remember, by the way, I've kind of been illustrating. I put my team together to illustrate what can happen if you actually build a combinator team properly. And I want to remind everyone, I'm not there yet, right? I'm running a team with 40 to 45 levels of combinator. And as you just saw, that's been enough to win the gold cap each of the last 3 days and win whichever like open gold format was the other one I just played.
Yeah.
Um, but, I'm 85 levels of combinator behind where I'm eventually going to be with that team when I optimize it.
Sure.
Right? Like I said, 70 wins is a lot. And eventually I'm going to get about a 70 win boost. Now, the good news is 15 or 16 combinators is sort of the point at which most of my starters are kind of getting that boost. Right?
Yeah. So
So I'm
you're
actually getting
probably
probably 35 of those wins already, is my guess. Maybe
yeah
even a little
something
more.
like that. Yeah.
I'm not getting the full chemistry I will. But I'm probably getting 35 of those wins even from my third, or so of those levels. So Mr. Joe Hobo, the cost and projected final cost is really tough to answer because of the way I've gone about collecting it. One of the things that I've been doing the whole cycle has been kind of collecting these various historical cards that were missionless at low values and kind of specking on them. And so it's made it quite a bit easier for me to then just cannibalize a bunch of those to boost cards.
Yeah.
So I can tell you that, I was able to, be boosting cards at, less than a perfect point per mission point in a lot of cases. But that's not something you'd be able to replicate because I did it because I bought the cards I ended up using to boost it a month ago for a different reason and happened to have them sitting there.
Yeah. And certainly once you start, trying to buy 15 copies of the same silver, the price will go up.
Yeah, I mean, I think I've actually spiked prices on a few select bronzes because I just kept asking for them.
Yeah. No, every time basically I try to get it, especially some cards of like one or two good irons and bronzes, and you just need to
The
keep
one that's been
buying them.
driving me crazy is for some reason Aaron Hicks goes for 300 points a card. And just somehow that drives me crazy, because I keep needing him.
Mm. Yeah.
So Josh, when you see a low historical silverware, you probably should no longer assume it's me. But that's only because I discovered that once I got to about 2,800 missionless historical silvers, I was hitting the cap of 99.99.
Yeah, that's a fun time.
Although it turns out there's another nice little bonus to having combinators. Actually, two nice bonuses. Number one, I discovered they don't count against that cap.
Oh, really? That's interesting.
Yeah.
Huh.
So I can get to
Okay.
over 10,000 cards, including combinators. Not by a lot, but you know. But the bigger one
Interesting.
actually is that I can use it to get an 11th, you know. Um, but no, in general, Josh, I think this is a good strategy, right? Um, you know, I think it's a good strategy that if you have points, look, what I've been telling people since day one of, you know, when we first started doing this stream a while ago, generally speaking, competing in league is burning points, right? You're doing something unsustainable and costing yourself points by running cards where the price is just going down over time. And so if you want to be able to compete in league, and the same is true for PTCS or something, right? You know, to get these like cards to compete in the short term that are desirable, what you're doing is you're buying cards when they're more expensive than they will be a little bit in the future, or they're skippable entirely. And so what you should be doing with the rest of your points is finding a way to use points to make more points. Uh, you know, until this year, the solution to that was generally buy tournament cards because the tournaments then were able to make more than the value of the card. Maybe not if you were playing like open, but definitely if you were playing iron, bronze, silver, gold, you know, and probably a lot of diamond. What the combinators have done this year is they've made it so that you can't really afford to, you know, basically you're paying, I think, more than you get back competitively in iron. And I may be starting to change my mind, right? If it really turns out that I can actually build a team that will win, you know, 2/3 of the gold dailies I enter, that's probably enough that I can just sustain that.
So my
But
sort
the
of
problem is
very
all it takes is like a second person, say isidafo doing the same thing, who's also doing it well, and then at that point I'm clearly under 50%.
no my very rough calculation was basically if you're the only person doing it. So like every team's at 50% win rate except for you, basically, and you have your full combinator stuff.
Right.
Then you'll return the points in like 3 to 4 weeks.
I think
But
still longer probably, but yeah, it's close.
but as
The,
soon as the second person does it, it's just over.
right. And so Laszlo, the problem is even if they're gold daily players that got their PTCS points, the gold combinator players I think should still be running gold because if they're not, they've really wasted a lot of points building that gold roster. So
Yeah,
I
and
am
that's
still
actually
seeing, so I'm still seeing those players in these same gold tournaments. It's just that I'm able to build a roster that can compete with them.
so that's actually one of the things which I dislike quite a lot about combinators in general is that I know there are people who play the game for a single tier, but I find it much more interesting to play a lot of different tiers. And
Me too. I'm still trying to qualify for a
right,
bunch of PTCS formats. I even if I were capable of like finishing number one in gold by just playing everything and continuing with this roster, that's not my intent. My intent is going to be what I am going to be doing is, you know, normally what I do is I try to qualify in everything and then play weeklies with everything else, both because weeklies are the most fun and competitive for me with a lot of different formats, and then also because the prizes are usually most interesting. But if it turns out that I've invested in a team that's really getting this kind of ridiculous return in gold, probably my extra slots are going to go to gold instead of weeklies. You know, that's
yeah,
probably the way I would do it.
which is probably I think is a pretty unfortunate, to me at least, unfortunate side effect of the combinators. Um,
Yeah, I'd rather be encouraged to play weeklies.
yeah,
So Winnipeg and Jerry, I've run into them in a couple of these gold tournaments, but I've only been running this team for, you know, like I said, I've run this team for a handful of days at this point, right? I can show you the results.
Was I thought I know Shifted was playing gold, and I at least from I think JDA at some point posted something to do with results. I don't remember.
Oh, I definitely have run into him. Yeah, but here I'll go
And
back and
Shifted is definitely doing very well. I thought Jerry was running Iron, but maybe I'm mistaken.
Jerry and was it Nick? Is that his name? There are two iron teams that are, but yeah, Spring. I
Yeah,
know
three
Spring.
Iron.
I've run to Springbox with a 26 combinator team. No, sorry, he was running 25. I think he was running 25 in Logan Webb or something because he decided, I think correctly, that Webb was sort of good enough to still run without the chemistry.
Yes, I would like to buy a Combinator Logan Webb if anyone has one of those.
I'd be up for that, sure. Um, but
Yeah,
here,
that's
I can show you how this is done in. Again, I showed this earlier, but just to give you an idea of like what this experiment's giving me. Your tournaments, daily tournaments. Here, so this is these have been my results, basically in gold, and basically starting May 22nd is when I really got to sort of a critical phase, where the combinators started to build on each other.
uh I think I found another bug that's a pretty bad one just now. So I was checking the Combinator card shop because I remember at some point someone had put up a buy order on a Combinator Splitorf. I don't know if it was probably just a joke or something.
Yeah.
So Splitorf is no longer searchable in the Combinator card shop, which is good because he's not Combinator eligible.
Yes.
And so the new mission cards aren't, but also those 10 cards in the packs at the start of the year, like the
Yes.
Doc Ellis and whatever,
Yep.
those are also no longer listed in the card shop.
Oh, but those do
But those
exist.
do exist.
In fact, I think there's someone that last I saw was still listing a Doc Ellis at like 500,000 for a combinator. Not that I was going to pay
Well,
that, but
it's not going to sell anymore.
you know what? I actually maybe this is just my own opinion. It wasn't going to sell. Earlier.
No, but like,
No, I understand what you're saying.
if someone put up a Hugh Duffy for a reasonable price, like that would be a card that you'd probably be interested in buying.
I don't think so because I think it's going to be really hard to boost compared with
Oh, that's true. It could be tough.
some
No,
of the alternatives.
he played for a long time though. Maybe there's just no
Yeah.
teammates.
But
anyway, you can't buy him anyway because he's no longer in the Combinator card shop.
fair enough.
So that seems like a fairly bad bug.
Yeah, I think so. Anyway, yeah. Point is, the combinators are good, and like I said, as I showed you, the team that I'm running is nowhere close to a full build.
Yes.
Okay. Having said that, I think we should talk about something else, which is how do you play against a combinator team? What are the weaknesses? Okay.
Well, the easy answer is play live formats.
Okay, yeah. So certainly one answer is play formats in which the combinators are ineligible, but there are a limited number of those, right? So if I go back,
and to be honest, I don't find the live formats myself particularly interesting to play. They feel very coin flippy. Everyone has all the same.
Yeah, well, I think I still want something where people are going to be running different rosters, and there's a lot of skill in building one. And the problem with the live formats, it's just anything where there's a narrow card pool, you end up with similar looking rosters.
Yeah, but if you just want to avoid the combinators, it's an option.
It is, and from that point of view, I want to point out one of the things that surprised me and worried me a bit about more than a bit about the direction the game's going, is this Thursday live cap ended up in Quicks for quite a while. It went to Quicks with like 63 out of 128 signed up. And this should be, one of the formats between being live cards only and also a cap, so you can get away missing some of the hundreds. This should be one of the nicest formats for a weekly for, kind of anybody who doesn't have a big budget. And it really had trouble filling.
Yes, I will say, I think we've gotten to a point now with the economy where the rewards for particularly weeklies are just not really appealing. I think tournament cards are probably overdue at this point. I thought
Maybe, but the problem is
waiting made
actually.
sense, but they feel to me like they should have come in about a few
Well, I
weeks
think
ago.
part of the problem is that the whole Combinator ecosystem that they've built up depends on all of these valuable packs being ripped. And
That is true.
that's going to dry up as soon as they take the packs out. So I think actually they probably should be just having packs be the tournament rewards, and if anything, they should be making more packs be tournament rewards.
Yeah, but then they need to pump. They need to increase their rewards because like one perfect pack is just really not like. It's
The one
just,
perfect pack, I mean, people do all sorts of weird
nothing.
stuff for a perfect pack. The problem is that, like, third place is one diamond pack is a big problem.
Yeah. Perfect pack is worth about 40K. A diamond pack is worth like 8K or something. So it's pretty pathetic rewards, to be honest.
But
Yeah.
So I think that's solvable, though.
I will say, like, winning a weekly is definitely more than twice as hard as winning a daily.
Yes, but what I'd also point out is why am I not getting here? Yeah. It's just because I don't have a slot. But I want to point out, everything is having trouble filling, right? I can jump in, an open daily now, 5 hours away, 7 hours away for a weekly, 8 hours away here.
I didn't realize you meant you actually wanted to join with that kidneys. Yeah, you can join.
Oh, yeah. Let's grab kidneys in. Sure, why not? We'll just switch over to this call.
You have one.
If Snailman joins, I don't mind. We'll just switch over to that one.
Hello.
Oh.
Hello. Oh. A wild kidneys.
It's me.
Hey, well, we did need somebody to speed us up for rating cards.
Yeah, considering any card rating is faster than the current pace.
Well, what we've been doing is kind of going through, combinators and sort of where things are at.
I listened to where we were at, so I will raise a problem with your argument about live tournaments filling, and you maybe have come to this conclusion in 30 minutes yourself. If I'm spending money on the game, and obviously if I'm doing that, I should be buying every combinator under the sun if I'm spending a shit ton of money and I want to win, right? Why would I play a live tournament?
You wouldn't.
Well, you wouldn't.
Well, that's the problem, because now we're going to split up a bunch of players, and then you're going to have the problem where anybody who's invested in combinators isn't going to want to play a live tournament. Also, like you said, isidafo, they're just really boring. And so then, like...
Yeah, but the problem is that people that invest in combinators is a small fraction. So it should be that what that means is the live tournaments aren't the ones that have trouble filling. It's the combinator heavy formats that have the trouble filling because everyone's bailing for the live tournaments.
I think that is doing a lot of heavy lifting.
Well, I think there's also
more people are investing in combinators than you think. Now, they may not have gotten very far, but it doesn't mean that's not where they feel like their efforts or like their assets are allocated, right?
I think that argument is pretty reasonable in theory. But in practice, it seems to me like many of the teams which are doing that have just every combinator under the sun are not really managed in a sensible fashion, and I'm not sure that it would be obvious that you shouldn't be playing live formats to those people.
Well, I could agree with that too, but I think I guess this doesn't back up the quantity argument, but you see the people who have quality in every combinator under the sun, and we're talking like 85-90% win rates, right? Like... It is so silly. Like, obviously, Out of the Park's always had a variance problem, and this kind of ties back into the live tournaments, right?
Because you don't want to play live tournaments while we do this for you, kidneys.
Okay, but you want to play live. You don't want to play live tournaments because they're boring and there's no variance, or there's too much variance, right? And like,
I should add. I should edit it. I should have added a fifth format, which is I did. And I forgot to...
Can you add another one that's like, I'm not playing the game, but I'm here because I'm bored? So I will say as well, like...
Oh, in that case, you should definitely be here for our Channel Points game in about 5 minutes. As soon as this ends, we're going to play a Channel Points prediction thing that I want you involved in.
Yeah, this
Okay.
cap roster thing is a point that I think is worth mentioning, because actually, in all honesty, I
Yes.
think for most teams are better served playing caps than non-caps, and I don't know how to
They
get
are,
past the
but
issue of caps being sort of more imposing.
well, like a tournament builder that worked. I don't know where we're at on that. It's been a while since I've checked in on
It's
that
pretty
thing.
good now. There's one
Mostly fun.
enormous flaw, which is
Okay.
even for an early era format, I can't actually have the tournament builder reflect the smaller rotation.
Oh, the other thing I find very annoying, it's really a quality of life complaint. So let's say I build a roster in the roster builder, and then I go into the tournament, and as the tournament's playing, I realize like, oh, my bullpen roles are not working well, or I want to change my fatigue settings or something, right?
Mm-hmm. It doesn't save it.
There's no way to save it, and there's no way to like. You can only create a new roster. You can't update an old roster
So
with your current thing.
that's great feedback. But even if it's working, I mean, people have time and time again like just shown they don't want to play caps. They don't find it fun. Now, like, okay, we're the sweaty nerds of the group. We find the min-maxing fun, and maximizing the points is fun. And yes, like if you don't have a collection and you're a good player, caps mean you're going to win a lot more of the time. So that's fair, but it's just like historical data at this point shows people don't want to play caps.
No,
I would kind of argue that caps aren't going to save you from combinators, because I think most of the people who are effectively investing in combinators are investing in ones that
No,
play
it-
across.
Oh no,
like
I
formats.
agree, but that's why I was talking about the live cap, because the live cap is
Yeah.
both live, so
But-
no combinator, and cap. So if you're missing a couple of live hundreds, you can still compete.
No,
I mean, you could just change the poll to be like, yeah, like I mean, it's basically what it is. But 57% of people out of our whopping 7 votes say it's a boring format. I mean, that is probably the most boring format. And like,
it is.
you're right. If you just want to grind, it's probably the best one. But I understand why people.
No.
No.
The most boring format is definitely the Open Live Plus.
What is the plus?
No, Open Live Plus is not so bad. I don't think. I think
It's any 2024 card.
Oh, do we have historical 2024s already?
No, Future Legends.
Oh, okay. Well, is that just the Future Legend Invitational?
Basically, yeah.
Something? Yeah.
Some-
Okay.
Logan Webb is still good.
A handful of live.
Yeah.
Valdez.
If that card didn't die in the live update, then yes, it's probably.
No, Valdez and Freed are also quite good there.
I mean, the epiphany I had is I will play video games to have fun, and like I think a lot more people enjoy the repetitive nature, and so like I'm somebody who really likes games with like a very concise gameplay loop that you can min-max on, and cap tournaments are sort of that, but sort of not really that, because so much of it involves constantly like changing everything from scratch. And even it seems with the roster builder, it probably still takes way too long to make rosters that you feel like are competitive.
The thing to me that feels the worst is the stupid buying bronzes for 50 points to boost combinators with.
Yeah.
It's miserable. It's so miserable.
It is.
As soon as I realized how important the synergy was to the combinators, and again, I haven't really played at all this year. I basically tried to see if the game would let me delete my entire team except put it all into a combinator Joey Votto, and it didn't, and that made me sad. But as soon as I realized like you had to like add spreadsheets to figure out who's more efficient, and I know that's coming in the beta, and there's a few things missing, but at least it's better.
That's a big quality of life
It just
improvement.
becomes a refresh the auction house game again, right?
Yeah,
Like
honestly,
unless like I can go place like a buy order for 10 of a card, which has its own problems because the market is so tiny, you can't let something like that happen.
I think I said this a while ago on stream, right? My ideal version of combinators would have been, look, I like the idea that you could get diversity in the meta. This won't give you diversity in the meta. It just pushes it in a different kind of direction. But I like the idea that you could.
Yeah.
I like the idea that if my favorite player is Steve Jeltz, then darn it, I can pretend Steve Jeltz was great, and pump him up.
Yep.
What I would have simply said is any card can be a combinator, but first off, you pay basically a fixed fee to pump them a level as opposed to like having to collect the right cards. But second, when you pump them, you also bump their overall. And you can do it all the way until you make them 100. And so if you
Yeah.
want to
I
take
mean,
your, if you want to
yeah.
take your, Steve Jeltz and like make him viable in league play, you just spend a ton of points pumping him to the point that you can, right? I would get to run my Tony Suck in Perfect League and have a lot of fun with it, and everyone can laugh.
Yep.
And I would have paid a bunch of extra points to pump him instead of just buying a catcher who was really, that good in real life. Yeah, Mr. R, you could make your ultimate Jody Reed, but
Yeah.
because the overall would be bumped along with it, I wouldn't have broken tournament formats to do it, because when I make Tony Suck a perfect level catcher, I'm
Hmm.
also using a perfect level slot in cap tournaments, or not being allowed to run him at iron anymore, right?
No. I mean, I'm totally on board with this, right? Like,
So that's the way
it's
I would
very
have done it.
I mean, I guess the
But
only
I would also
issue.
say the fact that the cap tournaments are breaking the combinator cards are breaking things of the game that aren't even cap tournaments. Like the win rates I was quoting, I'm seeing those in non-cap tournaments. I'm having people show me their data. Like
Yeah,
I can't imagine how much more it's broken in cap tournaments, because it's so broken it can't even really go that much higher, which
No,
is kind of a crazy statement.
if someone actually manages to put together a good like cap roster with like commentators everywhere,
Yeah.
you will never. I mean, you just never lose. It's practically impossible to
Well,
lose.
again,
And yeah.
like I said, I've put together approximately 35% of a really good gold cap roster, and I'm 3
Mhm.
for 3.
Yeah, but I talk a lot with I'll name drop him because people have seen the numbers. I talk a lot with Shifted, and Shifted is putting money into the game and built a combinator team, and his win rates are something that, like, if you would have told me like that next year and Out of the Park stuff would be so broken that these win rates would be what he's seeing, I would have come back and said I don't think that's possible for baseball to have those win rates, and that's probably true. But we're not playing baseball at this point anymore.
So kidneys,
Right? Like,
rough estimate, we did on stream, I think last week,
uh-huh.
was if you were as a full combinator team,
Mm-hmm.
if you choose it correctly, should be worth about 70 wins over a stock meta team. 70 war.
In what time frame?
70
Like,
per season, like 70
Full
war.
season.
70 war. So 70 per 162.
oh, yeah, right. And then what's the win percent on that at that point, right?
So
Like
that
90
means if
plus.
you play a full meta
You're
stock
90
team
plus, yeah.
in a 7-game series, I think you're winning something like 96% of the 7-game series.
Yeah, something like that.
Right.
And obviously it's higher against a team that's not full meta.
Right, and that's actually matches pretty closely the data I saw. And I would say,
Yeah, I wish that weren't the number, but
Yeah.
I as you know,
for once Charles' numbers
we'll
match the
argue
data,
our
guys.
stuff.
It's crazy.
We'll take our controversial positions, but we try to be as honest as we can when we run the numbers.
No, the thing is that Mr. Jack, 70% win rates are actually doable under good circumstances.
They're doable in real baseball too, and
No,
this isn't quite real baseball, but like
running
this isn't a
70%
7.
win
But
rate.
to be clear, that's not a 70%
No,
win
it's
rate.
not. No, but I'm saying,
A team that
running
is 70 war better than a 500 team won't quite win 100. They won't quite win 151 games because it should get non-linear at the top, but they probably will win 145 or so.
140, yeah, something.
yes, yeah. Right.
No, but what I was saying is that like 70% win rates have been doable in formats for extended periods in this game before, like in previous.
I also had
90 plus stuff. That's the issue.
Yeah,
and I also had like a really weird. To give you an idea, like this last gold tournament that I was showing you, this gold cap, I also actually had bad luck, is the crazy thing.
yeah.
And I know it sounds weird to be saying that in a tournament that you win, but I'll illustrate what I mean. Like one of the craziest things was apparently being high-level combinators made all of my teams made all of my players forget what a glove was for.
Well, who needs gloves? We don't believe in gloves around here.
Where is it?
Can I ask a totally unrelated question that's going to sidetrack us for an extended period of time?
Absolutely.
Great. That's what I thought I was here for. How can someone explain, because you two are the people I would trust with a handful of others. Can someone explain chemistry to me? Because as somebody that very casually Fuse info about this game. I have
Yes.
no idea how any of it works.
Okay, you know
and
the
I'm
you know the
assuming
idea
it's
of
completely
okay,
broken.
simple version.
but-
You know the idea of 25 players, 25 cabs.
No.
Okay, you remember how Barry Bonds and Jeff Kent were the best of teammates?
No, I'm too young actually.
Okay. Let me think about it. How do I put this?
What we're saying is that Barry Bonds didn't have a lot of chemistry.
Oh, okay. Sure.
Okay. Let me try it this way. Okay,
Yes.
because they're contemporaries of each other and in the same space. If you were to put Drake and Kanye together,
No,
And-
Drake and Kendrick. Yes.
okay, what am I
So
saying?
where we're going?
Why? Wow, that is a really bad mistake to make. But
Yeah,
yes.
it was. Well, they
I
also
don't
don't like
honestly-
each other either.
Okay, to be
I
fair,
think
Drake doesn't
I
like
got
anybody.
you.
Yeah.
No. I think Yo Dot I Got You might be the funniest part of the entire beef that happened.
I
as
think-
it was the most unnecessary addition to anything I've ever heard. It
I
was a
think
good
if you
beat,
like
but
Kanye
nah.
plus anyone normal is going to lead to bad chemistry.
Okay. But
Yeah,
the
that's
point is, in OOTP's case, if you were to ask them to sing a duet together, they would have all of this extra chemistry and they would perform much better than normal because they like each other so much.
Yep. Okay. But how does that improve statistically? Was my question.
Okay. I'll show this one thing and then I'll
Somewhat less. I don't know what the best. I don't.
Also, something that I noticed that I didn't see a lot of people talking about. I'm sure you guys have seen it, but on the chemistry page, it says people get like rewarded based on their contribution to the chemistry.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that-
that's
a
we,
really
we
interesting
just had a whole
part of
discussion.
that
We
as
just
well.
had a whole discussion of that. Yeah, here, take a look at this. Look at this. Look at this. What I was going to show you is my team with all these combinators.
40.
We made 40 errors in 28 games.
Yeah, but I was going to say on a rate base, that's not too dissimilar than a lot of the other teams.
No, it is. It's still
that's a
964. I bet 964. Yeah, in fact, 964 is pretty close to the lowest fielding percentage in the tournament.
There's a 954 there.
Yeah, there is, but it was also
There's a 966.
it was also in 4 games, so it's a tiny sample size.
Yeah, no, I hear you, but it just seems like the tournament also has an absurdly high error rate.
Well,
in general.
this team, to be fair, is running Colt Keith at second, so I don't know that we should really consider
Here you go.
that to be a paragon
Sure,
of good
sure.
building.
Here's your comparison. It's in a best of 5. I had a series in which we had 3 consecutive games in which we combined for 11 errors, and we survived it because we were running a team that was 40 wins better than most of the teams we were facing.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, ZR by the way is great because ZR is supposed to always be positive, right?
We only positive things here.
That's true.
funniest
Oh,
part-
that's true. Someone should put the positivity in the stream. Yeah. Here you go.
The
ZR is
ballpark
nothing but
adjusts-
positive.
ZR ballpark adjusts, and I can't for the life of me figure out how it ballpark adjusts. The way
ZR
it does.
does everything wrong. And honestly, I ignore it completely. It just none of it makes sense.
Yeah.
It's just ridiculous.
Anyway, so what I was going to say though is that sort of one more thing with combinators though, which is okay. So how do you play against them, right? One option, of course, is that the way you play against combinators is you try these live formats. But I think we agree that that's not
Boring.
the
It's
thing
not
we
a great
enjoy most
solution.
about the game.
Yeah, it's not a great
Mhm.
solution.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I do want to point out that there is one other significant weakness to a combinator team. See, I shouldn't say this because now I'm going all combinator. Like once I go over to the dark side, I should just pretend it's, so everyone ignore what I'm about to say, right? The one big weakness is that you pretty much know exactly what you're getting because the team's not flexible because you've kind of invested everything in it, right? And
Sure.
so there are 2 ways that I think you can attack a team like that if you're determined to. One is you can pick formats because, whatever players you've invested in, right? They still have strengths and weaknesses, especially at sort of the lower levels, because a lot of cards have imbalanced shapes. And it is the case that if you look at the set of dailies, there's usually a pretty good spread of different formats. So for example, if I look at like the Iron dailies, right? And this is actually probably Iron's not even the best one to pick here. Let me pick, I don't know.
There is actually, I think, a useful piece of information in here that it is useful now. It's a piece of information I never used before this cycle, which is that the game tells you who entered the format.
Yes, that is true.
I've never used it
look
before.
At who's in there and decide whether you want to play a team you're scared of.
In Iron formats and Bronze formats, for example, are the teams that I don't want to play in this particular entry.
Yeah, that's true. But at the same time, yeah, so if you look at Silver, right, notice that for Silver, I've got a bunch of different eras. And I've also got one that's only Unsung Heroes and Snapshots, and I've got another that is non-SE or LE, but is otherwise open.
That one's
actually a wild card, but
yeah.
Right. So the point is, if I look at a big Silver Combinator team that I'm afraid of, right, probably that's a team which is either going to be, better in early eras or better in late eras, because, all of these Silver cards have some shape where there's a flaw with the card that keeps them being Silver. So that's one thing to consider, right? A second thing is your ideal roster is different in 1925 than it is in modern era. So again,
We'll only be 50 wins behind.
Yeah, but again, look, you're trying to limit your losses, right? There's no magic bullet that's going to sort of take a team that is 70 wins better than you and sort of fix it without investing everything you need to get those 70 wins.
It's called American Express. What do you mean?
Yeah, don't steal home without it.
Yep. Exactly.
True.
Exactly.
I'm assuming that was an ad before I was born.
Have you ever seen Major League?
Mm-mm.
Wait, have you really never seen Major League?
I don't think so. This is a reoccurring thing. I don't watch.
Wait. Oh. Okay. I gotta do. Oh, we have to do our prediction thing for channel points. I'm gonna do a quick poll just for kidneys, though.
Okay, just for me. A full poll. I'm sorry to disappoint, chat. That is very low on my list of things to watch. In general, I have a very hard time enjoying baseball movies because most of them I don't think are very good. I'm sorry. That's
okay. Major League is good enough that you have to watch it.
Okay, I've seen parts of this movie, but I don't know if I've ever sat down and intentionally watched the entire thing. But
yeah. Just, imagine if the Oakland A's were in a movie, basically, and then they won the pennant.
It's the same thing because it's Cleveland, isn't it? Right? So it's basically the same thing. Have you ever watched Major League? No. Am I going to be the only person who votes no? That'd be extremely funny and very par for the course.
Yeah.
See, I would totally stream it if it wouldn't get us into trouble with the whole licensing thing.
That seems like a bad idea to me.
I've seen people get away with crazier stuff. There was that 1 month where people were just limit testing, and Disguised Toast said he was just going to stream Naruto on his channel until they took it down, and he got away with it for 3 weeks. It was kind of crazy.
All right. I think we got a pretty clear answer out of this poll, by the way.
The one thing we have with a lot of certainty is that if you attempt to stream NPB games, the hammer is coming for you quickly.
Yeah. Well, actually, shout out though, if you do want to watch NPB games, Sweegie runs an English broadcast YouTube channel that does a game for free every Sunday, so y'all should watch that. They also
that's a really good idea.
It's good stuff. Yeah. It's really good stuff. So check that out. I can post the link in the chat. Actually,
all right. All right. We're gonna do our prediction game in a moment for channel points because kidneys. If you haven't seen this, I kind of wanted to run this again anyway. Once we
Okay.
finish this poll, we'll do the prediction game. But exactly, just a bit outside. Anyway, yep. So 19-1. So it's a blowout. Anyway, the point is that one is you can pick formats, okay? But the other thing to consider is, we often get asked sort of what cards are good and what cards are bad. And it's always more complicated than that. So, for example, all right, let's imagine, your season depends on it, or your game 7 of whatever tournament, the whole bases loaded, 2 out situation thing, down a run, 9th inning. What card do you want coming to the plate in bronze?
Probably Adam Dunn. Oh, I'm sorry. What did you say the situation was? I wasn't really paying attention. Bases loaded.
Let's say bases loaded, 2 out, bottom of the 9th, down a run, the usual.
Well,
big clutch situation.
That particular situation, you might prefer Jake Stahl actually to Dunn.
Well, I think the answer to that is you better ask me who the pitcher is first.
Sure.
How dare you add context after the fact?
And the pitcher is really important context, because depending on the pitcher, it should be quite a different answer. Right?
Yes. Yes, very often it would be.
Give me a really splitty lefty specialist, and you probably don't want Adam Dunn.
Although I think Stahl is actually preferable anyway, because the home runs get less valuable, singles get a lot more valuable. But sure.
You probably just want the card with the highest on base in this scenario. And so depending on the shape of the pitcher, you'd want more BABIP or Ks or I.
You might want BABIP, you want to avoid K, exactly. But the point is it depends on the shape of the pitcher, right?
Sure.
And the more you go to low levels where pitchers have extreme shapes, the more this is true. But, even at high level, notice that there are pitchers that have pretty darn extreme shapes at the high level as well, right?
This year there are some that have very interesting. I mean, a card like Feller, for example.
Feller, the Phil Nell that we were, just looking at, right?
Carl Lundgren in gold.
Yeah. So the point I was going to make is, generally when we're building rosters, so Isidafo and I always, when we disagree on, where to rank a player, it's typically because of a similar effect, right? That Isidafo is usually running it against just the average set of players you're seeing in a tournament. And I'm usually trying to optimize for a little bit more what I think I'm going to see in the late stages of a tournament, which is a little bit different build than sort of your average team.
Carl's playing level 6,000 instead of level 2. I would have never guessed.
Well, it's really, I mean, the thing is that we sort of, both answers are wrong.
Yeah,
yes.
Both things
I could have told you that. I could have told you that ages ago. I don't know why you're coming to that now.
But it's also the case that no one actually can get the right answer.
It's context dependent.
Yeah.
Yes, you have to basically make a guess, and it's sort of a question of which approximation of the card pool is more accurate, and it's very unclear. I mean, it depends,
Right.
Yeah, I mean there's so many things with data like that. It's just however you cut the cake is what your result is going to be, right? Like, you can make a 1,000 different outcomes from one thing.
But here's now the point. If you really are thinking about these combinator rosters, you actually know exactly what you're up against, right? If it's going to cost me, 100,000 points to pump, whatever pitcher to level 5, that player is going to be on my roster.
Well,
and
yes,
you actually know that your path to winning the tournament likely involves going through that specific team. So the other thing
you're saying because people can't change their cards because they've invested so much in them, you could plot the best matchup.
I mean, the thing is that you do still have to reach the point in which you can play that
right,
team.
And I was gonna say most of these tournaments are single elim, and if you just play the wrong combinator team, then you're done.
Right.
I mean, it seems certainly better, but it doesn't seem like this is how we win.
It also, I would say, it depends very strongly on what your goal is. If your goal is basically you're willing to trade some chance of winning the tournament for better average results, you're never going to do this.
No, you're just
This
let
is
the
really
you just
only-
let the combinator team beat
Yeah.
you when it beats you, and you try to maximize going deep when you're on the other.
Yeah,
part
this is
draw.
really your own. This is really the case if
Yeah.
the sole goal is to win, and second through last is equivalent.
Right. But if you
Yeah.
are asking how do you combat combinator teams, part of the answer is that if I know exactly what you're going to run, I can actually optimize against it.
Yeah,
And that's the other way. And that's the other way that you can try to minimize the gap.
Actually, it was sort of interesting, and maybe it would be kind of this year. I think even more so when we did that sort of live draft thing. You know, there was definitely some consideration to like you need, especially in the lower tiers where you're looking for.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Sort of stranger cards that you might not play otherwise, but were very useful in this particular thing because
You
sort
was
of
a
needed
limited
them
player
for
pool and you knew what it
magic and
was.
other-
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So I want to try and experiment, kidneys. If you haven't seen this before, you'll have fun. It's a very simple thing. So now that we have channel points, we're going to let you all make a prediction.
Okay.
All you get to do is you get to put your channel points in one of three categories, and the winner is going to be whichever category is ranked second in terms of how many points have been put in it.
Wait, say again?
Real simple. Whichever one ends up in the middle out of the three categories in terms of how many channel points are bet on it, that's the winner.
Oh.
All right, here we go. 2 minutes on the clock. Let's see how this goes.
Did you say it was most or middle?
Middle.
We did middle.
The middle,
okay.
yes. So if it's the most points wins, if you have the most points, you lose. If you have the fewest points, you also lose. The one in the middle is going to be the winner.
Indeed.
So like right now, choice one is going to win all the points because it's in the middle.
I got someone put 10 points on choice 2. Incredible. Oh, they're hitting the 10 at a time button. Look at them go.
Oh, so there is a way to do custom points, you know. You don't have to click.
Yeah, but it's way funnier watching this just go up 10 at a time. You should keep doing it.
It's funnier watching it go up
This
10
is
at a
great.
time. That's true.
Oh,
Wait, hold on. All right.
choice
So now choice 3's in the lead. So choice 1 wants to like pass choice 3 but not pass choice 2.
There's so few points in here that I'm just gonna have some fun when we get to the end. I'm gonna rig the election, guys. I'm letting you know in advance that I'm rigging the election, but I'm rigging the election.
Well, but someone else could also do that.
That's true.
Yeah.
So right
but
now
if they do, then I might actually win.
choice 3 is in the lead. I feel like we have way too much fun with
Oh,
this.
it's choice 1 again.
No, choice 1's in the middle. Running out of time
No,
here.
Whoa, choice
20
2
seconds
barely.
left. 20 seconds left.
Oh, that was a lot of points coming in on choice 1. Now choice
No,
3
no,
is
wait.
in the
Choice
lead.
3's in the lead with 5 seconds. Choice 3's in the lead. Can choice 2? Wait. Oh, hold on. Choice
A lot of
2.
points on choice
That's
2.
too much. And the winner is
There we go, guys.
Winner was choice 1.
choice 1. Well done. How do we? Can someone?
I can do it.
You got it.
I can't select somebody won because I voted in the poll, and that's called the rigged election.
Trying to see how I.
Wow.
If I can.
Stuffing the ballot
I can
boxes,
find the
guys,
mod
I'm sorry.
interface and
No, I can
select
do
it.
it. I
You
can
found
do
it.
Yeah. Choice 1 was the winner.
Choice 1
I'm
was the
sure.
winner because it was in the middle. Yes.
Yeah, it was 4.8 thousand for choice 3, 6.9 thousand for choice 1, and 14.3 for choice 2.
Actually, all right. We should do one more of those. Should we do one more of those?
I mean, you can do one more of those because now I have 0 points to influence.
That went pretty well. Let's do one more of those. Same format. We'll do one more time. Middle points bet wins. Hold on. Middle points bet wins. Is 2 minutes the right amount? You think?
That seemed to work pretty well.
All right. 2 minutes on the clock. One more time. Here we go. See if people take a different strategy this time.
I think the strategy of betting more points than there were at the rest of the pool combined on one thing was how I won. So,
But you didn't win.
It was definitely
I
chaotic.
won.
Can we add some rewards for these points? If you have some ideas for rewards, we could definitely add some rewards. What would be a good reward to add? All right.
You should make it absurdly expensive, but definitely add like a rate my team one. But it needs to be absurdly expensive.
All right, we'll take some suggestions on. We'll take some suggestions on these. Choice 1 and choice. Okay, hold on. Choice 2 is now ahead with 4,500. I mean, in the middle with 4,500. 1 minute to go. You know what I'm going to do? Hold on. Let me see if this works. I'm going to give everyone 1,000 points if I did that correctly, so that you have something to bet with. Did that work?
I don't think that works, Charles. I don't think that works.
I will not give everyone 1,000 points in that case.
I think that point system is like if you had an external one. I don't think Nightbot can access Twitch's internal point system. I think
so now we're doing better here because these are all really close to each other, which is I think like what should be optimal, right?
I think someone should bet 8,000 points and won them in the last minute.
So choice 3, can they manage to get right in the gap?
No.
Everyone was waiting to help choice 3 at the last minute.
Someone did exactly what I would have done. Good for you.
Oh, that was whoever just bet on choice 2 at the end there did a very good job.
Well done, and the winner is choice 2.
Choice 2.
Choice 2.
Well, the thing is, if choice 3 is so high, you can bet up to like right below it. And then
but someone else might do it too.
Right. The problem is that there's a collective action problem because if 2 people do it simultaneously, you go over.
Yeah, but that's why you do it better.
You know what? I want to get someone to do this on one of the affiliates that have several hundred people. This is something trying to buy cards on the card shop.
I will say, I forget who, but I've seen there's certain big streamers who will do this with the middle predictions, the winner. But sometimes they'll do like 5 of them, and then it's like the second lowest one wins or whatever, right? Like,
yeah, it doesn't really matter which one you pick, whether it's the
yeah. But I've seen there's a few big channels that'll do stuff like this. It's always pretty fun.
Yeah,
I guess if it's the most is bad because then everyone just bets all the points on one thing.
But the least is also really fun, even just with 2, and you just have the least of the 2 wins.
Yeah,
the least is good if you have enough people that sort of they'll try to pump it up and like just miss, right?
Yeah.
But this ended up really close between choice 1 and 2 also.
No, that was a good one.
That was a good one. All right. Fire Nor and Max LP, it looks like, are the winners. All right, anyway.
Congrats.
Let's see. So that was most of the Combinator stuff. Trying to think what else came up this week.
Well, the Negro League stuff. That's we should definitely talk about that a bit, I guess.
Yeah, and then we could do a weird thing and like rate cards or something after that, maybe.
That sounds ridiculous.
I might be allergic to that. I might have.
We don't do that. We don't do that around here.
All right, all right. We could do a draft and then rate cards. How about that? While we got Kidneys here, if he doesn't want to rate cards.
Okay.
Sure.
But you wanted to bring up more with the Negro League chemistry stuff, or?
Well, I mean, yeah. I think briefly, might as well. Like, it's a actually kind of important change, especially the Combinator stuff. Which is, I mean, basically, okay. Yeah. Previously, Negro League cards were effectively unboostable. I mean, you had to pay for high diamonds to boost them.
Right.
That's rough.
And now Negro League cards will be
difficult.
Sort of difficult, but not impossible.
Yeah.
The issue, of course, is that everyone who wants to boost a Negro League card is going to be going for the exact same food. Right? There's going to be no kind of diversity in the food like there is for other.
I think it will get a little bit. I think it will get slightly easier when more get released, right? Because we know there are going to be more sets.
Definitely will, and I agree. I mean, I agree with Cage Wisdom. I think this almost certainly means that they're punting on fixing the teammate issue. Because if you
Yeah, because
actually had a
like
fixed
you should have had a
you wouldn't
teammate
think that.
chemistry for Dink and Dunk, and really they're Dink and Dunk. How can they not have chemistry?
Right, and I do think it's been unfortunate because like one of the things which I quite like about this game is that I learn a lot about different players and baseball history and stuff, and I've certainly learned about various teammates that I had no awareness of before,
Yeah,
and we're sort of going to be deprived of that for these Nuclear League cards, which is a bit unfortunate.
that's true.
Um,
But yeah,
The,
because right
the
now
team
it's
connections
sort
are
of a
broke
set of
just
only
for
this
the Negro
size.
League cards.
yes, teammates don't work for. Okay, I should say teammates don't work for seasons played in the Negro Leagues. Like this Negro League Willie Mays, for
Oh,
example, that's
yeah.
chemistry.
That makes sense.
The
But
one that was most critical was I think a lot of people wanted to combine Frank Duncan, 1929 Kansas City Monarchs, and Dink, 28
yeah,
Monarchs, who played a bunch of seasons together in Kansas City, and I think somewhere else too, if I remember correctly.
yeah, and
Right.
Frank Duncan is one of the best silver cards out there. So
Yeah.
it's definitely a
Gotcha.
card that you would
Okay.
want a high level combinator of.
Um,
Um,
yeah. So, and I also think that the change they're making won't be enough to really fix the problem either. Like it's sort of an in between. You know, it'll make it
yeah, I
more
mean,
approachable.
you can at
But
least you'll be able to get them to level 2 fairly easily now,
that's probably right.
but getting them above that is going to be a lot more difficult. It's still going to be difficult.
But I think the other thing is that we should expect they're going to do something similar in the future because future legends are going to have exactly the same issue. And I imagine that very shortly they're going to be announcing, oh, future legends are also 25 with each
Yeah,
other.
the difference with those is that there's no irons and bronzes future legends, which will, even if you make this change, it will still make them very difficult to boost.
I feel like you could
Um,
make an iron or bronze future legend if you wanted to, the same way that there hadn't been
Good,
iron and
you certainly
bronze
could.
Negro League cards before, but
Yeah,
the last couple of years
actually,
there are.
I don't know why they haven't. You certainly could do that. I mean, they,
I know,
to
isn't
this
it
point,
kind of
we've
messed
never
up,
seen
like
one. But
telling like a 19-year-old your future at best is like a 50 level utility player?
eh,
And
he
we
was
did do
okay.
that whole like peak Eric Hosmer thing. That was still really funny.
That was yeah, and his live card was a higher overall, which is just great.
Yes.
But
Yeah. Yeah, Bekdal, at the moment the future legend missions make the silvers expensive, but that's almost always true of a newly released mission. So as the mission gets a little bit older, the price will go down.
if you can get 5K silver for some of those, you're doing pretty well because they have been selling for a lot more than that. Like
So,
these
well,
Mazzucato
when
missions.
we go through and evaluate the cards, which we should do and all that, but when we do that, I think you'll see our view is probably that the missions are not a great idea to put a lot of points into right now.
I mean, I think it depends heavily on
How much you like team score?
no, I mean, two of the cards I think are like Davis and Adele. I think are well. I guess we'll get to it. But I think most of whether you choose those missions or not depends on whether Mackenzie Gore is a relevant league card for you and if you're in perfect league or not. If that is the case, then it seems reasonable to do them. Otherwise, probably not.
Yeah. Um, okay, well, what do you think? Should we look at cards? Should we do a draft and then look at cards? Well, Kidneys, were you going to stick around, look at cards, or not? Because if
I'll
not, we
look
should
at
do a
cards for a
draft. But if
little,
not, we should
a
do a
lot
draft
of
with
bit.
you and then look at cards afterward.
I can do it for a little bit.
Because we could do like a
The
trip draft
draft,
with
I
you.
don't think drafting makes too much sense for me either, considering I wouldn't know what anything is basically. So we
Well,
could look at some
believe
cards.
me, the way our drafts go on stream, that would be an improvement.
Maybe I'll be helpful.
All right, let's. Oh, you know what I could do? Because we've never done this before. And because of like this gold cap stuff, we could rip packs on stream. For some reason, that's a really popular thing for people to do. I don't know. I still don't know why.
People like seeing gambling. It's always been a thing.
Gambling is good. It's
Yep.
great. Nothing's ever gone wrong with gambling before, ever.
Nope.
Nope.
Yeah.
Never. This stream sponsored by Bet365.
No.
Well, okay. The thing is, at least in Europe now, they actually put them on all the jerseys too.
Do they?
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be long before there's gambling sponsors on, like, I mean, it's already in stadium sports books. So
Yep.
it seems like it's not going to be long before that kind of thing is in the US too.
I can't imagine it won't be.
Yep.
And I mean, I guess the question is what happens when there's the first, there's the Jonte Porter thing, but it's kind of a nobody player, right? So like what happens when it's the first like really big name player who gets busted for this sort of thing?
Heat
We'll
Rose.
find out.
Well, no, I mean like now. Yes,
With
obviously
it
in the past there've been a
and
number.
everything. Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
probably
Like,
nothing is the answer, considering how much money it makes.
Probably.
But
I think
actually,
the only
but to
way-
be clear, Pete Rose is not the first would-be Hall of Famer to be banned from baseball for gambling, right?
No, definitely
Yeah,
not.
but that's because there's a lot of stuff with that's a mess too. Obviously,
In
I think
fact, there are two current Hall of Famers that are inner circle Hall of Famers that were banned from Major League Baseball for gambling.
That's true.
that's true. Yeah. I think the thing is as well, like you're not stopping an industry making that much money unless the government steps in somehow. So I don't think it's going to happen. Would be my estimation.
Right.
But we'll be happy to be wrong.
Yeah, we'll see. I don't know. It does seem like eventually it's inevitable that there will be some big issue.
Oh yeah. No. I agree with that. I just don't think it's going to change anything. Is more what I'm saying, right?
Yeah, probably not. I mean, I hope it does, but probably not.
Oh, I mean, I hope it's like just deleted, but it's not going to happen. So.
オタニの事件は難しいだよ.
Okay, to be fair, the LA whatever district attorney said the same thing also, so that has a bit more credibility than Major League Baseball. But yeah.
Anyway, right. Right. We were going to guess look at cards. Is that what we decided?
Yeah, I guess.
All right. So I guess there's nothing below silver this week, right?
Not so far. You never know. There's always the possibility for cards released at random moments, but
well, there are going to be our combinator spotlights tomorrow, right?
There's something.
Okay,
tomorrow.
It's a surprise that's cooked up by Rich. So I'm thinking combinator spotlights are probably the best we can hope for. But
yeah,
maybe not.
I don't know. I mean, I think. Oh. What? Okay, I don't know. We'll see.
Oh, they announced what it is.
Yeah, but
And what is it?
But it's not.
They
I
said
don't know.
gold plus future legends, right? Something like that.
Okay, so that's just a regular spotlight pack?
Never done before. How dare you?
Oh, I see. There are two spotlights. There's like a silver plus and a gold plus at different prices or something.
Okay.
Is that what they're saying, Cage Wisdom?
So that's also just stupid? I mean, it's equally stupid as the other one, but...
Nah.
Sure, I guess.
There's two of them. Twice the fun.
It's almost like the previous spotlights didn't sell, and so they... No. Can't be. All right.
Okay, well, we'll see.
So, right. Xavier Isaac. Got to be scared of those guys with two first names, right?
Exactly.
Guess I should pull up the card because I don't think I've looked at this card before.
There's probably a decent reason for that.
Well, he's got power.
He sure has a lot of power.
He has power.
So
power. Now, and he can steal. So when he forgets to hit a home run.
Well,
he can steal okay,
he
but
can
90,
steal, but he won't.
92 also is still not good enough to hit the break even in most cases.
What is the
No.
break even? Curiously,
It's actually much more dependent on format this year, but it's
Big.
Oh, okay.
It's usually been a bit over 100.
Oh, well, I mean, is that like unreasonable with the rating shift, or like how does that end up playing out a lot of the time?
What do you mean unreasonable?
So
Yes,
last year we were at like 96 early in the game was kind of like my number, but I know like the ratings go higher this year by like a little bit. That's why I'm asking.
stealing still seems to
haven't
go to
changed.
120, I think.
Yeah, stealing has
Oh.
been 125. 125 is the max.
Sorry, yeah.
Yeah.
So I don't know then. This seems
No,
like a one tool silver card and SPAD.
Card sucks.
Well, but the one tool is worse than an equivalent tool for some bronzes, right?
The bronzes. I mean, it doesn't look like that much power from what I've seen.
Well, I mean, the real problem is that Joe Judge exists, and Joe Judge is 1 point lower and better. So that's it. That's the end of the
doesn't
discussion.
Adam Dunn have more power and more bat and more glove?
Dunn can't play first though. So in theory, he could play, and Dunn,
Will Clark, Lance Berkman. It's a VR first baseman. I mean,
no. I mean, yeah, you're gonna play.
Hold on. Wouldn't you rather play Choi?
No, I don't think so. I think Choi seems so splitty.
Yeah, but you're only playing in VR. Play Camille. Camille's got
only
better
VR. You're saying? Only VR, yeah, probably is better stuff.
Yeah, actually, Camille's probably better VL too, but you're not playing. I mean,
no, but to me, I mean, I think Joe Judge is really the completely crushing card because Joe Judge is better on both sides and a point less.
I mean, I don't have this guy in the top, 20 or something, right?
Yeah. It's just bad, just bad.
But I think it's an F minus pretty clearly. But
sure,
he's behind all the.
Card is awful. Yeah.
Oh, guys, I still got it.
Oh, I should ask you because Stream Elements lets me have a counter now, so we can count the S pluses and F minuses that we give on stream, but I don't know how to access it.
Yeah,
how do I
was never good with that
up?
either. I have no idea. No idea. Ask a professional. It was not me. I could turn it on and off, and that's about all I can do in terms of streaming.
Professional? We don't have any professionals in this stream. I mean, come on.
I said go find one.
But there was some way to.
I'm sure there's a way to do it. I would have no idea off the top of my head without looking at an interface. So.
All right, but apparently I'm just a few clicks away from streaming glory.
Wow. Well, that's exciting.
So that is exciting, right?
That's very exciting. Who wouldn't want glory?
Okay. Hold on. Let me see if this works. Wait, we're gonna try this. We'll just try it live and see if this works. So I put a counter in. Hold on. Let me see how to put. I think we can actually make this work. I see. Count increments or decrements the counter. Well, that's doable, right? So if I do get count, that does absolutely nothing. That wasn't the way this was supposed to work. I know we did set up the counter, right?
I don't know.
So how do we? Hold on. So there is this set of counters, right? How do you find them? Because we set them up. Oh, we got to combinate the counter first? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, got to combinate the counter first. All right. If this doesn't work, I will give up very quickly, but I'm going to take one quick shot because we did totally set this up, you know?
Totally prepared in advance. Did all this.
No, I had actually set it up. I mean, there is that. Um, I think the watch time command works now. I think that works.
I asked it for points earlier, and it said I had 5, which is like a lot short of the real. Yeah.
Oh, because it's probably getting like current.
Oh, you say it's probably just like from when it started being active, which was just
Okay,
sort of
because what you're
before.
saying is I do something like this. So then if I do this, it. Wait. It worked when I hit S plus, but not when other people did?
Well, that seems
That.
good because otherwise it's
It
just
might.
going
It
to go
might.
up.
You might have sent it to be mod only command. I can test it.
But that's
Hold on.
probably a good thing because otherwise it's just
No,
gonna,
you would want it to be
more
that.
people,
Yeah. See,
more
it
people are
It
gonna
works
hit
for
it.
me. Yeah. That's what you want. Yeah. So you see, when I did it, it went to 3.
Okay.
So that should be fine.
Now, how do I uncount it? Because we want to set that to 0.
Don't know. Make a new command.
No, there's got to be a better solution.
No. I think that's the only solution at this point, Charles, is start over. The code's broke. Don't fix it. Just start
What?
over.
No.
Congratulations.
Hold on.
We're very happy to offer you a job with Out of the Park Developments.
I was trying to keep it a little thinly veiled. That's okay.
Oh.
I'm living a nice retirement of inner peace, isidafo, these days.
Oh, come on.
Yeah.
Someone's got to be able to solve this problem for us. Okay, so this is all good. Right? Except. Does this work?
I'm
All
going to
right.
roll.
You know
It
what?
doesn't roll over. Jerseys. I've seen some streams
all
that
right.
have had
If someone can
running
figure
for
out how to do
10
this,
years on Stream
someone can figure out how to do this. Let us know. In the meantime,
Nice. We did it.
okay. In the meantime, we will. Someone can figure out how to just let us know, and in the meantime, we'll actually keep looking at cars. We got an F minus. Let's go look at. Let's go look at Henry Davis.
Sure.
I guess.
I like Henry Davis.
So this is.
This is it.
Yeah.
It's the 2022 one. Interesting.
It is.
It's a very Charles-shaped card.
So, as you know, I like big bats.
And I cannot lie.
Cannot lie.
Okay.
However, this is not much of a big glove, and for catchers, I still like big gloves as well. So I do have this as the best VL bat for a catcher in silver, but I don't want to run a catcher. I think catcher is actually my 4th favorite position to run this card.
No, I mean, I have it as just the second best bat in silver VL of anything.
That sounds pretty good.
I have it.
It's also
I have
silver.
it 3rd best. So as kidneys will know, I'm always going to put this bat ahead of it.
Yeah, I mean that is the Charles' bat of all time.
Plus Cintron as well, but you know.
I thought you said you fixed the bug, but clearly you didn't fix.
I did fix the bug, but even having fixed the bug, you know. Anyway, okay, Eddie, Yost's nickname was literally the Walking Man. Come on.
Did Sony hire him for licensing? Before they made the thing, or
yeah. Just saying.
I mean, I basically, yeah, I think Davis should never, like, your catcher in silver should always be Frank Duncan and somebody. And the somebody is probably either Raridan or what's his name? Jim Sundberg.
Is the framing too low to be a Kyle Schwarber and Gold situation like last year?
It's more that it's more that the defensive catchers are actually good.
Okay.
Like Frank Duncan has a real bat, Sundberg has a real bat, Muddy has a real bat even.
Yeah, Raridan is a real bat.
So it's just a good position and you wouldn't want to do that anyway. Okay.
Yes, it's a strong position.
Because they were not strong last year, which is why we did that.
No, the problem basically is that the overall generator thing, I think, is sort of, because this changed to catcher framing, it's, I think, interpreting blocking as if we're framing, and so these catchers with giant framing numbers just end up with too low overalls all the time.
Yeah.
Right.
So, yeah, I mean, let me show you a crazy shape.
Rules another fine card. But yeah, you're never playing Davis at catcher.
Look at what they did to Dick Dietz. Or actually, catcher, even better, here. Walkenfuss.
What?
Sorry.
Yeah, but why is Dick Dietz framing flipping me off? I feel like I should be offended. Or is it because his name is Dick?
Hold on. Custom. Hold on. That's because I had this other little. Let me show you. Walkenfuss is even.
Yeah, Beck Dog gets it.
Look at see this framing.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. So our theory is basically that the catcher defense number is getting assigned, and then the arm is getting assigned, and then it's sort of backing, framing, blocking out of it.
Right.
But because it doesn't know,
so if you have a catcher that's bad enough that he gave up a ton of passed balls, they assume he must be pretty good at framing.
The funny thing too is like how badly the position rating is weighted for a guy with 96 framing to be a 55. Well, like the blocking arm could be like 2, and he should be higher than 55.
No, the reason is because the old number that was catcherability got converted into blocking and framing, which is a new number.
Yeah.
Oh, I know. Rating. I'm aware of the reason. I'm just saying it's real bad.
Yeah. It's just like messed up. Every good framing catcher has had too low overall. Like every single one.
It's really funny because like if you just go into like the base game and like I want to play a save and I want to see who the best catcher is, and you pull up the fielding defensive ratings, it just says catcher blocking and catcher arm, and you'd have to add framing. It just doesn't.
Yeah. Yeah. It's bad.
Yeah.
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 Okay.
So.
Anyway, so okay, we're not playing Davis at catcher, but I think I'm at least interested in playing with other positions. Probably third base mostly. The only problem is he's not combinator eligible.
Davis?
Yeah. So I mean, I have him as the number 1 two-way third baseman.
Are throwbacks not combinator eligible? Is that
he's a mission reward,
right? So.
Oh, okay, right.
Oh. So. Forgot. So I similarly base version would have him as the number 1 two-way third base option, but I'm never running him because combinators are just much better. So he's unplayable for me there.
Yeah, I mean it's a very strong card. Like I think it's even it's not unreasonable to play this thing up to gold if you're just looking at the base cards.
Right. But he doesn't. But he doesn't play in a full silver build.
He does not play in a full silver build.
So
he's probably like a D or something. I don't know.
That's probably even generous. Well, he's probably a D just because he plays he plays enough positions that he's probably like your 25th or 24th combinator replaces him.
Yeah, I mean it's one of the strongest base silver cards out there.
Yeah.
Can't be a combinator, and it's a big problem.
Well, yeah, I was going to say, it feels like then you inherently need to make mission cards even more powerful to compensate for the fact that you can't pump them and they don't get...
Yeah, but then you have other issues.
Well, yeah, but I'm saying, like, what is... The circle of Band-Aids continues. I mean,
the problem is that if you make the mission cards that strong, like that they're 2.5 wins better than the non-mission cards, then you never can sell anything other than combinators, and the market just dies. So, you fixed one problem, but you replaced it with an even worse problem.
I mean, it would just accelerate it, I think.
Well, no, but like, why are you ever going to buy a non-combinator version of a card to play in tournament ever again if the mission cards are that
Well,
strong?
I'd buy the mission versions potentially.
Right, but I mean, you're like some,
No, I hear what you're saying.
You
No, no,
can't
I
print
hear what
cards
you're
anymore because it's only combinators work. Like, it's just
Yeah, but I mean, we're kind of already at that point. Like, not in terms of like there isn't there aren't enough of them going around to be at that point, but in terms of like a balancing perspective, you've hit it on some level.
Yeah, but I mean, you also get power creep issues. There's the problems because the engine is messed up.
I know. But like,
Yeah.
No. I mean, look, this is the problem. You've created a game in which you can't make a playable mission card. That's why releasing tournament cards isn't going to be a solution to this either, because you're going to
you can make mission diamonds in hundreds because there just aren't enough of the combinators.
But this isn't a diamond or 100.
Right.
And that's going to be a general problem with all these.
Well, Adele, I mean, May's just bad, and Mozicato, I think, is also bad, but Adele is basically the same issue.
Yes. All right. Chase Hampton, Yankee F-, move on. All right, we'll look at the card.
It's
fine. Look at the card.
Well, no, I actually haven't looked at this one because it's definitely not playing in silver. The question is this a set? Is this a silver?
Why do we see so many batting ratings on pitchers now? Is that new?
Yeah, it's actually really nice because you couldn't see them at all before. So now, like,
you know how much nicer it'd be if we deleted that entire wasted line on the top that says contact, and then it was just.
Yeah, well, that's never going to happen.
I can't help myself, guys. I gotta get one per stream.
So I don't think this plays at all in silver. The question is this a good 75? I guess. And probably no is the answer.
No, I think this is bad.
So it's just bad. Yeah.
F-. Okay, I need. Can someone figure out how to reset a counter, by the way? Because that would really help. All right. Luis Morales. So there are at least more points on this card.
Yeah, I mean it's very similar to Waldrep and Mason Miller, right? The other two.
They're in the wrong places, though.
Yeah, I mean the thing is that all three of those cards have so many points in them that I'm actually willing to play all of them. Probably I want them as relievers and not starters, but seems like a playable card to me.
I don't think I have this one ending up close, though. Like, let me see how far down I have him, but it's not going to be in the top 20 or so of like silver starters.
I mean, I prefer Waldrep and Miller, but I still have this one in the playable range.
I don't have any of them though as really playable. Maybe this is this whole sort of late tournament build.
Charles?
What?
Probably.
What's the issue with the card for you? Is it the control VL?
Partly the control, but also the home run suppression's even probably not
is that
quite
too
good
low?
enough. So the problem is, again, I'm looking at sort of what a good build is running against it, and good builds right now tend to sort of be power I type shapes. So like a card like this, Swindell is doing a lot better.
Yeah, Swindell and Sabathia I think are sort of the clear two best silver stars at the moment.
But the problem is that there are, so for example, you know, the Pity Splittorf is still better. You know, and that's probably about 10th, and that's probably about 10th among.
Yeah, I've got this the Splittorf like relatively similar to those three guys.
Yeah, but like as another example of one that I think like this Live Hendrix actually grades out a little bit ahead, just in terms of the meta.
I don't think I have the Live Hendrix really anywhere. Yeah, I don't
think it's a great card, but
I have other lives, but I still don't want them. Like Live Alex Cobb is the one that I would want if I wanted a live, but
yeah, that one also. You know, there's Matt Manning as well. You always got to get a tie in there.
Yeah. So
okay,
yeah, I think I'd probably
command. Or hold on. Okay, thank you. Okay, so hold on. So if I do something. So it's reset F minus, like S plus. So if I do this, is that right? And then I,
I would say no.
oh, there must be a dollar sign in there because it's
Yeah, there's
probably
maybe some kind of
there's going to be it's escaping it to
yeah.
yeah. Good.
Great.
Uh, all right. I think we actually got the counter working then, right?
Seems that way.
Oh, reset. Wow. Look at that. Isn't that crazy?
Worked though. All right, and then stream is given. I think that's the idea then. But I can't get it to figure out how to put the thing in. But all right, close enough. Anyway, this one's not getting an S plus is the point. I think
No, I think I'd give it like a C or D. I mean, it seems decently playable as a reliever, but nothing important.
I still just have it as an F. I think there are too many relievers just that end up
So
way ahead of it for me. But
it definitely is a problem that there's basically two identical cards with better, like two identically shaped cards that are more ratings.
yeah,
So yeah, it's probably like a marginal D, I guess is what I'm giving it. But yeah, it seems okay.
I still have an
I don't
F,
know.
but we can give him a D minus if you want.
Yeah, sure.
He's
That
also
seems
going to
decent.
be a pain to combinate
Yeah, it'd be impossible basically.
because I think you have to, yeah, because that also makes him unplayable.
Yeah, that is true.
Because like I think you're never investing in combinating.
Yeah, we can. That's fine.
How about
It's
how about
not-
F plus? F plus? How about that?
F plus. Sure.
F plus.
It's definitely not. It's definitely not an important card.
All right. We got a Red Sox S plus. Except I probably should look at the card and then change my mind on that immediately.
Except Andrew Jones is a card which exists.
Well, Andrew Jones is a card which exists. Yes.
And Tommy Agee is a card which exists.
AG is also a card which exists. But there are a lot of cards which exist which are problems for this.
Yeah, no, I mean the card's not playing anyway, but those two cards are very,
Brett
very
Butler
strong.
is a card which exists. Nick Swisher is a card which exists. I'll just put the F down and we can.
Yep.
Yeah. All right. So Frank Mazzucato. Now this. I remember the card fondly, but of course this is also a mission card. So that means he has two strikes against him.
Well,
right?
the problem is also this is just worse than Morales.
Yeah, the first strike is it doesn't play, and the second strike is it's not combinator eligible.
Yep.
And 3 strikes and you're out, so he's pretty close.
No, I mean this is just we already said Morales is like at best maybe in your bullpen. Mazzucato is worse and not combinator eligible.
Yes.
That's the end of it.
And if you're going to go for this, you're also 3 out of 5 of. So it's going to cost you a fair bit to.
Yeah, I mean probably some of those will be locked for the holiday missions.
Yeah.
Already, and really you're doing this if you to get Mackenzie Gore.
Well, that depends because it was possible to finish holiday without any future legend cards.
It was, but it was not smart.
Probably.
Like, it looked appealing because the price was close, but the cards actually played, and it Like the long-term equity seemed really bad to do it with 0 in Future Legends.
I think I
Well,
did it.
Future Legends historically get put in a lot of missions, which isn't
Yeah.
a bad thing. But it just feels like one of those things. Like
Right. I
there's
think
there's
I
a pretty
did
decent
one.
chance that they're going to show up again if you
Oh
want to
wait, hold
invest
on. No,
into
wait.
a
The
collection.
surprise is that the Spotties cover all 3 sets of Future Legends, but it's just one type of Spotlight. It's a guaranteed gold.
But that's not anything new.
According to Rich, we've
have
never
we
had an
done-
all
have we
one type
done-
of set Spotlight before.
That's true. That is new.
Wait, is that true? I don't know if that's true. I'm not going to say right away that's true. I have to check them.
Have we done spotlights that are outside of a time frame before?
Yes.
Let me see. I'm not so
we
sure
did.
that's
There was
true.
one Spotlight pack that was like things that were needed in the Jackie Robinson missions or something.
Yeah,
Well,
that
there was
one
another that was things Rich needed to complete his collection.
Nope,
There was that one
it's
too.
immediately false. Spotlight pack number 2, the second ever Spotlight pack, was only Negro League cards.
Oh, it was
true.
only that set that week, and it wasn't the previous.
No, it was Negro League 1 and Negro League 2.
Oh, was that what we started them with? I don't
Yep.
remember that. But
That was the second Spotlight pack.
There
Okay.
you go. I mean, I
So-
guess you're correct.
Oh
It's
well,
almost like
actually,
that-
sorry. Wait. And Spotlight pack 1 was all one type of set.
Charles,
Well, okay.
that's why I would feel uneasy about calling Spotlight Pack 2 the same thing in the first place.
No, I meant Spotlight pack 2 from 24. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no. I understand what you're saying. I'm just saying, like,
Spotlight pack 1 from 24 was a mix. Spotlight pack
No,
2
I'm
from
saying
24
Spotlight pack 1 from this year was all one set.
Yes, it was all like that. Okay, so now we're just going to be making sort of blatantly false statements that are fact checkable in 10 seconds. Oh, also there's another example.
Wait. Did you say now we're going to be doing that? Haven't we been doing that all along?
Spotlight pack number 5 from 24, only top stream bracket 1 to 3. Spotlight pack number 6 from 24, only Future Legend 2. Let's see. I'm sure there are more.
I think. Wait. Did you guys see the graphic of what was it? Horner stealing a base yesterday or 2 days ago, where it was like Nico Horner becomes the first player to steal a base in Wrigley Field in the bottom of the 3rd inning on May 23rd, 2024. I think you missed the fine print. I think the problem is. I think this is a you reading comprehension issue. Personally.
Okay, Spotlight pack number 20 is from only tops. Now the tops cards are not all called tops, but they're all part of the tops missions and part of the top set. So I think it counts.
Yeah, I think that's different. On the
Wasn't there a BREF one too?
Probably there was. I'm just going through them in order. I've already found, what is that, 3 or 4, depending on how you're counting in the first. There's one that has, well, it has like all baseball reference 4 and then like 6 other cards that were sort of randomly released. So that one's pretty close.
Okay.
There's a second one exactly like that.
Okay, but it is the first time that all 3 Future Legend sets have been a Spotlight pack in PT25.
Yes. Yes, that is true. Okay, well, that was fun. It's almost like you should, check things about your game before you release them. Crazy.
Before?
I think at that point, I'd feel like I'm playing another game.
Wait, Caged Wisdom. There's an announcement? There's a main Discord?
Is that the announcement?
I can send you a copy of the... Sorry, I can't send you a copy of the announcement. I'll send you a copy. One sec, I'll send you a copy of the announcement.
Again, by the way, I just want to point out that all that took me to do was to open the forum post and read the second entry to prove it wrong. Right? That was the barrier here. Was reading.
Wait, hold on though. Well, okay, reading's fundamental.
Yeah.
No. Okay, but I think actually Rich is telling us something different. He's finally admitting that actually all of the odds they gave us in previous Spotlight packs were wrong. But this time it's real.
Uh-huh.
I don't think that's what he's meaning.
No.
But
although this does remind me a little bit of one of my favorite Bob Arum quotes where he was finally caught in a lie that, even he couldn't deny. hyping up a fight. He finally just gave up and said, all right, yesterday I was lying, but today I'm telling the truth.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. It's okay though. Spotlight packs don't count as a game design decision, so it's all fine.
Well, their decision.
I mean, very clearly, there's definitely nothing to do with nothing in the game is impacted by the Lisa Spotlight pack. So clearly, it can't count as any kind of game design.
No.
Yeah, who would even? That's just crazy.
Anyway, Frank begins with F, and M is like the first, letter of.
Wait, he's got his name is like the same initials as the dad of my ex-girlfriend. Boom. There you go. Solid. F-. I would also give that guy an F-. You got it.
Okay.
Guys.
Well, there you go.
All right. We are up to gold, motoring along. Roderick Arias. Yankee F-, move on?
No, I think it's an interesting
unfortunately, actually, there are some rating points on this card, so we probably have to look at them.
Yeah, it's weird.
That's lame.
So,
I mean, I'm not. I guess
I was confused by this one because by I had zero interest in it. And then I ran the card, and I have only mostly zero interest in it.
Actually have a decent amount of interest in it, and that I think it is the best combinator eligible shortstop.
Oh, in what format? Gold?
Because Buddy Bell is obviously the best, but he's not eligible. Nicky Lopez is not eligible. Zoilo Versales is kind of eligible, but not really.
You think
so?
This could
I've
have
got
some staying value because it's an 82 and it's close to gold floor.
I mean, that helps, but I'm just, if I owned a full combinator version of every card in the game, I'd be playing this in gold as shortstop, I think.
I think I agree, but I'm not sure I wouldn't rather play Cole Young.
I was going to say Brooks Lee, actually, not Young, but.
Well, just because Young's shape, I kind of like what his shape does in the combinator version too. But that's depending a little bit on a guess for how the combinators are affecting defense.
Yeah.
But this is definitely one of the cards that makes sense. He's also kind of, again, one of these funny cards where he's listed as a switch hitter and shouldn't be. Like, he really should be platooned.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, I think if you're going for the combinator, you're probably just ending up playing them both ways.
Yeah, so I think this. I guess, yeah. So this is a funny Nicky Lopez is better, base version, but there's no combinator. But there's no combinator Lopez. But there's no combinator Lopez, and so I think this is a card that normally would be an F because he's just behind the really cheap mission card and Platoony, but probably actually becomes like a B or C because he's the best combinator eligible option.
Yeah, probably. I mean, okay, I think Versailles is probably also interesting, but he's not really a combinator and also doesn't exist in the card shop anymore.
Right.
So
it's true. He's been removed from the card shop. So there are a couple others that could be interesting. Depending on how the defense scales, Billy Rigel could be an even better combinator.
Even a card like Joey Ortiz, maybe, if the defense really scales very well.
Maybe, yeah. I'd still probably rather play Ortiz at second, but yeah.
No, but Buddy Bell is also better, but not combinator eligible.
Right, Buddy Bell's not combinator eligible. J Bell's combinator eligible, and that's a card I've pumped because he was easy to pump. But J Bell really only can only play verse left.
Yep.
Right, and so if Bell didn't have a second position, I don't think he'd be worth it. But with a second position, you can build a roster with him.
I mean, honestly, depending on the defense works, it's possible that Andrelton Simmons is actually the best level 5 combinator.
That's actually true.
I like that guy. We should make that guy good.
Yeah. So, what do you think? C or B, I guess.
I think like a C because I don't think even if it's
How
even
about
if
a
it's the
C?
best right now, it
C
isn't
plus?
best by much, and probably every other shortstop we get is likely to also become under eligible. So
All right, C plus.
yeah, I think that's fair.
All right, all right. And what do you think of this one?
Well, we should probably do these at the same time. These two starting pitchers because I have them actually almost in the same spot, which is sort of below the sort of top tier of gold starters, but in kind of the like 5th to 10th area.
I am a little bit lower than that, even.
But it doesn't matter if
But
you don't want to do them really.
here's the thing.
Well, I guess there's a lot of non-combinator stuff.
Yeah, in my top 10, I have 5 non-combinator cards.
Yeah, I guess because there's the two LEs. Well, Erskine's not that great, but there's the Holtzman, the two PTCS cards, the two lives.
Actually, I have 3 lives. I have Kirby also in there
Kirby
now.
too. Yeah, I forgot about Kirby.
So I have
yeah.
3 lives now.
Yeah.
Yeah, so because of all of the ineligible ones, I think this is one where kind of again, I have no interest in the card base version. But this is a pretty good combinator, especially with the little reverse splits.
Yeah, I mean it's the same problem where I guess the same problem with Arias where it's probably by the time you boost it and given the price of boosting it, you're gonna have rather
Noble Meyer will be similar. I will say I think the difference here is, it's sort of like fungible righties that you're trying to boost, and they're going to be really expensive. It's still expensive to boost these future legends.
Yeah, it's I don't think it's really ever going to be worth it unless it's a card like maybe Max Clark would be a good example of a card that might be worth it to boost.
I could see that, yeah.
But other than that,
Joe Adele. I would boost Joe Adele.
Yes, but you can't.
So maybe they're like a D. I mean, I think you can pick one and boost them, and they'll be playable just because the cards ahead of them aren't boostable. But they're only a tiny upgrade when you do, and you're going to be spending a lot to do it, so it's probably a mistake.
I slightly prefer Hence's pitching, but he also has like 30 points less stamina, so they're probably about a wash.
You know what, though? 4 points cheaper matters here because the cost of boosting is also overall dependent.
Well, that's true. That's true. They're not that 4 points is not going to make a huge difference, but yeah, that's fair.
Hey, we could show people what one of these boosts looks like. We can try to boost someone if we want to do that. Do I have anyone that I can try to boost? Problem is that everyone is like easily boostable.
You've already done.
Yeah, see, like, I don't quite have enough points yet for him. I still need to buy a couple other copies.
Some more, yeah.
I'm just looking. Yeah, I still need to buy a few more things. Is there anyone I can take? I'm up to taking my 500 point shot at. Maybe I'll do that. Okay, let's do that. So we can show off for Lee Guterman. Let me just see if I can buy a couple, because there are a couple of bronzes that have a bunch of chemistry with him that I can just, as much as it's normally a mistake to buy cards on stream and all that. Are there not enough copies of these to? Maybe there are not enough copies available to do this. Yeah, see, like I'm not going to pay 148. All right, whoever in the card shop is like trying to run, my 65 points for Mackie Sasser.
It's me. I used all the leftover points I had after buying.
My
Joey
booster
Votto.
card new league file comes in and it crashes my game when I click the new league file. Well, that's good. That sounds like out of the park baseball.
But here, let's take a quick 500 point shot at boosting him, just so we can show everyone what it looks like. See if we get our streamer luck, right?
Yeah, it really does seem like with this game that it's if any tiny little thing is not the way it was planned, the game immediately crashes. Like there's no
Yes. All right, here we go.
attempt to not have that happen.
16% chance, and again, you see this is slightly better, right? Because 498 over 3485 is what we're starting with, right?
So it's a little, yeah.
Which is basically a 7, almost exactly a 7th, right?
Right.
Yeah, so 14.3. So we're doing a little better. All right, what do we? Oh, you know what? I'm just curious. So this is literally exactly a 16.23% chance, right?
No, we don't. We don't know exactly.
Well,
We know it's 16.2 and then either 3 or 4 or 3 or 2 and some other numbers.
the point is, you know that's the answer. So I'm going to put a 1-minute prediction up.
No, but it's actually very relevant. We don't know this is exactly 16.23 because it makes the finding of the correct curve slightly more difficult.
But here you go. I'm going to put a 1-minute prediction up. So we know that the correct odds. So we know the odds. The way you should be predicting, right? We should have basically 6 times as many points predicting no.
Yes. Okay, we're out of whack.
The odds aren't that bad. We're going to see how well we can do with chat here.
Okay, now we're out of whack in the other.
See, this is great because we know exactly what the correct odds are.
Yep.
We should be doing more of these games. We'll see how close we can get to a 6-to-1 ratio.
We're still at like 3-to-1.
Yeah, you still should be betting no here. All right, here we go.
It's done.
Let's see if we can. Yeah, but we forgot to take into account streamer luck. Now, I know that Isidafo is the Cy Young Whisperer. Are you also the Combinator Whisperer?
Probably not. I've had really bad luck with these, to be honest.
All right, here we go.
I've only pulled 1 Cy Young in this cycle, so
I don't know. Remove 20 cards. It cannot be reversed. Are you sure you want to continue? Let's do it. Here we go.
Moving 20 cards is a big upside with the stupid cap thing.
No. All right, the winner is no.
Winner is no.
But we've at least shown what a boost looks like.
Like the Meghan Trainor song? No.
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 No. Unfortunate.
Congratulations to the no voters.
It's more fun to believe, exactly. Never done non-affiliate luck again.
That is true, Mr. Jehobo. When that happened, they did turn the luck off for us.
That's true. Oh well, we tried. Yeah. We tried. Anyway, right. So I'm thinking, because the point I was going to make, though, is that the cost depends on the overall rating. Right?
Yes.
So see, like, for example, here's an iron that's 58, and it's going to cost 1845 to boost him 1 level. Here's an iron that's only 51, and it costs fewer, right? 1692. And then here's a, silver 2359. So Tink is going to be a little bit cheaper to boost, and he's going to be cheaper in any caps if you do boost him. So I'm thinking maybe Tink's the D and then Meyer's like a D-.
Yeah, I don't know. It feels like they're about the same to me. I don't think that, because you're always going to be boosting, like, you won't be able to find, you're only going to be boosting with the high diamonds anyway, so the difference in cost.
I think it's just identical.
Yeah, it's just identical, basically.
Both the D?
I think both the D, yeah.
All right, Dustin May. May.
We got another good example of non-combinator and worse.
But the card art is, Oh, did we expire the prediction, by the way? Sorry.
I thought it did.
We did. Yes, we did.
I think the other thing, which actually I meant to say this when we talked to the Negro League stuff, but I forgot. The Negro League throwback cards, so card like, I think it's Cannonball Jackman, Saul White, and Steel Arm Davis, are still going to be unboostable.
Yes.
Not that you'd probably want to boost those specific cards individually anyway, but just in general, like Negro League throwbacks should not be printed anymore.
Anyway, this is an unboostable F. It's probably not an F minus as printed, but it's unboostable.
It's just an F, I think. Oh, Pete Hill, thank you. Yes, Pete Hill actually you might want to boost. That's a much more relevant one that I forgot about.
Well, here's the card that I most want to boost from this set. Is this Joe Adell?
This card is tremendously good.
So the base version of this card is really good. So the base version of this card, I think I just have as the top two-way center fielder, just as printed. I do have him behind like Owen Wilson VR.
Yeah, I have him the top two-way
behind Mays, and I have him behind Mays, for example, VL, but I have him as the top two-way.
Yeah, I have him at the top two-way at all three outfield spots.
I didn't check the others, but I'm checking now. Yeah, I have the same. I agree. Yeah. So if you're running like a base version, this is a really good card. This is a very good draftable card, but it's an F because you're never playing him in a gold team.
Well, okay, I mean, this one actually might be good enough that you occasionally will play him.
If I had this card right now, I would not be running him in my open gold.
Well, what cards are going to be better boosted?
Well, I'm running. So right now, my gold, I can show you what I'm running. And again, I don't think I'm running optimal, right? I think I'm running partly. I got a slot from something.
Okay, so my gold center field two-way is Dell, Reeser, Mays, AG, Loperfido, Duffy, Hill, Jones, Wilson. Yeah, probably far enough.
Yeah, I'm just seeing what I just wanted to find what to.
So
I just realized I should sign up for something and then I'll.
Yeah, Reeser also isn't boostable. AG isn't boostable. Loperfido is technically boostable, but he's going to be absurdly expensive. Hill isn't boostable. Well, he is, but again, absurdly expensive. Duffy is also expensive. So, and then at that point, I'm not sure that the cards are actually better when you boost to level 5. Like Jones would be better for sure, but he's also crazily expensive.
Let me see what I'm running, but I think I'm running stuff that I all have ahead of him.
Like, okay, what I'm doing right, I'm not including. I guess yeah. The chemistry is a.
Hold on.
This can't be right.
Okay, so probably no. I think I'd rather run Berkman over Adell in right.
No, but Jerry, you'd definitely rather run him over Jerry Brown.
Oh no, I would definitely rather run my Brown. Yeah.
That seems very much not right to me.
Hold on, you forget how good this card is at level 5.
No, I remember that card, but it's
hold on, let me change its position for you so that you get to see
it's
the
like
outfield ratings.
It's still probably worse defensively, and I'm not. Well, maybe it's equal.
No, hold on. Remember that 95 is pre-boost.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure still.
So, if you think you're going to end up at like 102 to 104 range, somewhere in there.
Okay, because the Jones I actually did manually typing because I was kind of curious what his level 5 actually looked like, and I have him like a win and a half ahead of Adell.
I'd rather run Jones than Brown, but obviously Jones is 300,000 or whatever.
Let me see how far. I mean, this is going to be estimated because we don't know exactly how far down. How exactly the I don't have how far. I'm curious. Where do I have Brown? I have Brown. I have Brown like about a win and a half behind Jones. So if Jones and Brown's boost levels is sort of similar, my model would consider Brown and Adell a level 5 Brown and Adell about the same.
Yeah, I have Brown very slightly better, but I do have him better.
Okay. So,
but again, Brown is what I had because he was easy to boost. He's not anything close to optimal.
Certainly not. Yes.
No,
the optimal card I guess would be
No, I think
probably.
the answer is Averill's going to be better both ways, right? Let's start with, yeah. So Averill's going to be better both ways. Blankenship would be better both ways. Berkman's a little better one way. And then there are a ton of VL
Well,
options.
Berkman you can't boost though, so that's. I don't think.
Right,
I think we're
I
always
know, but unboosted Berkman's very slightly. I've just
yeah,
that's better still.
but if we have to choose one of the two, we're never going to choose Berkman over Adele because they're like Berkman's slightly better VR and lefties really do exist in gold, and we're going to want the two-way card. Like I don't think we're ever choosing Berkman over Adele if it's just one or the other.
I guess it depends how good your other, if every one of your other cards kind of is two-way, you probably can. Otherwise, maybe not. Yeah.
Yeah, but Berkman is just so bad. I mean, like it's I don't know. It feels like even if you get like
yeah, I mean the reason I want
difference.
Berkman is also because he plays first. Strangely enough, I actually am having trouble finding first baseman in this kind of build.
Even with, I mean, there must be some random future legend. I guess the problem with the future legend is so hard to combine.
No, they don't play first. And then I think there are a few others. Like, it wouldn't surprise me if like a Carl Crawford or Ricky Henderson ends up pretty far ahead of this as a combinator.
Probably they would, but I'm assuming in center. Yeah, left, and then once you go to left and right, there's going to be a lot more stuff.
Yeah, no, but that's what I'm saying. But center, Averill, I think Averill's always better.
Well, but JD, I mean, Jack Fournier might be better level 5, but he's probably expensive to boost, right? Because he's kind of dead bally. Like you're going to end up paying. There's no way he's going to return 100K over Adele. I wouldn't think if that's what you have to pay to boost him.
How about Doby?
Doby would definitely be better.
Depending on how defense scales, maybe even like a max carry. I'm not sure.
Oh, Fournier over Berkman. Sorry.
Yeah, Fournier's got to be really hard to boost, though.
Well,
actually, maybe the answer over Berkman.
Later than I thought.
Actually, no. You know who the replacement? I just feel stupid doing it because it's too splitty. Probably the answer is to boost Klesko, and within a couple of levels, he gets better than Berkman.
Klesko certainly would. I mean, I think Colt Keith is probably like the sort of ideal, but he's going to be so expensive.
Maybe even Joe Judge. Just he only plays first, but
yeah, combinated Klesko sounds like a very strong card to me. But Klesko should be pretty. I wouldn't think Klesko would be super tough to do.
He's going to have a bunch of Braves that are out there, but they're all in missions, so he probably has a lot of availability, but it's
the same guy as Jones. It's this 96 Javi Lopez. He's like the savior of all those cards.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Because he cost nothing, and he played there for a while.
But yeah, as for center, so I think the problem is I think Adele just doesn't hold up to the combinators. With a combinator-free team, you absolutely want to run it.
No, you probably want to play him in low diamond with a combinator free team, or at least he's close.
Yeah, but because there are no combinator versions available, I think it's just not a card to go after.
Yeah, so it's probably like a D again, like Davis was, I guess.
It's at best a D, yeah.
I mean, I guess it's slightly harder to find the gold combinators and the silver ones, so maybe we'd slightly prefer Adele to Davis.
Yeah, but
what
the
you're
gold
saying
combinators, there are more options.
Adele could have had it all if he was a combinator.
Exactly.
What?
Exactly.
Appreciate it.
Adele.
Charles, if you don't know that reference,
no, I just didn't hear what you said.
I said. So are you saying Adele could have had it all if he was a combinator?
Hello. Never mind.
Okay, we need to stop this before it gets completely devolved.
I thought it devolved ages ago.
All right. So it's probably a D. It's probably a D again because sort of like Henry Davis, if you're building a combinator team, if you got to pick 20 combinators, this is one of the 6 cards that survives.
Right. No, it's very similar to Davis. It's one of the strongest base cards.
But with an unlimited budget, he just doesn't play.
Yeah. No, you're probably
go.
still playing Maze, right?
Goodbye, chat room.
Oh,
See
goodbye.
My
Kidneys.
friends.
Thanks for coming on.
Thanks for coming on and speeding us up. Oh, no, always a pleasure, kidneys.
But yeah, I guess it's Maze, right? Maze is kind of the one you want ideally still, probably.
Yeah, I think JDA was making the point about how efficient his maze had been.
Yeah,
I
because
mean,
it's Marischal.
So
Marischal's insane.
maze is actually not the card I want, but I got the card I want and discovered I can't boost him. At least I've been working hard on it. I'll show you. This is the card I want. Just because he plays the corners as well.
Okay. I think I'd rather Andrew Jones.
And
to
level
this thing.
5 covers a lot of his flaws VR.
Oh, Freddie Sanchez.
But I can't boost him.
Freddie Sanchez. That's a player I haven't thought of in a long time.
Freddie Sanchez is the best shot at boosting him, but it's not. It's too expensive. I'll show you.
But okay, wouldn't you rather have isn't Jones better than that guy? I mean, obviously he's more expensive to buy, but at least you can boost Jones and you can play him in 3 tiers.
Yeah, so Freddie Sanchez gives you 1,100 points, so you're still paying like 5 to 6x probably.
But aren't we just going to rather have I know Jones is more expensive, but aren't we just going to rather pay for Jones than this Nady? Like he's going to be better, and you're going to have to play him in 3 tiers.
I think Nady's shape improves more than Jones's. I agree, being able to play 3 tiers is valuable. So Wynn plays the corners, but he's just starting too far behind. Not that Wynn, this Wynn. He's just starting too far behind.
If we can't get Charles to play Jimmy Wynn, then it's not going to be a playable card. I think is.
That's actually just probably true, isn't it? If you found a Jimmy Wynn that I can't even play, it's probably pretty far behind.
Yeah.
I do have a level 5 Jimmy Wynn is better than Joe Adele. But
I probably yes.
But only barely, and so if you're going to pump a card up, it's not the one you'd start with, Yeah. I mean, the thing is, there are a lot of cards, I'll take that Eddie Yost, who's technically eligible and right, and if you pump him up to level 5, I'll probably put him ahead of Joe Adele.
But let's assume that we're going to get Nady for close to minimum, because probably we will.
Nady, you mean? Yeah.
Yeah. So
I did. That's why I went that way. Is because I did.
Then it's going to cost how much to boost him? It's going to cost. What do you say? You said Freddie Sanchez was like 1,000 points.
1,100 points for. I'll put it this way: it costs enough to boost Nady that I haven't yet. That I still haven't decided. I basically, because boosting is irrevocable.
Right.
As I sort of think about how to build this team. He's one of the ones where I have the Combinator version. It's an improvement. It's enough of an improvement, because he was already kind of in the meta for me that I can run the Combinator version like at level 1 for a while. But he'll probably be one of the last cards I really pump because if something more pumpable comes along that's comparable, I'd rather switch.
But okay, I'm trying to think about the cost. So we're going to pay $20K for the card. We're probably going to have to buy 8 to 10 Freddie Sanchez's to fully boost him to 5, right?
No, many more than that.
Well, no, I'm assuming we'll do the first 2 levels without him.
Yeah, but the problem is that here's the problem. The problem is that Nady has almost nothing else. So here, look at so Sanchez. This A-Rod is expensive, right? So if I start to go down to golds, there's no gold above. Well, okay, Klesko's 300, which isn't very efficient, but he's a new card, so he's expensive.
Jason Bay is okay.
But Jason Bay, I'm up to 10 Jason Bays to try this, but
right.
I'm still paying 5x probably.
So we're probably gonna have to pay 75 to 100K to fully level 5 and 80.
I agree. And you're going to have to be patient and take a while to do it. And so,
Okay, so let's say that L5 Nady is a 100K card. right? Something like that.
Yeah.
Jones is 300K, but he's really easy to boost because of Javi Lopez.
I think level 5 Nady is better than Jones, though.
Well, anything is better than level 5 Jones.
I think he is. Level 5 Nady, definitely, yeah. Of course,
'Cause
Nady's
level-
gold, so for anything, cap-wise, I'd much rather have Jones.
A level 5 Jones is costing us probably 350, right? Something like that, maybe less.
So
actually,
so
if
I
we
mean,
get the-
but the thing is, there's a third answer that's better. I just didn't end up getting the card because it was a little more expensive.
Oh yes, this card is tremendous.
This is the better answer because the boosting options exist.
Yeah, this card is just excellent.
Right.
I have to put Nady in and see what Model thinks of him. The level 5 Nady.
The level 5 Nady is really good, but
no, it's definitely good.
But Shumpert is going to be pretty close, and Shumpert is so much easier to boost that
I was trying to think about Jones versus Nady. Like, is it worth? Because we're basically saying we're going to pay, let's say, 250K extra for the Jones.
I don't think you'll pay that much because, again, I think JDA and I are sort of working this out that on average you expect, what was it, something like 2/3 of a Jones to be pulled per week, give or take.
Yeah.
I think if you're willing to buy the 4th or 5th copy of Jones, he'll be reasonably cheap, and that might happen.
So then it's definitely going to be. At least I would think it's going to be, because the thing is that not only do you get to play Jones in silver and bronze, you get to play him in every cap too, with like huge surplus value.
Yeah, but I do think Nady's bat improves a lot more than Jones's does from the Combinator. Just
that is probably true.
And so that's the reason I end up really liking. Again, I'm not really trying to sell everybody on Nady because, like I said, there's a reason I haven't boosted and passed this, right?
No, I'm really just trying to think about, like, how do we evaluate Combinator pricing based on, like, this is just an example, right? This is not like the definitive end all be all, like,
Yeah.
But it's really because
but that's where it also comes down to what fits with your team. So, for example, the lower level one that I ended up getting instead was this Brandon Geyer. Because he was cheap, he was very boostable, but he fit into exactly the role I needed with the other combinators I had gotten.
Yeah, unfortunately, you don't get to boost his hit by pitch rating, which is very sad.
We don't know.
But well, no, I couldn't. I can't imagine you would. It wouldn't really make much sense the way they're doing it, because it's not a rating. It's a number, really.
Anyway. Yeah. So
he just stands on top of the plate. Yeah, that would be a good card.
Don Baylor?
Yeah.
All right, where does that leave us? Should we look at Dalton rushing?
Yes. Rush for rushing.
So we're up to low diamond now. So this is just sort of a weird card for me in that, like, the value comes from a bunch of things that I just don't see I'm ever going to use. And I think there's supposed to be value there from the idea that he's like a fringy top 10 catcher who plays everything else and you can construct rosters around. But I just don't think I'd ever use him at any of those spots.
I mean, I have this a lot more playable at catcher than you do. But I still have him behind Mauer and Duncan VR, and obviously behind Posey VL.
Yeah.
So, I agree. I don't think his bat is really good enough to play anywhere else. It is. I think he's, if not the only not exactly 90 catcher, he's definitely the best one.
Yeah, I think there's also
maybe there's some use.
There's some, who's the righty? There's some righty that I was using in low diamond just because I pulled like week 1, who's awful, but
Romano and Sims are the other ones.
Romano, yeah,
but he's definitely better than Romano.
Yes, by a lot.
So okay, if at some point there's a
although the L, there's this Deanna Navarro who's actually good.
but he's not really. Oh, he's actually not so bad. I thought he was worse.
No, Navarro.
VL
You don't want him to touch anything VR, but VL, this
VL is-
Navarro is actually really good.
Okay, so you're playing either Navarro or the Russian. If that, I mean, the format doesn't exist, but if the format existed at some point, that's your options.
Right.
Okay, so he's an F.
I think so.
All right.
Oh, let me just double check that we didn't have a draft that had to get done because we always forget until
Oh yeah.
30 minutes, so we're okay.
Okay, we might even be able to get through all the cards in that time.
Stranger
probably
things have
not.
been known to happen. We don't have kidneys to speed us up.
It's true.
All right, AJ Smith-Shawver. This is a better AJ Smith-Shawver than last year's live.
It'll be hard to be worse.
Yeah, yes. This one is better, but this is also a horrendous shape and has no stamina. He'll get a nice little stuff boost.
Yeah, I mean there are a variety of goals which I'd prefer to this card. I
There are
really
some
don't.
silvers I'd prefer to this card, but not a lot.
Yeah, probably.
This is not the worst AJ Smith-Shawver we've had for his overall rating.
That is true. That is true.
I think I can increment the counter.
Yes.
Okay, so yeah. Well, we're still working on these commands, but we do have these. Yeah. All right. Not too much to say about this one, then, I guess, right?
Nope, it's just bad.
I will say he has a good bat for the pitcher.
Yeah, I don't understand. Maybe I just don't follow. I mean, I know I don't follow prospects all that closely, but I didn't realize that he was someone who had ever hit before. So that was interesting.
No, I didn't know that either.
But yeah, that's interesting. I guess good to know.
Wow. In the interest of positivity, I'm going to let you go first on this one.
Boy, if you want me to go first on a card with 130i in the interest of positivity, I think we're in trouble.
Okay, I can go first. He has a lot of eye. He does
has
have
a
a lot
lot
of
of-
eye.
Why? He's sort of missing other ratings which are useful. We need some power, I guess.
You mean like defense and
Yeah, that would help.
maybe like other ways of getting on base.
Yeah, so like all of the other future legend outfielders are better, basically. Like the Kjerstad and Kauser and
Clark, of course.
Clark. Cool Papa Bell's better. Fata Pinson's better. The PTCS reward Bryce Eldred is probably better, even though you're likely playing him in a different position. I don't know.
In fact, however, I do have this card is slightly better than my level 5 Jerry Brown.
Okay, there we go.
VR,
Well, that's
VR,
important to know.
VL, I'm taking Brown.
Right. Okay, so
we're adding to the counter.
counter. Going up again.
Counter. All right. I'll add the counter. Termar Johnson. He does also have some eye. So that's good.
Well,
Okay, so
there's this
actually,
Eddie-
I given that I do actually have this as my top base option at second VR, but I have him pretty far behind VL.
Isn't Eddie Use just like the same card but much better?
Yeah, but I want to play used it short.
I want to play Use at all three positions.
That's probably true. But given given the choice, probably used ends up at short.
Yeah, I mean, I still have I have him behind Bingo DeMoss as a 2A. I have him behind actually the new Arias also as a 2A.
Sorry, as a two-way, I have him behind Bingo, but I have him slightly ahead of Bingo VR.
Yeah, I have him about the same VR. I
I
mean,
mean,
the thing is, there's also
He's behind Eric Young VL.
yeah. Well, there's all. I mean, VL there's the Nap who's just like.
Snap.
I mean, it's
He's
unbelievably sweaty, but
Citron. Yeah.
yeah.
Um,
But I'm trying
you
to think
know, and I
I'm trying
don't.
to think,
But actually, what I was going to say though is I think the place you want to play this card is at third, and there I kind of get more interested because third's a bit of a hole right now in the
third is
meta,
a very weak position in low diamond.
and it's a weak enough
Um,
position. I mean, I think he's ahead of the Bautista that most people are running as a base card in gold. Uh, he's behind
yeah, I
Youst,
have
but Youst really should be playing middle infield, not third
yeah,
base.
I have Johnson very similar to the PTCS Eldridge at third, as sort of in the second tier behind Youst.
Yeah,
I mean
and I like him
Eldridge,
a little, and I like him just that little bit better.
yeah, it's the same defense business.
Yeah,
I mean, obviously, Eldridge is a much better bat, and this is a better glove.
yep.
Um, so yeah, he seems okay. He seems
But
playable.
more importantly, this card, a diamond, they're going to get pulled less often, but this is a boostable card, and Eldridge isn't.
Yeah, I mean, it's unlikely. The thing is that by the time you get to the diamonds, there's actually a pretty good chance that just none get pulled before it leaves the meta,
Yeah.
and then it doesn't really matter. So by the time we get to diamond, I think I'm not super concerned about that situation any longer.
Unless someone wants to sell you a Cinder Guard for like 90K, that's a good deal.
I would, yeah, that sounds good. Or 120K or
Sure.
150K, whatever it was, also sounds pretty good to me.
I'll give someone 90K for Youst.
Yeah, yeah.
Um, Deal, back dog, deal. Um,
See, I'm curious. Have you seen the other Cinderguard? Because another one sold, and I haven't seen it show up anywhere.
I haven't seen it, but I don't play much Diamond right now.
I don't either.
Um, so
So it's probably like a C or something.
yeah, I mean, I think it's only barely ahead, and I think you're gonna, for anything cap wise, you'd play Bingo instead because you're, saving 11 points.
Yeah, I mean, technically with Eldridge you get a sort of a pitcher, but not really. It's probably useless almost all the time, but it is technically something.
Yeah, but I think because Eldridge is a little worse one way and the pitching's not that useful, I mean, I think I'd rather Johnson. Yeah.
Yeah, probably. I mean, okay, you're not gonna pay 70K for it unless you're doing this for this mission, of course. But
No, but
you're also not doing this mission.
well, we haven't talked about the mission reward yet.
No,
right?
I mean, I think it's defensible to do the Mackenzie Gore ones. I think it's indefensible to do the De La Cruz ones.
Yeah.
So,
But team score.
yeah, sure.
Royce Lewis. Speaking
Now
of
we're
mission cards.
now we're all the way up to full diamond. So
Yes.
now we start getting into the Utley Tinker show.
Well, so this is the kind of card I should be interested in because I'm willing to run awful defenders at shortstop if the bat's good enough. Although I'm still running Tinker because actually his bat's pretty darn good.
Yeah, Tinker's ridiculous.
The problem is that the bat here is only very slightly better than Tinker's, I think, and so he's not a shortstop.
No,
At
he's not a second baseman.
At third base, the bat plays even less because there's that whole A-Rod thing and a bunch of cards like that.
Yep. I mean, I have him in the second tier behind A-Rod, but A-Rod is so much ahead of everything else.
And he's not a center fielder.
Yeah.
So I think he's at best an F. Maybe it's only an F because at this point, like, we're not worried about the combinators as much, kind of kicking him out of diamond. But
Okay, so one thing I think that is worth mentioning for both him and Meyer, who are kind of in the same situation, is I think probably most people in diamond, well, everyone is playing Utley at second, obviously, and most strong teams are playing Tinker at shortstop.
And they're single
And
position.
they're single position, so you need someone. And I think both Lewis and Meyer are options for that job.
See, I think Tamar Johnson probably is actually just better though. If you're going to do that.
He's a much worse defender for shortstop. I mean, I guess you don't care that much. There is also the whole thing you can do. You can play Bregman at DH one way.
I'm saying I'm probably playing Bregman at DH, who's also a shortstop only, so he can back up short.
And then it kind of solves it. You still need someone who backs up second,
and then I need second and third, and so Tamar does that. Bingo does that if you went that direction.
Yeah, and I mean, so Lawler was the card that I was playing before. I think you can still play him. Meyer, I think, is also in the mix.
And
for that,
in anything, in any even like super high cap, you just play Centrone, who.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, or even some kind of I don't know. I guess there aren't a huge number, but yeah, it's probably still enough. But
that's probably like a Harry Ford type option.
Yeah, I'm assuming that Harry Ford is sort of a full-time catcher in Diamond. I don't really see another good option for catcher.
Yeah, probably not.
But I think that's the only even potential use for Lewis, is that kind of just like second.
Yeah, no, I think it's an F, but it's probably not an F minus because it's at least like meta adjacent.
Yeah, it's if you don't have A-Rod, you might be playing it. But yeah, if you have A-Rod, you're obviously not.
All right, Spencer Jones, Yankee F minus, or do we have to look at this one?
I'm not sure if it's an F minus or regular F, but.
All right, we'll look at the card. Well, the bat's not great, and the glove is not.
No, it's probably an F minus.
No, actually, hold on.
Right.
This is just an F minus, regardless of yet. Hold on. This is wait a sec.
That's true.
Isn't this significantly worse than Joe Adell?
Yes. I mean, you can boost it technically.
Much worse than Joe Adell.
A level 5 Jones will be better than Adell, but.
Yes, so level 5 Jones will be better than Adell. This is much worse. Actually, this is much worse than Adell.
Yeah. That's true.
Put Adell back.
Right.
There.
It's just bad.
Yeah. All right. Well, as much as I hate to downgrade a Sox prospect and all that, as you were just saying, the bat's not good enough. The only advantage is that he plays 3 positions, but No, I
mean, I think this is another card which is in the mix for the second base shortstop kind of thing, if that's the build you're going for. But again, like Tinker and Utley just shut out basically every attempt to have anything else play at second or short.
So I actually do think the more I think about it, I think actually we should be talking about combinators here too. Because at the full diamond level, like a high-end gold combinator still is killing a bunch of these cards.
Well, they're not killing Tinker and Utley. Tinker and Utley are so absurd.
I don't think you're killing Tinker and Utley, but I think, it's not that hard to find. So, for example, like that J Bell I was showing you, who's pretty easy to boost. A level 5 J Bell is probably your middle infield backup option.
No, but you're paying more for that than you are for that. I mean, I guess you get it for gold too, but if that's really all you care about is just the diamond, like it's not going to be worth it.
No, probably not. Well, at these prices, they're comparable.
Yeah, but this is a mission, right?
But I heard a rumor that these cards might be in spotlight packs tomorrow.
Well, also, I mean, once people will not stop doing this mission, but people should stop doing this mission because the LA De La Cruz missions are really bad.
Yes. All right. So I still think if you're looking for sort of an infield option, the bat's basically the same as bingo.
No, but basically, I think what these cards come down to more or less is if you don't own Tinker and Utley, you shouldn't play Diamond, and if you own Tinker and Utley, this has extremely limited use, and that's like it. There's just no other.
Yeah, but also I think Bingo's giving you about the same value, and he's much cheaper.
He doesn't play short though.
Yeah, so if you're running Bregman, you don't need.
If you're doing the Bregman thing, then Bingo's better probably. But the Bregman thing is really a question of how many lefties you think you're seeing in Diamond, which is unclear to me how many it actually is.
Well, no, hold on. Wait a minute. You should just be running out of used. Like, there's your three position.
Yeah, used is also an option. Used is something else.
Yeah,
I mean, I think
there's your three position backup.
Yeah, I've got also in the same kind of group.
So I don't think it's an F minus, but it's probably an F. All right. Well, we got 4 perfects here. So Christian Scott. So first off, I think this is one where I heard some grumbling about the whole but he's not listed as a top prospect. I think it's fine to take cards, where if you re-rate them, you'd make them better. There's nothing, certainly Sporer, as, is one of the people you would most trust to kind of take a shot at, keeping tabs on prospects. So I'm only thinking about the card here. I have no problem kind of deciding to, take somebody from the lower part of the list and make it 100, right?
Yeah, I don't either.
So where do you have the card?
I mean, it's identical shape to Skeens, but lower ratings and everything.
Oh, okay. I was going to say the card that it's actually even more identical to, almost exactly, is Job.
Sure, yeah. I think it's worse than Job also.
I have it. Yeah, it's worse than Job by a little under a point across the board. So it's very slightly worse than Job.
It's much worse than Skeens. And actually, as the meta's been developing, I've started to prefer Painter to Job by a not insignificant amount.
And in tournaments, I still want to run like a Granky type shape or a Maddox type shape.
In tournaments, I'm more interested in those. In League, I'm not so interested in those kinds of cards anymore.
I agree, yeah.
But in tournaments, I'm still interested in that kind of stuff, yeah. So I don't know. I don't think Scott really has a place, especially, certainly if you're going to pay more for Scott than Skeens, that makes no sense. Job and Painter are still reasonably cheap, so you're going to get them always first. I don't really see a place in the meta for Scott then.
I don't think you're going to pay more for Scott than Skeens after a Spotlight pack.
Probably not. So yeah, I just don't see a use for Scott. It seems like there isn't really a place for him.
I still think he's somewhere in the 10th overall starter range for me.
Sure, but
what I mean is that sort of at the perfect level, where some of these are still 500,000 point cards. I think that's not quite enough.
I get. I mean, his price is probably going to come down to 100K before it makes sense to think about buying him.
Yeah, but at 100K, I think. But 100K,
at 100K, he's reasonable. Yeah, he's reasonable.
I bought Granky for 120K.
Sure. Yeah, I mean
that's been perfectly reasonable to run. I don't think I would have paid the. What is he going for now? Now that he was out of spotlights, it shot back up, right?
I mean, I think realistically at this point, if you're thinking about buying one of these cards, at least for me, I would just pay up for Bieber. I have Bieber so far out of everything that it costs 5 times.
Either pay up for Bieber, or if you're tournament focused, maybe still pay up for McHenry first. Just for the overall value.
Yeah. But I have Bieber just so far ahead of every other pitcher. It's 600K, but you're going to play the card for probably 2 more months or something. And
yeah. So I think maybe there's like a C or D. What do you think?
Yeah, I think maybe a D. Yeah, sure. Because again, it's kind of the same problem.
How about a D plus? But
again, it's sort of the same problem we had last year with a lot of these Future Legend OTP era, where it's just the stuff he's behind is in the same era and the same card type, and so it just makes it really hard to find a place where you actually want to use him.
He's not finding Mackenzie
because it's MAC
because it's spelled that way. There we go. Mackenzie Gore. So I actually have zero interest in this card because I think the shape only really works well for League. But I do think the shape's likely to work well for League.
Well, the reason, so I say I have this card as a pitcher, actually kind of in the same or similar place to Scott. I mean, I have a slightly better than Scott, but there's a very important difference, which is that this is the only left-handed starting pitcher that's like accessible and playable in league.
I think you can build a park where Atlee Hammaker survives.
Maybe, but like, okay, lefty groove is obviously good. Gore is the only other lefty that you can even think about putting in your rotation. So from that point of view, he's probably useful. Now you need the right build for it, but
I'm surviving in Diamond running both Valdez and Fried, just the lives. But
yes, I mean you don't want.
I don't think that's a great decision. That's just I haven't invested in.
No, I think basically you're going to want a pretty heavily lefty favorite ballpark to run Gore in because, like JJ is saying, he's bad for righties.
Well, yeah. Well, and I am doing it in a very. I can show you what I'm running. I'm running this Kaufman's. Why does it not keep the modifiers up?
Kaufman and Masson are the ones that you probably want.
So in Kaufman, that's basically where I'm trying to get away with running Framber and Fried.
Yeah.
But even at that, we're surviving in Diamond. But if I ever, did win the playoff lottery, then I'd immediately need to invest a bunch to have a real rotation.
Right. So I mean, I think the question sort of with this is like, yeah, there are some cards like K-Line, for example, right, which is super, super strong versus lefties, but a lot of teams have taken K-Line off their roster because there's just no one for them to hit against.
Yeah. Agreed. Yeah.
So will Gore actually get enough rotations to make people put K-Line or cards like that back onto the roster? I don't know. I mean, at the moment, teams in Perfect League certainly can acquire him, right? He's not like he's overwhelming.
Sure, yeah, he's cheap.
But, and he's being run. Some teams are running him as a starter, some teams are running him as a reliever. There's kind of a mix. It doesn't look like to me at the moment there's enough of them kind of to put all the big DL cards back.
There's a funny effect to the way they did things this time around. That the way it's being described, is that there are 12 Diamond Leagues with 2 teams promoted, right? But I don't think that's actually the right way we should be thinking about it. Because the way it works is it's the 2 teams that meet in the finals that promote, right?
Yep.
So what there really are 24 half-size Diamond Leagues. And if you win your half Diamond League, you promote.
Except, yeah, occasionally you play some of the teams in one of the other half Diamond Leagues.
You occasionally play some of the others in the regular season, but it's always about the playoffs anyway. And so
I guess
really,
there's some normalization stuff that would be a tiny bit different, but yeah, sure.
But like the point is, I can have what looks like an awful league draw because, say, the AC over here could have a ton of really strong teams, and it would be completely irrelevant to me. Right?
Sure.
If there are like 8 top-tier teams in the AC and nobody good in the NC, I'm really happy. I'm much happier with that than if there are 2 really good teams in the NC and no really good teams in the AC.
No, I mean, I think, obviously the better system is the World Series winner plus best regular season record, which I think was what I think Nico actually said this is what they wanted, but they couldn't get it to work from a coding point of view, which is very strange that you couldn't get it to work, but whatever.
Yeah.
So,
but I think that's really the setup here. And so when you look at your league draw, you actually only care about essentially your half of the bracket. Everything else is just, there's a slight little schedule imbalance thing where you're playing a few, you have slightly different schedules, but basically your competition are the other 14 teams in your half.
More or less, yeah.
Okay, so anyway, so as for Mackenzie Gore, we got to do a draft. So tell me about Mackenzie Gore, where you want to put him, and then we'll. So like I said, tournament-wise, he's really like an F, but league-wise, he should be quite a bit higher, right?
I think maybe like a C. I mean, the thing is that I think you only want to start him in the right park,
Right.
but in that park you sort of need him.
And then I guess the
So,
last thing is the fact that he's listed as a throwback card will change the chemistry a little bit. But I don't think a lot either way because there aren't a lot of throwbacks or a lot of future legends that currently are going to be in your build.
yeah, it is worth noting, by the way, for the throwback cards, they only get chemistry with throwback cards to the same version.
Yeah.
So Gore and De La Cruz will not get chemistry, for example. Not that you should put
Oh,
that equivalent.
I didn't know that. I haven't really looked at that
Yeah,
build, I guess.
it's a bit silly, but that's the way it works.
Okay.
So Gore will only get throwbacks with chemistry with other 2021 throwbacks, which are very limited. They basically don't exist. So
Let's do a draft just because we got 7 minutes to start, and then we'll do the other. So
Number
with the
two.
usual one we do on team 1919. This is about the least interesting park you could have picked, actually.
I think this one rotates though, so this is just a
Yeah, it just happens to
bad luck.
really flat park.
Yes.
But 1919. So this is the one where we always want to try to find a way to run a bullpen, but there just aren't enough pitchers to do it.
Right. Yeah. You don't.
Well, that's not the best start. So
I guess it's Deacon White, probably. Yeah.
So it could be Deacon White.
But Williams is such a bad shape for this. He's just like all power.
Yeah, I was hoping he had lower avoid K and a little more BABIP, but he doesn't. Kershaw, of course, is
Kershaw's
bad
not
in most eras.
Yeah.
Oliva is also awful shape. All right, it's
Deacon White. Sort of
it's
by
Edwin
default.
Diaz. There you go.
Williams is definitely the best card, but it's just so wrong for this era.
Yeah. Well, hey, McGuire's wrong for the era too, but actually
there
are two good cards here. So Burkett is great. I mean,
oh yeah, Burkett is so much BABIP.
Just look at this BABIP. So it's always Burkett. Okay, but
we only get one, so then probably.
I was going to say Herman Long is also really
Herman Long is also Roark is also kind of decent, not horrible.
But it's definitely Burkett.
It's definitely Burkett. Yeah, I forgot he had so much BABIP, but yes.
So I still want it to be Bo Bichette.
It must be Ichiro.
Yeah, I mean, I wish he had more of the BABIP instead of the avoid K.
Sure, but it's still enormous. And his defense is great.
It's got to be Ichiro. It's got to be Ichiro. You actually got me to draft an Ichiro. What is this? All right, you know what, though? For the same reason, it's going to be Crawford.
Yeah. Oh, Burkett. Oh, we have DH in this. Never mind. We're good.
Is this DH? Hold on. This is...
Yeah, I think it's a DH.
Yeah, it's a DH. It might just be Teal.
I'm thinking either Teal or Spire.
No, Spire just doesn't get enough with the bat. I think it's got to be Teal.
Yeah, probably. We should really try to find a platoon for Crawford, though, if we can.
And maybe one of them people that throws a ball.
Well, who needs those?
We only got one of them offered this round, and it's Jack Leiter.
Yeah.
So
we could take the Fournier.
We were talking about Fournier. I mean, actually, as much as the power gets nerfed, it's not a horrendous shape for the.
No, it's not terrible. He has a decent amount of eye.
Mize's power getting nerfed will be a much bigger problem.
Mize is terrible for this thing, yeah.
Merced also has a really good shape, though, just to point out.
Oh, Ron the floor is maybe not so awful.
So, but if you look at this Merced, maybe even at first, I think this is the better shape than Fournier.
Probably yes. And at least he has some flexibility. No, Ron the floor is not a card we usually ever think about, but it's actually, I think, not so awful in this.
That is a lot of BABIP and a lot of range in center. Wow. It's not Warner, right? Because he's to avoid K heavy.
I guess the problem with him is, Ichiro's going to, it's awkward positionally with LaFleur because Crawford only plays left and Ichiro only plays center and right.
Cedeno, okay. So do you like LaFleur or Cedeno? Cedeno's back better.
We should take Cedeno because he has the right field. LaFleur not having right field is a real problem.
Let's see.
Because if we take LaFleur, we're going to be forced to put him in center, Ichiro and right, which we really don't want to do.
Although the 96 range, I mean, I do like LaFleur. I do like LaFleur as a center fielder.
Yeah, we're giving up like 6 range in center field, though. That's the problem. Because we our only option is to put Ichiro in. Oh, I guess we could platoon. He could be sort of our Crawford half Crawford platoon. We could do that the other way. But yeah,
I think there's probably better.
Better.
Still would like to find a pitcher, and we
Didn't get
have
one.
not been offered any pitchers this round. So, yeah.
So Jerry Royster has a lot of range.
Stalker. So first off, Stalker has a great shape for this. So I think we're always taking Stalker with 100 range and 113 bat.
Stalker is great. Stalker's great.
Trying to remember.
I don't remember Royster's bat shape.
You said you wanted to look at Ward or Royster? You said,
Royster. Sorry. He's a lot of range, but like no bat. Or I don't remember his shape. At least it was bad.
There's not much in the bat. I don't hate 102 range if there's nothing else to take, and he plays 3 positions. So maybe I think it's probably that because the outfield backups don't help us.
Leach is not awful, but he's
not awful. But we've taken 4.5 outfielders. Like we're assuming that one of them is playing first. We've taken 4.5 outfielders.
Yes.
All right. Well, we got to have some pitchers soon.
Pitchers.
Well,
we got one.
Technically, Dylan Covey.
We got. Okay, we have to take pitchers here. We got like 5 of them. We have no choice. We have to take 2 probably.
I think we have to. All right. They're really badly shaped for this era.
Warren is probably the best of them.
No, I think here. I think Covey's better than Warren for this era. For 1919.
No, they're probably pretty.
It's probably Covey. It's close.
It's close.
I mean, there are a small number of home runs.
Yeah, it's probably pretty close. There are also some strikeouts. I think maybe we just take both of them. I think we maybe need to take 2 pitchers here because we just got offered 5 pitchers.
We did actually get offered 5 pitchers.
We just take them both.
All right.
Wrong shape. Abner's terrible.
All right, we'll do it.
Taniyama, I think, is like super splitty but pretty good VR, if I remember correctly.
He's also a reliever. I mean, yeah, he's a perfect shape for the era. I mean, we're taking Taniyama.
Right.
We're taking him, but so I don't hate Nathan Perez just in terms of like a backup, even though the bat's a complete 0. But
we need to count
wonder
pitchers.
If I'm supposed to take Seth Lugo here, aren't I?
We again got offered a lot of pitchers.
Aren't we just supposed to take Seth Lugo? And isn't he actually our ace in this build?
Yep, he is.
I think we're taking ace Seth Lugo. All right.
We are in.
Well, okay. So we cannot do anything other than take Eddie Yost on this stream, right?
Let's take Yost and Dietz. I mean,
I think so. Spielborg's is great, though.
Bayo is also probably pretty good for this.
Bayo's not as good. Dietz. So Dietz is great.
Dietz is great.
Okay, it's probably Dietz, but I really want Spielborg's.
Well, no, I mean Dietz is probably the other half of our platoon with Crawford.
Yeah.
Or maybe Yost. I don't know. One of them is. How are we on pitchers? We've taken 4, and we have 9 to go. Okay, that's fine. All
right, we'll do this.
We could use a fielder at some point, probably.
Yeah, let's see. Estrada is no.
Nope.
Mitch Spence is flat.
All right, we're taking Spence then. We need to take a pitcher, and he's definitely better than 14 control.
So Jim O'Rourke has the advantage that he can actually catch. That's all you're getting out of him. But
I mean, that bat looks decent.
But the thing is that at the moment we have no first baseman, and so we might
No,
actually
we
be
have
getting
Merced.
both. What?
We have Merced. Merced is our first baseman.
That's right. I guess one way. We'd like a VL. Yeah, O'Rourke is your Foley booster. Yeah.
Is he the only teammate that Foley has?
No, there's another teammate of Curry Foley's that's really important. We just haven't had released yet.
Well, fair enough.
You know who I'm talking about.
Of course. But that guy sucks. We can't have him in the game.
Yeah. That's true.
Oh,
But there is a different catcher, teammate of
Yeah.
Davey Force is still the guy who like forever was popping to the top of my screens on like bronze pitchers.
Oh, for me, it's the Luke Easter in gold. Like he
Yeah,
keeps
him
showing up.
too.
Yeah.
All right, we'll go O'Rourke. That's fine. In case we get a Curry Foley.
Yeah.
Okay, so this Averill, in some eras would have been,
Great. Yeah, I mean, this is a card that's very playable.
Well, here you go. Charlie Huff should have.
Have
No.
6 control. Yeah.
Well, if we have to take one of Huff and Olsen, we're still taking Huff. Do we have to? 5 pitchers left after this.
We have 5 pitchers left, and we have to take 2. Okay, I guess. We really need an infield.
Part of the problem is I don't know who else we're taking in the infield because the infielders are all lousy here.
Maybe Gurriel?
This Cuccinello is closest, but he has no defense.
Does Gurriel have infield? Didn't he play the infield at some point?
Well, let's see. He has a rating of 7 and fully trained at second. So that's
No, is the answer.
30 range is actually more than I thought we were going to get for a 7 rating.
And 1 catcher ability.
Yes.
Whatever. We have to take one of the infielders, though, right? We kind of
so maybe Rocky Bridges is the better backup, although the bat's horrendous.
Yeah, I guess so. And then we just take the best hitter, probably. Or just take one of the pitchers for insurance.
Okay. I'd say this Shin-Soo Kim looks like the best hitter.
Sure.
But I'm fine with taking Huff just in case, actually.
Maybe
that's better.
Yeah, it's probably better. It's probably better to do that.
Just in case we get our pitchers in a round. Oh, okay. Since we've been talking about him on stream.
No, this is a really great round, yeah.
There is this Jerry Brown, although, we got some other good options here. Okay, so I think Arnie Stone is probably the most important because we need
definitely. And he's actually good.
He's good, and I think we may actually be trying to run. Problem is our starters are bad, but our bullpen's also bad. So I don't know if we're going to try to run a bullpen, I don't know.
Yeah, so I mean, Brown is the best card of the remaining options.
Right. Lynch is not awful if we're thinking about looking for pitchers.
Yeah, he's not terrible. There's Swede Risberg, who is also not terrible.
The nice thing about Brown is he does actually technically play second in addition to third.
Are we ever interested in Rudy York? Is his bat the right shape for this? His bat is not awful.
If you take away the power, probably it hurts too much, but I agree it's not awful. Okay. Let's just take a quick look at what we're doing right now.
First baseman right now, is it Teal?
Well, it's Merced and then Dietz or Teal, yeah.
Okay, that's fine.
I mean, this looks fine, actually. And then on the pitching side, the issue is...
They're all terrible.
It's Lugo and... I mean, probably we do want to use the pen. So probably we want to run 2+6, right?
Yeah, Tadayama looked like our best pitcher.
So then we probably want Stone and Lynch.
Sure.
We want Stone and Lynch, and we're hoping that we hit one more iron pitcher that lets us throw out the weakest.
Uh,
Um, and
well, we
Jasmine
hit.
Floyd is not really what we want.
No, he looks worse than Huff.
Maybe we want him just to have a ninth in case our pitching's so bad we somehow need more than 2+6.
Yeah, we might as well. We have 1,000 roster spots.
Um,
We probably should take one of these catchers if our catchers are also a backup first baseman.
yeah.
I guess
So
probably.
Volley's 25 BABIP isn't going to get it done, even with that
No,
eye.
not so
It's
much.
probably Grandal.
Probably Grandal.
All right. I think. Oh, wait, hold on. We have 5, not 2. So we have
Mac
plenty of.
Jones's stat is non-horrible.
Well, for the era, it's fine. Yeah.
Sure, that looks reasonable.
Turner Barber might be okay. I think we'd like an infielder.
Yeah, Sandy Alomar, I guess, is the only infielder we got. Right, that's kind of it.
That's really not
Or
doable.
Luis Garcia. Maybe Luis Garcia is better.
I think Garcia is going to be better. Well, okay, he plays everywhere. Why not?
Yeah, might as well.
Mapes usually has a good early era shape, but I guess it's the same problem of like playing nowhere.
Yeah, it seems like he's just worse than Jones.
Is it George Scott as a backup first base? I mean, he's just bad.
Bad though. Maybe Bob Oliver. I don't know what that card looks like.
Turner Barber has a bat. Bob Oliver, I've never looked at that card before.
I haven't either, but the mouse overview did.
Not promising.
Yeah. I mean, in all honesty, this card is never getting in the game anyway. It really makes very little difference.
Pedro Pius backs up a bunch of positions horribly.
Yep.
All right, Turner Barber's the best bat. Should we just do that then?
Sure.
Well, actually, hold on. Is it Luplo? Does he play a little bit of defense?
Oh, Luplo's at least that is splitty. Maybe that's better.
Yeah, let's do that instead of Barber. All right, we're done.
Great, we did it. This team is awful.
So, no, okay. Actually, I think our offense is going to be okay.
Our offense is okay. Our pitching staff is horrible, like really horrible.
Yeah. Yes.
Probably the only cards we ever want to come in the game are Tadayama and Stone, and everyone else we'd rather not have in the game at any point. So that's good.
But Tadayama, we can stop her.
Maybe
Maybe.
you're gonna have to put Kobe back in the rotation for to be able to submit.
Yeah, that's just a submission thing, and then we'll
fix him.
I think we'll somehow win a round or two just because of the offense.
And then run into someone who has like one or two real pitchers, and that'll be the end of it. It does seem like if you get a good pitcher offered in this thing, you should take them. Because it's so easy to just get 26 pitchers and you can just get all bad ones, and that's the end of the draft. So I don't know. It feels like when you get a good pitcher, you're just supposed to take it. We didn't even see a single good one.
No, we didn't.
Well, we did pass Edwin Diaz.
So this is what it's going to look like, and then Covey's going to actually be our middle relief use more often.
Yeah.
All right. On offense, though, the good news is on offense, we can do some stuff. So Teal, Merced, Royster's probably fine. I mean, we don't have a better second base option, I guess. Stalker. So this is probably the right alignment VR.
Yes. And then we should put in
VL.
VL.
We definitely want Dietz. I think Dietz maybe just plays first, actually.
Maybe Dietz plays catcher.
Yeah, maybe that's okay. Sure, let's let Dietz play catcher.
And then Yost plays right, Zdeno plays left. Probably.
And then it's is it Merced back at first? Maybe it's Merced back at first.
Yeah, definitely Merced. Yeah, the
Yeah, Mr.
blocking
Black, the blocking is an issue, but
it's so much more offense this way.
is it Merced or Teal? The L, it's Merced.
I guess the other option is to DH Dietz and put Burkett in the outfield.
Burkett's not that much of an outfielder.
No.
But Cedeno's bat's actually pretty good here.
Yeah, that's true. Zdeno's probably just really good. We probably should
Now for the fun. How bad is the auto set lineup?
Oh God. Actually, in this era, it's probably not so bad.
In this era, it's probably okay because it's just sorting by BABIP, right?
I guess we should turn on Crawford stealing. Even in this era.
I'm not even sure even in this era.
Maybe not.
All right, I think we can go rate the last two cards.
Well, at least they're easy.
Oh, and then because I know we said this is popular, we'll finish up by ripping cards on. Oh, we do in a TWIP draft. We'll finish up by ripping cards on stream and doing a TWIP draft. How about that?
Sounds good to me.
Because I still don't quite understand the popularity of ripping cards on stream, but I know it's a thing. So and if we get another Cy Young, it's definitely clippable.
Yeah, I mean, it's worth about $20K, but it's a good clip.
Yeah, but just for the memes. All right, Ellie de la Cruz. I still think they're missing an opportunity to have an Ellie. So one thing I was going to ask: do you have the 24 ratings to compare? Because in principle, these are like 24 ratings translated to 25 in some way.
I don't think they are. I think they're just completely new, but I have 24 installed. I can get it up quickly.
Okay, I was just curious if it's basically the same shape. I just didn't remember exactly what the card. I mean, the card art's obviously the same.
Yes. No, I mean in general they haven't been doing that. I don't think they've been sort of just re-rating the cards, from scratch more or less. But let me check.
Sounds reasonable.
I'm in Perfect League right now. That's exciting.
Ooh. Am I? I haven't looked at that game in a while. I assume not. If you didn't notice.
I do not see you in Perfect League at the moment. I'm not doing well in Perfect League, but I'm there. Yeah, it's so sad. Okay, De La Cruz in 24. Which order? I guess I'll read them in the same order. So he was in 24, 104 contact, 86 BABIP, 58 avoid K, 101 gap, 111 power, 81 I.
So similar shape, but not identical.
Not identical.
And how splitty was he? What would say the power split, VL and VR?
Power split was 104, 113.
It was 104, 1. Okay, so no. So it's a similar kind of card, but it's definitely different. Okay.
Really different, yeah. His defense his defense shape is slightly changed also. He has a little bit more range and a little bit less error in 25.
Okay.
Sorry, GSG. Nightbot is very aggressive.
What happened? Did we?
GSG tried to post a screenshot of De La Cruz's ratings, but Nightbot.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. So probably his best shot is at third because of the bat, but even at third, seems like he's. So VR, I have him only sort of behind the Jackson Holiday at third, but about equivalent to Red, and Red, does a lot of other things as well. And then
Well,
VL red is, so it's a two-way card. I have him like fifth at third base.
no, I think what basically ends up happening is like, okay, at least at second, you're either playing Shane Deanster Tinker at short. This is for league.
Yeah.
Jayla Cruz and Holiday, yeah, I have about the same VR.
And the other one's going to be on your roster. Yeah.
But and I have Holiday just better VL, so that kills De La Cruz. He has no place to play. There's just no position to play him at. So that's it.
I think that's right. The only question is this card going to be cheaper than Holiday to finish the mission?
No, because you lock like almost all you need. All the stuff you need for Holiday, basically, you need for De La Cruz too, and then more stuff, some more new stuff for De La Cruz.
I think that's probably right. Yeah.
So I don't see how we're
So
ever
it just
getting
ends
him
up
in
being
the
an
game.
F because it's just directly killed.
Just right.
And Holiday is eligible for absolutely everything that De La Cruz is, plus
And more actually.
more
Yeah.
because there's that stupid Live Plus thing, which actually
Yep.
this card is not eligible for, but Holiday is.
Oh, the only use for De La Cruz is like a pinch runner, but that's yeah.
But the other thing is actually that Holiday is pretty playable at second.
Yes, as a back. I mean, you're playing Utley, obviously, but certainly I'm okay with him as
Utley
a back.
or Red but I'm much less upset to have Holiday end up at second than
Yes. Yes.
well, no. Me, I'm playing Yank Robinson because
Oh, okay, sure.
I mean, come on. Look at that eye. How is my Yank Robinson doing? No, actually, I'm playing Yank at short because I also don't have the shortstop option.
We can say one thing about De La Cruz though,
Yeah.
is that he's better than Junior Caminero.
Yes. But here you go. You see Yank Robinson. Look at that OBP.
Just don't look at anything else.
Well, no. You can look at one other thing actually. His glove is not a complete disaster.
Yeah, there's this Joe Tinker guy who I've heard of.
Yeah,
Who has,
well, Tinker's glove is a little better.
Yeah, just a little bit. I don't know. Whoever needed 8 points of range anyway.
Mm-hmm. What's it? Caminero.
So we don't give out a lot of these, but I think Caminero is kind of the rare perfect F minus, where he's worse than the diamonds.
It's true.
Like, it's hard to do that because the gap from 99 to 100 is usually so massive. But like, this is worse than A-Rod by a lot.
Yeah. Hey, we got Orlando Merced. Speaking of Orlando Merced.
Yeah, it's weird because Caminero, I think, is like number 5 on the Fangraphs list. Like, he's a very good prospect.
Yeah.
But
in general, I mean, I will say across the board, it's kind of disappointing this set. There's really no card that we looked at and said we need.
No, it was a
Our
really, really
card of the set looks like this Arias sort of at a C+.
Right. I mean, the strong, like, okay, if commoners didn't exist, we probably would have given A or S to both Adele and Davis.
Hey, Rojo, the Twitch stream will show my transactions. You just have to ask Nico nicely.
Yeah, it's true. But yeah, I mean, under normal, 24 kind of circumstances, no commentators, Adele and Davis are getting, like, we're quite interested in both of those cards.
Yeah, well, when you break the game, you also make it difficult to make content that works. But that's,
Yeah, but I mean, I think it's just worth sort of pointing out that, like, it's not just that, all this stuff about the drawing way. It's actually like actively making the game very, very difficult to like continue to function because you can't release these kinds of cards anymore.
Yep, it's true.
Um,
All right. Here, let me remember to shift our.
Yeah, that's true. Henry Davis bad is not much worse than Camaneros. That's
All right. You know what? All right. Let's do a TWIP draft, and then we'll open some packs at the end because I still don't quite get the attraction of it, but it's clearly a thing that brings in all the views, so we'll try it.
sure. I would say my usual method of opening packs is holding down the space bar until I hit the card limit, and then selling off all the duplicate live irons and bronzes I pulled, and then hitting the space bar again. So
Yeah, that's about what I am. But we'll see if we can somehow have more fun with it.
yeah,
I don't know quite. All right, here we go. You get a strawberry card, but strawberry is not packable.
if you get a strawberry in a pack, well, this patch has had a number of bugs, so I wouldn't be that.
That's true. That is true, and maybe you'll get the throwback combinators that don't exist. All right, here we go. Comerica, as usual, very righty heavy. Here we go. Wow.
That is an unbelievably good round.
I'm okay with this, right?
No, but Killebrew's also really good.
Killebrew is really good. Actually, Killebrew in this park is worth thinking about, isn't he?
And Heavy Johnson is also not really bad.
No, but actually, hold on. In this park, is it ever Killebrew because of the park?
It might be.
Probably red is the one that you would get rid of just because it's this like power profile, and Jackson Holiday's more flexible.
I don't know. This is a tough round.
No, red's pretty flexible too.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe it is supposed to be Killebrew.
I don't know.
Wow. I mean, normally I would take the two most flexible, and that's going to be Holiday and red, because you can fill in first baseman later.
Well, Holiday does play first because it's a tournament.
I think it's Holiday and red anyway, just
Maybe,
because they're so flexible.
I will say we're giving them zero consideration, but Heavy Johnson, Yu Darvish would normally not.
We'd be very no problem.
Yeah.
I do like the 150 power VR.
Yeah, that's a lot of power.
And we did discover that he's a good booster for a couple combinators.
That's true. That's true.
All right, I think we go with the middle infielders just because of scarcity, right?
Sure. We can always stick Holiday at first if we have to. It's probably not that much worse than Killebrew.
Okay, well, DiMaggio's fine here too.
Yep,
Sure.
DiMaggio's good.
Now for the other, I will say this Galarraga is not as bad of a card as
it's either Galarraga or Naquin. I'm not sure.
Killebrew's a lot better than it's probably Naquin actually. Just go BABIP. Singles are like walks, just different, right?
Yes, they're the same but different. We figured it out.
Use your PD selection to boost confidence. Exactly. It's a. Well, here we go. Best Elliott Cruz in the game. Normally I like Toby Hara because of the shape, but not this one. Okay, this is a little rougher round.
Probably it's kind of Jermaine's eye by default.
I was gonna say, is it Weaver despite the awful shape? Probably not, right? We're probably just committed to gold pitching.
This looks worse than Silver's. I think we have to take that. Die looks like the only even remotely playable card here.
Yeah, but we do want two of them. So the question is...
Well, no, we don't want two of them, but we do have to take two of them. Definitely.
So it's probably one of the pitchers, and we hope it ends up being like our fourth starter?
Yeah, or in a bullpen, ideally.
I guess it's Quinn.
Okay, how crazy is it to think about De La Cruz?
I just don't think that works. I think if you're going to do that, Hara's at least got a better glove.
Look, he has 107 defense at first base because he's 6'5".
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. It's probably a pitcher.
Probably
Probably a pitcher.
Quinn. It's probably Quinn then.
Sure. Yeah, probably Quinn.
All
It's
right.
not good, but
Larry French at least, fits the park with the reverse splits.
Dutch Leonard fits the park well. Also, I think.
It's Leonard either way. Sorry, yeah. I'm
Yeah.
thinking it's probably we just want both.
Or you could maybe G Walker. We already love outfielders. Yeah, it's probably French. Okay.
I don't hate G Walker, but I think we're just desperate for pitching.
Yeah.
So this Lindblad is actually a really good card.
Yeah, Lindblad is decent. Certainly.
And it's not a great round otherwise. Hey, we got offered Royster again. He's still not much better, but
Well, but now we actually have middle infielders that are good, so we really have very little use for him. I guess we could put
yeah.
Hall third.
But the alternative is that we're probably taking two relievers. It's probably this Mike Adams or the live. Yeah, it's probably Mike Adams, right?
Well, that doesn't look
This
very.
Alzolay is also an okay shape given the park.
Somehow he's still an 86. Amazingly.
What's Edwin Diaz going to get re-rated to?
The most any card moved, other than the ones that changed between positions, was 8 points in the last update. It doesn't necessarily mean that the next update, the max changes 8
Right,
points.
but Edwin Diaz is a little bit unique, I think.
Yeah, I mean, also the same thing happened the first update last year. It was 8 points max, and then it obviously did not stay that way.
But I think there's a second reason that I think there's a second reason on Edwin Diaz, which is there's no stats from last year to anchor. And so if they're doing some kind of like stat anchoring thing in addition to the projection, he can move a lot more than most cards.
Yeah, that's possible. We don't know. The only thing which they've ever said about that is that the projection system is not only zips. It's zips and other
but they
things.
didn't say what the plus is.
They didn't say what the other things are.
But if it's something about like trailing stats, then all right. This is
terrible round.
I'd started to think that it might be something like that just because it would have explained a little bit some of the cards that went the wrong direction.
I don't know.
I guess it's Adams Lindblad, right? We're just taking two relievers, and
if anyone can explain to me with any reasonable thing how Jose Urena can allow 2 home runs for 9 innings and go up, including have his P home run go up last year, I would really be interested to hear it.
Yeah. Well,
yeah.
I mean, my favorite was Yuri Perez going down.
Yeah, Yuri Perez was also just.
I guess it's Stocker Shumpert, right? Even if
it's 100% Shumpert. Yes, we're playing Stocker's short. Shane Beans at second, Holiday at third. That looks fine.
Yeah. Zahn is actually probably going to be our number 2 or 3 starter.
Maybe Charlie Morton is okay.
I was going to say, is it ever Quintana?
No, Quintana's just like flat 70s.
He is, but I mean,
I think Morton is better.
Just hope they're running righties.
Yeah.
Why not? Okay, so Jim Abbott's fine, except that he's a lefty, but I think it's still Abbott.
And Dietz, the catcher?
Dietz or Nielsen?
Definitely Dietz in this park. Definitely Dietz.
Yeah. I like the way you're thinking. Okay, Kuroda's actually good.
Yes. I don't know anything about what Square Moore looks like, other than I think I remember he had some kind of a bat.
You don't want to look too much at Square Moore. But,
We might still be taking him.
Although, hold on. The guy's nickname is Dusting Off. That's probably good, right?
He was very clean. He dusted off more than everyone else.
Oh, I was thinking about that as more like a, Drysdale or that kind of dusting off.
You're probably right, but
I mean, Colby Lewis is a pitcher who exists.
Definitely good in a righty home run park.
You know what? Let's go with Square Moore. It's not a great round.
It's not.
Um,
It's
okay,
really not.
Raffensperger's fine. Claudio's fine.
Yeah.
Uh, actually, okay, Claudio's better. That would be our last pitcher, actually. We somehow have gone from the one extreme to the other.
Well, we have actually a lot of pitchers left. We really could use infielders quite badly. I guess maybe Eddie
Well,
Miller
if we need infielders bad, we have a lot of, cards that would be
or
filed under infielder, comma, bad.
yeah. I don't know which is the best of the
I
bad.
mean, Raffensperger is actually good. Why don't we just take Raffensperger and
Taken.
we're going
Okay,
hitters the rest of the way.
sure.
Now watch, we'll hit, all the
It says we have five third basemen to come. So
um
well,
and Fitzgerald's just a flat catcher.
Isaiah kind of fell off as a pitcher, right? That's good.
More so than a catcher.
Yeah.
Thinking Fitzgerald just to get it out of the way, and then Ken
Okay.
Henderson's flat. Van Slyke, it just doesn't fit the park is the
What does
problem.
Floyd Baker look like? Is he awful?
Oh, I don't know because his face didn't make the the mug shot. He's awful.
Yeah, that's fair. He is awful though.
Um,
Maybe live profile? Is that
that's what I was just pulling up. He's not as good as I remembered.
I
Okay,
was more hoping
Justin
that
Bohr. Like technically, we don't have a first baseman, although we have people we can stick there.
okay, so let's take Justin Bohr. I mean, I wish he was right-handed, but
Yeah, because I think we want Holiday at third, probably,
yes. Well,
unless we
maybe we
get it.
want maybe we want Shumpert at third and Holiday at first.
At least the L. Well, here you go, Stan Hack. That fits the
I
era
feel like I remember
great.
picking
We probably are
Higgins.
taking Stan Hack.
I think I remember Higgins being not horrible.
Um, here's the comparison. I think
But they're
Hack's just
both.
got more bat.
Yep. Okay. Hackett is. Neither
Um,
one is very good,
and
actually.
probably it's Junior Felix, right?
I guess
Like
so.
he's got a bunch of BABIP. He can technically play all three positions.
Yeah, it's a bit of a shame because Jake Westbrook is actually a
Westbrook would have
son.
been. Oh yeah, I would have taken Westbrook if.
Yeah.
All right. Well, okay. You know what? We're taking a 13th pitcher.
Yes, we are. Um,
Uh,
probably Ken McMullen
does he play anything else? For the bat's probably still
is
good
first,
enough
I
to
think,
just
but
run
it's
the
actually a
DL and
real
hope.
VL bat.
I guess actually we'd like an outfielder ideally.
Are we doing an outfielder? Okay.
So I think it's Willie Kirkland then, or Bill O'Hara. Well, actually, no. Hold on. No, Foley plays left right. So
Foley is.
yeah, it's probably McMullen then because we put Foley can play left and right.
I guess we can also Shane Dean's. Oh, Shumpert plays the outfield. We're fine. Shumpert plays
Yeah.
the
All
outfield.
right. So we'll go McMullen. All right. All right. This is
Bad. I mean, it started off great. Our first two rounds were actually pretty good, and then it went downhill very, very quickly.
okay. So Jack Quinn is probably not our race. Probably it's Leonard,
Is our definitely our best pitcher.
French, Quinn,
Okay, before we do anything, we need to make Corey Foley.
Kuroda. I'm thinking then Kuroda and Zahn.
Croden's on definitely in the rotation.
Maybe it's actually no. I think this is the order.
I think. Yes, maybe. Or maybe Zahn better than Kuroda. Maybe. No, probably not this part. This is probably good.
And Quinn, I guess, ends up in the rotation, or does he not even?
Is Quinn even better than Raffensperger? Or Abbott? Maybe Abbott.
Okay, Quinn's better than Raffin. Yeah, actually, yeah, Abbott. That's the right answer. I mean, okay, the real answer is it doesn't matter who we put as our number 5, right?
The other option, we could just put Morton in and hope we get righties. Because we're losing if we don't get righties, and okay, at least Morton is pretty good versus righties.
Morton will be our specialist.
Sure.
Jack Quinn is our middle relief. No, okay, he's probably at least a setup guy or something.
I mean, uh, we
Whatever.
have we have one good pitcher, so that's
Whatever. All right. Fitzgerald. No. We're clearly offense here, right? It's clearly
yeah.
Dietz. Um. So
Foley,
the L at least
no,
it's
we should play Foley at first. Yeah,
Foley plays first, doesn't he? Yeah.
yeah, Foley's good.
It's all fine.
Actually,
Okay. Look, we are gonna hit, right?
it yes, we should hit. Yeah, I guess this is why maybe we should have taken Killebrew in the end, but we also we didn't get middle infielders either. So
No.
okay, Dick Dietz hitting eighth seems bad.
But the auto set roster says he should be hitting eighth.
I'm gonna
You know what? You know what?
disagree.
Hold on. Let's trust the auto set. What's the worst thing? Let's trust the auto set.
It has like 3 players in the right spot out of 9. That's terrible.
Whatever. We're losing this draft anyway. Well, the one I hate is that the auto set keeps wanting for me to like lead off Nicky Lopez.
Yes. My favorite this year has been the one where I had 2 shortstops, and it put one of my shortstops at second, and the other shortstop was a backup shortstop, and no one's starting a shortstop. That one was pretty good.
The auto set can't put your best VR bats in the pinch hit list.
Yeah, that one's also pretty frustrating.
That.
Well,
How did
2
Nicky
years
Lopez
ago,
play in center? Wow.
2 years ago, someone won a PTCS draft with an untrained card at second base, which was amazing. So after that, you gotta believe, right? It's
No. All right. Well, actually, most importantly, in our Friday night, did we get a real draft in the first round? Because we've done well in this. We won this one week, I think.
it was an awful draft, but yes, we did.
So let's see who our first round opponents are. The Brooklyn Pigeons. I'm assuming is what we're going with there.
Here they have a 4-man rotation, which is interesting choice.
Tiedemann. Okay, I like our chances here, actually.
I like Tiedemann. I
Okay,
definitely
red is
put
pretty
Matt.
good. Red's a little scary, but
It's a lot of cards with
there's a
bad
lot of
shape.
power that are going to struggle in this era.
Yeah. I suspect that this manager did not realize which era they were in.
I think we're going to do okay in this one. All right. All right. Oh, that's right. The last thing I said we'd open packs on stream. So how do people usually do this and make it fun? Because like I said, this is not as much my thing.
I think I don't know, you go slowly and you read out the cards, and then if you get a good one, you milk it for 10 minutes. I think that's the idea. Like you turn on the thing that hides them, and then
That's definitely not my style. All right. Okay. You know what? We put up a prediction. How about this? So we are opening a crap ton of standard packs and 2 diamond historicals, right?
Yeah, 35 standards for Diamond Historical.
So what's the prediction we should put up?
I don't know. How many commoners will we get? No, too many 0.
Maybe it's
I don't
price of
know.
the highest priced card?
highest L10 card. Okay.
Including the 2 diamond historicals, right?
Yeah. So what's the
So
number?
over under. Okay, so right now, if you get any of the future legend diamonds, it's going to be like 75K ish, right? And not much else has a ton of value from the historical diamonds.
Oh, like,
But any of these mission
well,
cards are big.
what? I guess the question we really are asking is like, what is the median?
Yeah.
What is the median diamond price? Well, I
Because
guess
the
we can do that
historical
easy.
diamond packs are really the big
Okay.
the big thing
I
that
think
sells, right?
I think it should be either 10 or 15K.
Let's go 15K. All right, we'll give
Wait,
3
this is
options.
historical. This is historical.
Right.
I forgot this is historical. Okay, then probably 15.
How
My
about
very scientific method, I'm going to the card shop and I am scrolling until the scroll bar is about in the middle.
all right, here's what I'm gonna do. I'll give 3 options. Under 10,
Oh,
10 to 25, over 25.
okay.
We'll give people 2 minutes if they want to predict because
I
we
guess
should
it
sort of get
doesn't
ready.
matter so much if we make the odds even because theoretically they should fix themselves.
Theoretically,
But
it's a parimutuel thing, yeah.
as we have seen from the previous experiment,
Actually,
well,
no,
that was the theoretical.
no, but we did okay with these, right?
We did okay with the other one with the sort of can you make it come out 6-1? We did not do particularly great.
Yeah.
The
problem with the FL prices is that, I think there's going to be a pretty fixed number of people who are trying to complete the missions around these prices. And so the first few copies on the market to help them complete are going to be important because they're close. And then it'll probably drop off really rapidly when you hit,
And I can give you what the EV is right now in a second if people are curious. Oh, I have to update things though, so it knows which cards are packed and which cards aren't, because nothing in the card list tells you that because the game is designed
it's
well.
all the ones that say Future Legend except the ones that aren't packable that say Future Legend.
And some of the ones that say throwback, except not all of them.
Right. So it's easy, is what I'm saying.
Yeah. So we figured it out.
All right, 30 more seconds, and then we'll rip some packs. Totally
Okay.
do this.
Boy, this is a... Okay, well, before I update anything, it looks like the value of historical diamond pack is about 13,000, and standard's a little bit over 1,000, but it involves a huge amount of work, so it won't actually be over 1,000 by the time you do it.
Yeah, not if you're close to 10K cards for sure. All right, here we go. Got our predictions up. So people tend to be on the high end. I guess that's just because people are optimistic for the streamer, right? All right, here we go. Standard pack.
Still in pack?
But we do have our Cy Young Whisperer here.
Does anyone know if Killbrew is still in packs, or is there anything?
Let's find out. All right, here we go. I don't know. We're supposed to comment on these. There's not much to comment on, right?
Yeah.
All right, we're going.
Yeah, not much to comment on. We got cards.
Burns isn't much. See, I think Isidafo and I usually rip packs pretty quickly because we're more, yeah.
Yeah, pretty much the only thing which slows me down is hitting the card limit.
Yeah, I'm trying to see if something. Yeah, all right, Alex Claudio. He could use a good card, I guess.
Sure.
I think we're bad at this. Bartlett, it's okay.
No. No, he isn't.
Better than anything here.
Actually, Tyler Stevenson might be better. Tyler Stevenson might be better.
We've got a gold who's probably worth 1K because he's not in the mission. Yep. But this is why you can spec on golds. Hal Morris, I think, is also missionless, right?
No. Oh, yes, he is. He is. Yes, if the other Reds are in stuff, he isn't.
Well, we're hitting some gold cards. Anyone need a Brandon Marsh? Apparently in missions. Is
I
he
played
3K
Nathaniel.
because of the mission, or
The Phillies mission is one of the only ones that's still semi-difficult, so prices
all
have
right? Yeah, if
skyrocketed.
anyone wants him, I'll put him up for L10 then.
That Nathaniel Lowe I played in PT Live one day when the Rangers had a doubleheader and he scored me like 100+ points. That was fun.
Nice.
And then used the card other than that.
We got a pretty good golf pack here, actually.
Yeah,
Except for
Willie
that Willie Calhoun.
But yeah, not bad. Really not that bad.
Another Ben Brown. Another live. Are the Yankees worth anything? No.
No, not anymore. The Yankees used to be the most expensive one, but
Right. See, Bartlett. We're going to keep pulling Bartlett until you like him.
I will never like him. He has 48 defense and he plays shortstop.
There's that. How did Chris Martin go down to 70? All right, here you go. So we did get a historical diamond.
And it's actually a playable one.
He is worth just under
I think
20K.
it's like 20.
20.
20.
Yeah,
Okay,
so
but
we're
this is
saying actually this is a playable 90 if you
playable
ever have a, you know.
I think even open low diamond is playable right now. Not great, but playable.
I get, because he's sort of a two-way player, right?
Sort of. Not really, but there are some
You're thinking
weird
sort of
drafts.
just enough to make it work.
I've played him as a pitcher in drafts like once or twice. And I've just
Okay,
gotten
so that
no
allowed him as a
pitching.
good card for level, meaning say be quiet unless it's a combo card. All right. All right, not bad. Now Woody Jensen, now that card plays. Kinda slightly.
Not really, though.
No. Okay, Shumpert, he's drafted.
This card
Wait,
is
he's
actually
still
worth a lot.
expensive for...
is on mission.
Wait, but the mission...
This is for the one that... So, okay, I just want to point out, this card is expensive because he feeds into the Matt Holiday mission where you can... Which allows you to lock the two Holidays who have a combined L10 of like 200K for one perfect pack worth 40K.
You know, but it's a perfect pack. Well, see, David Fletcher's not banned from the game yet.
That's true. Actually, that's a good question if he will be or not. Because I assume the MLBPA
I will say he's actually not a bad poker player.
But I assume the MLBPA is going to want nothing to do with him. Right? Like you would think they would want to try to get rid of him if they can.
I don't know. Yeah.
There's no way he's ever playing again. He was a very marginal player anyway, so
Yeah, get back to his mystery box. Anything could be in the box.
including a 20K live perfect or a 20K historical perfect. There are a lot of those out there.
Like I said, my main experience with David Fletcher is that he's actually a better poker player than you might think.
Okay. Well, yeah.
All right. Is that a better golf pack than the other one we had? Not quite.
No, slightly worse. Slightly worse.
Bryson Stott's been doing well for me in PT Live.
Yeah, not too many of those
I think
things.
Billingham's another. Most of these golds are still missionless, actually, which kind of means they're not bad to spec on. So if anyone's looking for a way to, make some points, this is one way to do it: is buy a lot of cards like that for basically 1.1K. Although I'm a little surprised because if we haven't had a build a lineup thing yet, this is getting pretty late in the year. I'm starting to wonder if there's not going to be that program and it's going to be something else instead.
Well, I mean, we may just continue to get all these sort of random pack missions, but it doesn't really matter because people pay for them anyway, even though they're dumb.
Right.
Do.
So, but maybe that they're doing that instead of a program like this is what I'm thinking.
Maybe. Right. Well, those are cards.
Here are 6 more cards. All right, we got to be more excited about. All right. Here's the deal.
Westrom's a useful card for caps. Westrom was a useful cap card.
All right, here we go. Next pack that comes out, we're getting excited. Here we go. We're getting excited about
Jerry Royce is like almost playable in Iron, but not really.
It's my
Okay.
All right.
Kirby,
We're getting excited about the next one instead. I meant the next one.
Kirby Yates and PT Live quite a lot. Kirby
All
Yates is a very
right.
good
All right. Here we go. This Slim Harris is actually not a bad shape, and Matt Kemp is surprisingly good combinator food.
There you go. There you go.
Luke?
No, I've played that Yates in PT Live a lot because he's a free card that's a closer for a decent team.
I remember the really good live Schreiber a couple of years ago.
Yes, that was a funny one where that was a meta card, and then there was some like rights issue, I guess, and he got removed from the game, so it was sort of weird.
Oh yeah. Brian Hoeing was like one of the best 40s last year, right?
Mike Diaz is okay if you use him as a catcher and you don't care about framing.
Yeah. All right.
But yeah, Hoeing was a good luck last year. You're right. It's a 40.
I wanted Johnny Edwards to be good. It just doesn't quite work.
It's just so splitty.
Oh hey, I actually got a card I don't have yet. Milt May.
That's exciting.
All right. This is the least lopsided Al Albuquerque we've had, right?
Honestly, I have no idea. I don't ever looked at that card.
We usually get one with like 0 control.
Yeah, that's true.
All right, nothing good here. All right, we got those 2 historical ones at the end at least. That's the good news. All right, 2 historical diamonds at the end.
I'm very happy. I no longer have to watch Pedro Baez pitch ever because it was like the most miserable experience imaginable.
Okay, here you go. Here's an iron that people are willing to give me $11.90 for.
This is actually a good pack, though. We got Luke Jackson. That's a playable card. We got Jake Stahl. That's a playable card.
Yeah.
Not bad.
We got Ben Cantwell. That's
live David Fletcher now.
Yeah. All right, here we go. 2 historical diamonds, trying to get one big card. These are the ones. There's a Cy Young time. All right, here we go. 2 historical diamonds. We haven't had a combinator either.
No combinators, no nothing.
Well, all right. You know what? There we go. There's the card to get excited about right there.
That is a good one.
I actually never bothered getting one yet, so I will actually keep and play this one.
Yeah. That's definitely worth over 25K.
It is. You want to hit the... We can expire the prediction.
Now, if that were a combinator, we would have actually
gotten worth like 90K.
So the same.
Yes. All right, but that's one that actually plays and I didn't have. So there we go. All right, last shot. Will we get a combinator here? No, but we do get a diamond. Sid Fernandez. Who is...
quite as good.
No, but I forgot he was a Philly.
I will say, Sid Fernandez could be very good combinator.
Yeah, I think he should be good. I'm thinking like if he'd be great combinator food if they ever do like a Doc Gooden, maybe he would have overlapped with. I could see like a David Cohn being a good shape.
Yeah, I mean, Strawberry weren't a non-combinator. That would have been a good one.
Is Lenny Dykstra on the naughty list?
No, I don't think so. He's apparently not naughty enough.
Because I could definitely see a Dykstra that would be a really good shape for the current engine.
There have been good Dykstras in the past. Not last year, obviously, but the problem with Dykstras is usually like absurdly splitty. So the cards often end up not playing.
Yeah.
But there have been good ones before.
All right. we did it. So we're happy to get some feedback in chat on whether we should ever do that again. But since we got the packs, might as well.
If you pull a Noah Syndergaard every time, it's worth it.
That's true.
So that was, that one card was above basically expectation for all 37 packs.
I think so.
Because it was basically 1,000 for it was 35,000 plus 25,000 for the two. So
Yeah,
it's like 60K.
definitely. Mookie, I could see a Mookie Wilson actually being a pretty good shape.
There was a good Mookie Wilson silver one year, I think. I think. No, they've been problematic, shady too, a bit, I think. But apparently not enough. So.
All right. Anyway, I think that about wraps it up. Are there any other things people would want us to address before we kind of go right into someone? I see Tasweeji's up, so maybe that would be a good place to raid.
Yeah, that sounds good to me.
But if there are any other questions people had, I know we covered a lot of stuff with the combinators, so that's probably one that we can send to people.
I don't know. Was there any other? I think we covered the only sort of news this week was like the new patch.
Yeah. So the patch notes. I think we showed off most of the features, which are really good quality of life features. And I other than those one or two bugs, it'll probably Steve Hunt's going for crazy prices.
I assume you mean the Combinator version?
You must mean the Combinator, yeah, because the normal card's got to be.
Hunt's, I think, mostly is getting bought to play third base VL and for caps. I don't think Hunt's is probably getting bought to play shortstop mainly.
I think I use him second occasionally, VL even.
Yeah, sure. I think Desmond or Frank Tavares, I think, are the cards I'm most interested in for Iron shortstop. And I think those are both relatively cheap combinators.
Well, we could let's pull up the Combinator card shop, and we can look and see. Let's see. I don't actually want to go by position, right? Because you sort of have to,
Yeah, I can check what my model says for Iron quickly.
Yeah, because if I go to shortstop, I'm only going to get the players that are listed. Oh, hold on. This is actually giving me everybody shortstop eligible. This is also a big quality of life improvement.
That's a tremendously good improvement if that's actually the case.
Isn't that what it's doing here? Because these are definitely players not just listed short.
Yeah, that's true. I didn't notice that. That is excellent.
Okay, that's a huge improvement.
Okay, I think if I had to give just a single order, I would give this one. But I very strongly disagree with the idea that there's a single order this year for which ratings are best. So I sort of would reject the question, I guess.
Yeah, so I think. All right, Coach Raphael, let me try it. Let me try it this way. A rough way you can think about it is the ratings this year kind of have a little bit different scale, where you can think about there as being an extreme punishment for some of the ratings if they're very bad. And then there also are very big bonuses for some of the ratings when they're very good. But it's a little bit different kind of shape. So probably the thing that I least want my pitcher to be awful at would be control. Followed by maybe home runs allowed.
There are some awful control pitchers that can work, though. It's not impossible. It depends on the level of awful.
Yeah, I'm thinking about the 10 or 20 control ones you're hitting an iron or something.
Well, so Mr. Black, I don't know that I would say that PBAB got hit with a nerf so much as the way that the scale of PBAB interacts has changed. PBAB is still quite strong in some particular card pools. And I think we'll see that more as the cycle goes along.
Let's see. So I think On the high end, though, it's going to be a little bit different. So, for example, the bonus for having extremely high control, I don't think is going to be as helpful. But there's a really big penalty for having extremely low control. So, like at iron control is going to be really important. But if I'm starting to look at diamond pitchers, I'm not kind of interested in control being their biggest rating.
I think it's a good example. Like this is a card I use a lot at the beginning of the cycle for testing purposes. Was the Iron Johnny Vandermeer, who was like kind of by far the most overstated bronze card. Like he's 100 plus at everything else. And in PT24, probably that card would have been everywhere.
I can pull him up for you.
Despite this low control. But in 25, the card is just atrocious, basically.
He's not a shortstop. Yeah. So just this control is way too big of a penalty. But as an example, like if you look at this shape, this Phil Nell is actually quite a good diamond pitcher, even though he has a similar kind of shape with lower control. But he doesn't have this extremely low control where where he's being really badly penalized for it. And then if you sort of ask, well, what would I like to be extremely, extremely good at? Maybe, once you're not allowing a ton of base runners, so you're not giving up so many runs, now avoiding home runs is probably more valuable than anything else.
And actually, I think in some cases the answer is stuff, strangely. But I'm not sure how that will develop as the cycle goes.
There's going to be a range of ratings where that's true.
Yeah.
And you notice that Isidafo's model is kind of picking out some really high stuff guys in league, for example.
Yes.
Lower pitch around will help a bit against low control, but if you've got 10 control, your problem is can you pitch like around the plate instead of around the batter's box?
No, in PT24, a card that looked like that Vandermeer, you might have been able to make work.
Yeah,
like you probably could have been able to make work, but in this version, there is nothing you can do. It will be awful no matter what you do with it.
I think in PT24 is probably still a little too tough, right? There was that Darwin's on Hernandez that.
But he also had no PBAB. He had no PBAB either.
Oh, that's right. He had no. No, you're right. And he had no PBAB either.
So, I don't know that Vandermeer would work in PT24, but it would definitely be on the radar as a card to try.
So Karinchak is actually the one that had that shape.
Yeah,
right?
That's true. And I did play him sometimes in some stuff, not in everything, but I did play him a little bit.
Yeah, but basically the answer really is that it's a little more complicated and it depends, but that you should think about there as being a different kind of shape when it's what ratings do I most want to avoid being awful, than it is for which ratings do I want to really have be enormous, if that kind of makes sense. So like this Kenley, that control rating I think is just going to kill him.
Yes. No, I mean, at some point, like, if you're down in this range, the card has to be so absurdly overstated in the other three ratings. Like, it has to be like 150.
I mean, one way to think about it is how good does a pitcher have to be at everything else if he's going to be walking almost a batter an inning?
And I think Vandermeer might walk more than that, to be honest with you.
And probably there's a level. I was thinking at Kenley, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and probably there's a level of being good at everything else where even if you're walking a batter an inning, like if every ball in play is an out and you're getting all these ground balls, maybe you could barely get away with it, but it's a lot of base runners.
But it's also there's some uncertainty, at least for me, about how exactly the engine will function at the point where the ratings are that high.
Right.
Like, okay, it will function badly, but the question is how badly and which way badly. I think there's some things we can say about it with a good deal of certainty, and some things which we can't. At least I can. So anyway, we'll see.
Yeah, sure. Happy to help. All right. So let's go ahead and raid. So everyone say hi to Sweegie for us. I think that's a good one to raid. and maybe ask him about the Japanese baseball broadcast that Kidneys was mentioning.
Yeah. Sure.
So, sounds good. Thanks, everyone. Not a huge set this week in terms of impact, but not every set's gonna do that. And hopefully, at least the discussion on combinators was still a bit useful. So,
Yep.
hey, we got 4 clips out of that. I'm not sure how that worked. I'll have to look at it. All right, thanks a lot. See everyone. Say hi to Squeegee for us.